Chris started a pain clinic. He is not a doctor.
His girlfriend's dog was the medical director. We had 25 million cash. We're hiring new doctors and having food fights and throwing Chinese stars at each other. What could go wrong? I get a call. He was like, "It's over, man. The FBI's everywhere, dude." When I was 4, my mother didn't come home one night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, my father and I went looking for her because she was a bartender. The bar was closed. There was 2 ways to get there. It was like a circle. So he loaded me up in a truck, and we went left to complete the circle. Hit the bar, didn't see her car there. On the other part of the circle, on the way back to the house, saw her car in a driveway. We parked down the road, walked up, looked into the window of the living room, and she was having sex with a guy in the living room. My father was carrying me. Walked around the side door of the house, just a screen door. Opened the screen door, walked inside into the living room. My mother looked up and said, "Oh shit." And my father said, "Oh shit is right." And he put me down, and my mother jumped up and ran into the kitchen. And my father turned towards her, and she had come with before that, the guy jumped up saying, what are you doing in my house? And my father hit him, and he went down. And then he turned his attention to my mother, who came out of the kitchen with a knife. And earlier in the day, me and my father were fishing. So he had a knife as well in his pocket right here. He pulled that knife out, and it was kind of like a standoff like this. And my dog was there with my mother, so I was with the dog. The guy got up off the floor and lunged at my father, and he turned around, had the knife, stabbed him. Then the guy ran out of the house. My father chased him down. I didn't see what happened out there, but the guy ended up dead with 57 stab wounds, I believe. And my mother ran out there. I heard them screaming. And then my mother came running back into the house, covered in blood. And I don't really have any memory of exactly what happened. I just kind of remember standing over my mother, and she wouldn't wake up. And then my dad come running. I don't know. He went somewhere else in the house, and then he came running out and grabbed me. We ran out of the house, ran down the street, got into his truck, went to my grandma's house, and then I remember like them trying to put me to bed and me like fighting with them, but I was covered in blood, so they're trying to clean me up and put me in bed and whatnot. And then that's pretty much all I remember. So my father had murdered my mother and her lover. And so that from that point, the next morning he went to jail. He went and turned himself in. And I went and lived with my aunt and uncle, my father's brother, his wife, and their 2 kids, Todd and Kim, who are my brother and sister now instead of my cousin. So my father went to trial. I started school. It lasted, there was 2 trials. The first, it took a year for the first trial before that one started. And it was a hung jury, right? So they had to try him again. So now it was
like a crime of passion, right?
Yeah. So it was a hung jury, the first trial. And then it was another year before the next trial. So now I'm 6. I was 5, 6. Now I'm in 2nd grade, still living with my aunt and uncle. And then the next trial came along, and it was a very long trial, and he was found not guilty by means of temporary insanity. And but he's just been in jail for all this time. So I stayed with my aunt and uncle again. While he was on his 2nd trial, he met a woman, a beauty queen, Miss New York State, and they started a relationship and moved in together. And eventually, within not a very long time, he moved to the city, to Staten Island with her. And I stayed with my aunt and uncle. And then it just, by the time he was ready to
Have you
have
kind of
have a
come?
life and us be back together. I mean, I was in 5th grade by now. So I just stayed with my aunt and uncle the whole time. And then him and his, they got married. My father and stepmother, they got married. They had 3 more children. I graduated high school, all that kind of stuff. I had 3 brothers. I graduated high school. I moved to Florida. I guess it was the second year I was in Florida. So it was 1998. My father and stepmother started having problems. The divorce was imminent. She served him divorce papers, and then he shot her, murdered her, and then offed himself. So, yeah, that was about, that was about it. So then now I was, I was already in Florida for about 2 years. So I was established.
What were you doing then?
I work for the same company I work for right now. At that time I was a warehouse manager for a large plumbing company in West Palm Beach.
Like, when did you meet the George brothers?
All right. So, I worked at that plumbing company until 2001. And I left and went in with another guy that was building houses in Loxahatchee. And we kind of became kind of like a partnership, building houses out there. And Jeff had a company called Shutter King. So he did hurricane shutters.
Right.
And he was cheap. He didn't even, I don't think he cared about the businesses all. I used him for 2 or 3 years and he never even sent me a bill. You know what I mean? He I don't know why he was even doing it. Maybe to appease his dad that he was doing something, but he didn't. It was just a nightmare. He would come and drill for the shutters, and you just had to stack the shutters in the garage for your inspection. Maybe put one shutter up on a window to get your final inspection on the house. And he would do exactly that, and there would be stacks of shutters in the garage that didn't even match the house. So a hurricane would come, and the people that bought a house from us would go to put their shutters up, and none of them would even match. They'd have either too many or not enough, nothing. But we became friends and started hanging out all the time, and we liked to work out. And I met Chris through Jeff, and me and him became friends. And then eventually, I think about 2005, I actually went to work for their father. And the only area that was really still doing good was the Northport area over here, which Chris was running. So they asked me to come over here. So I moved over here. And then that's when me and Chris really became friends.
So when did you get the first DUI?
I've never had a DUI.
No, are you serious?
Yeah, I've never had a DUI.
Oh, was it DUI? What was it then?
It wasn't a DUI. So
what was it?
My driver's license got so screwed up. I got either somebody that was driving one of my trucks, right?
Okay.
One of my company trucks, or me got a seatbelt ticket that I don't remember.
Okay.
Or somebody else got it, right? So 2000 and I don't know, 2004. I get pulled over in Port St. Lucie, building houses up there. I live in West Palm. I'm in Port St. Lucie. I get pulled over and they're like, dude, you haven't had a driver's license in 3 years. Your license is suspended. We got to take you to jail, because normally it would just be a ticket. But because you live in Palm Beach County and our county lines don't touch, I can't just give you a ticket. I have to take you to jail and tow your car. Right? Okay, whatever. Now
did you have any idea that it was suspended?
I don't think the first one. I don't think that I did.
Okay,
right. So they tow my car. They take me to Rock Road, the jail in St. Lucie County, and I bail out within a couple hours.
Right.
I bail out within a couple hours, and Go get my car back. Drive, of course. I have somebody bring me to the tow yard. I get it. I drive home, go to work the next day, drive up there like whatever. Because in Palm Beach County, that happens, right? Your license is suspended. They give you a court date, right? A ticket and a court date. And as long as you show up to that court date with your driver's license back, like it's usually over, I forgot to pay a ticket, right? Something like that. So they just do that. And then you show up to the court, say, look, I got my driver's license back. I'm sorry. I just forgot about paying that ticket. And they throw the ticket out. Right. But
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to drive in between that time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to go get it taken care of right away. But I didn't. That had happened to me before, But I was like, whatever. I'll deal with it next week. Went right to work the next day. On my way home from work, I get a call that somebody's robbing one of the houses, right? So I'm getting on a turnpike to come home. I do a U-turn, call 911 and start going to the house. It's a house under construction. They're like stealing the windows or something, right? Call the police to tell them to meet me there, and I'm speeding there. I get pulled over again. I mean, it's less than 24 hours, like 18 hours later. I tell the cop what's going on. He doesn't want to hear it. He takes me right back to jail. Tows my car again. Takes me right back. A couple hours later, I get out. I leave my car in the tow yard up there. The next morning, I get up. I go to the St. Lucie County Courthouse, pay the $78 ticket. So now I've been arrested twice, bonded out twice, all over this ticket that I don't even know if it was me who got it, right? Still not, I pay the ticket, but now they give me a slip that I got to go to the DMV, right? So I got to work. And I'm like, dude, I'll just finish out the day and I'll hit the DMV on the way tomorrow, right? Pull out of the office, the Majestic office, and I see a cop car behind me. And I still have the markings from when they towed the car. They write on it with the wax fucking thing. And I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I pull out of the parking lot, light them up. Boom. Take me to jail again 3 times. And now it hasn't been a full 72 hours. You know what I mean? It's like 18 hours, 18 hours, 18 hours, right? Back to jail again. This time they like, oh, your bond. The bond is like $25. You know what I mean? Something like that. This time it's like $4,000 to get out because I'm already out on bond and I've been arrested. Now it's twice I've been arrested within. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So it just caused they ended up suspending my driver. They put me on felony probation, right? Because it was 3 times. Put me on felony probation, suspended my driver's license for 5 years. 2 years of felony probation, all this shit. So I had a driver at that point, you know what I mean? And I'm doing my felony probation. I have a driver. That's right around the time that I moved over to Northport with Chris, and I'm building houses. And, by that time, Majestic was paying for somebody to drive me around. But they were like, listen, when you go over there, we're not going to pay nobody to drive you around. And I'm like, fuck it. You know what I mean? I'll just obey the laws, you know what I mean? And hopefully not get pulled over. Shit, man, it wasn't. Now I'm on felony probation 3 times now, driving on suspended. It wasn't 2 months before I get pulled over at work, right? Arrest me, send me to, what's the jail in Sarasota? Whatever county, Sarasota County Jail, right?
Right.
Send me there. Now my bond's like $4,000 again, something like that. Chris has to bail me out. They tow my car. Get out, right? Now I'm like, all right, now I'm paying somebody to drive me around, right? A weekend comes, something happens. We're doing a closing at Majestic, and so yeah, so now we're on 5. We're doing a closing at Majestic, and the guy I'm paying him $8 an hour to drive me around every day, doesn't show up. I have a final walkthrough with a homeowner before the closing. Doesn't show up. I can't get a hold of him on the phone. Fuck it. Go start my car up. I back out of my driveway, and the road is blocked on both sides. cop cars or somebody is running from the police or something like that. And I'm like, shit. So I back out. I see a cop car here at the end of the block, a cop car here at the end of the block. I go, fuck, pull back in the driveway. Before I even got the garage door back open, one of those cops pulled in, right? Boom. Go to jail again. Driving on a suspended license on felony probation. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I bond out. I tell the people, I bond out. I tell the probation people, listen, this is what happened. And they're like, what's wrong with you? Are you an idiot? And I'm like, and they're like, listen, I got to violate you. So you're going to have to come back here and go to jail. And I'm like, man, can't you just let me deal with this? And they're like, no, they're like, it's going to take 2 weeks. Right. And I'm like, fuck. So I lived over on Northport, but all my family and friends and everybody were still in the West Palm Beach area. So this happens on like a Thursday. So Saturday, I'm like bored. It's right before Thanksgiving. I'm bored. Chris isn't around, nothing like that. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to jail anyway. I jump in my car to drive across the state, right? 9 o'clock at night, get pulled over in Belglade, right to jail again. So now it's five of them while on felony probation, the whole nine. End up going to jail. I worked it out. I don't know. I did like 3 or 4 months or something.
Are
like
you
that.
speeding?
I was gonna say, how are you getting pulled over this much?
I don't know. Like they run. The cops have those tag readers, right? So
Right.
you go past the cop and it automatically runs your tag. So I guess I would go past them, it would run their tag and be like, oh, this guy's driving on a suspended license, easy one. You know what I mean? Pull me over. I mean, it was like, I don't know, a year period where, I mean, I must have got arrested 12 times for driving on a suspended license and all this stupid shit. So it ended up bad. I didn't have a, and the last time, when I went to Belglade, that was the last time, they took my car. It was used in committing of a felony. They actually took my car. It was a 2005 Jeep Grand Cherokee. They took it. I couldn't get it back. I never got it back.
And so that's like a brand new car back then, right?
Yeah,
This
it
is
was.
2000.
This was 2007.
Was there a lien on it?
I think I owed like $3,000 or something like that on it. They took it. They took the goddamn. I couldn't get it back. And I ended up, after it was all said and done, I did a few months in jail, and then I got out on again felony probation, like 2 years of felony probation.
What is Jeff? I mean, I'm assuming these are the guys you're calling to get you out of jail, right? Like
No, they never got me out of jail.
No.
You know what? The one time in Sarasota, Chris got me out.
And what are they saying? Are they like laughing about it, or are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just like,
What are you doing?
Like the first 3 of them, I was working directly for their dad,
Right.
in the West Palm Beach area, and I'm getting arrested every day at work.
Right.
3 days in a row, I'm getting arrested. And everybody's like, you got to be doing something else.
Yeah.
There's got to be some, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Let's get this straightened out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm like, this is all I'm doing. You know what I mean? And like every time it would add a year or a couple years to my suspension of my driver's license. And that's what I basically drive for a living. I drive around to all the houses that we're building, schedule everything. I got to check the progress, check on all the guys, make sure nothing's getting stolen. That's what I do. So I can't drive.
Right.
At one point, I remember John, Chris, and Jeff's dad was like, let's get you one of those under 40 horsepower scooters.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude. I'm not doing that. So the last time after the Belglade thing, they fired me. Majestic fired me. Right. So I didn't even have a car. Right. I had, I don't know, maybe 10 grand to my name. And I moved in with a friend of mine in West Palm Beach. I didn't have a job. There was no job options because I couldn't drive. You got to drive to pretty much everything, And here I was, been doing construction my entire life. I'm supervisor for multi-million-dollar companies. I got I know how to do all the, all the experience, all this, but I can't drive. So nobody can hire me, So I just like sat around my buddy's house, like waiting on my money to run out, basically. And in that time, actually, when I was in jail doing those, 2-3 months, whatever it was when Chris and Jeff put the plan together to open the first pain clinic.
Right.
So when I got out, I didn't even hear from either one of them. They were scheming and getting leases and stuff like that.
Right.
So, I like basically for probably a good month, I just sat at my buddy's house. All my stuff was in storage or at this person's house. I didn't have anything. I was staying in my buddy's spare bedroom in a little apartment in the middle of West Palm Beach, no car, no nothing. He'd go to work. I'd be fucking sitting there, watching fucking movies all day. But then eventually Chris called and was like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. I can't hire you or anything, but I got to build the office. So will you come? I'll pay you. I'll pick you up in the morning. It's offices in Fort Lauderdale. I'll pick you up in the morning. I got to have it built in a week or whatever it was. And I'll pick you up, bring you home. Whatever. I was like, oh, that sounds good. So, I was down there every day. It took us about 2 weeks. New flooring, he had somebody else frame and drywall it. But, I pretty much did everything else during the time. And I remember at the, when it was almost done, the sign was up outside that said Pain Clinic, big giant sign that said Pain Clinic, white sign with red letters, probably 10 foot by 10 foot Pain Clinic in the middle of Wilton Manors off of Oakland Park in a dilapidated building, the roof caving in. Just the inside, when we were done, looked pretty nice, But I mean, the outside, everybody's seen the pictures of it, from the newspaper and all that kind of stuff. But towards the end of, getting done, I remember laying the carpet and I was laying the carpet. So I had the glue all over me. And I was also cutting the bottom of the doors off. So I had the glue and the sawdust stuck to me. That's what I remember about this situation. It was like 8:30 at night. And the place still, all the sawhorses and tools and everything were open. And people were coming in, opening the door. I'm like, hey, is the doctor here? Is the doctor here? With Appalachian accent, And like, what are you talking about? Who's the doctor? What doctor? You know what I mean?
Right.
I knew what they were talking about, but I'm like, this is kind of pretty insane that it's 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. They walk into a construction site because they see a sign. And I'm like, wow, that's really something. So, I finished that up and I went, he was opening an office. He told me that he didn't have any, he didn't even know if it was going to work. So there was not, what was I going to do? Be a receptionist? You know what I mean? Am I going to answer the phones or whatever? So I went back and I, to my buddy's apartment and I happened to get a job repairing all the sliding glass doors on a building on Palm Beach, huge condo building. So I did that. It took like 2 weeks and then I had nothing again. I was just sitting there and then Chris called and he was like, listen, man, I need you to, I'll pick you up tomorrow. It was like a Tuesday. I'll pick you up tomorrow. I just need you to hang out at the office because I can't be here. And it's just Diana and the doctor. And, we got pills and there's a little bit of money. It's not a great neighborhood. Just stay here. You don't have to do anything. Just stay here. I'll pay a couple $100. I got to go meet with a bank or something like that. And I'm like, all right, whatever.
So I have a quick question, real quick. Chris, right?
Yeah.
Chris started a pain clinic. He is not a doctor.
He's not a doctor.
So, because you had explained this to me before, but I was every time I've explained this to somebody, they're just always like just as fucking shocked as I am.
Yeah.
So anybody can go lease a space and get licensed to open up a clinic, or a hospital even, and they don't have to have any experience. They
You just have to
hire
have somebody. You have to have, like, you can open it up,
Right.
but you can't do business until that person's the person that you hire's medical license is hung up on the wall and register. It's like kind of like a contractor. So I can just go. I don't have a plumbing license, right?
right,
But I can go open up a corporation, Nolan Plumbing, right?
Right.
And then get somebody who has a license to qualify it,
right.
right? So it's basically the same thing.
So
You know what
Chris,
I mean?
Chris has no experience. Builds out, rents a space, has you build out the entire space, hires a doctor. The doctor starts seeing patients. He has no qualifications. Just
Yeah,
puts up a sign.
But how it came about was, we used to go to, when we were younger, we'd go to the HRT clinics, the hormone replacement therapy things. You know what I mean? There I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 of them in the South Florida area over there, and we'd go to all of them. And after Jeff's hurricane shutter business closure, you know what I mean? That he never. I still remember it when his dad calling me like, okay, we shut down Shutter King, and he's been doing work for you for 3 years, and you've never sent us any money. And I'm like, his dad was going over the books, closing it down. And I'm like, he's never sent me a bill.
Right.
One time. What am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? He's never sent me a freaking bill. But anyway, so Jeff's idea after that hurricane shutter thing was to open up his own HRT. And what he did, him and Chris put their money together or whatever. Chris stayed as a silent partner on the West Coast, and Jeff ran that company, and it did pretty good. It was like, at one point, it was like the biggest internet steroid selling thing. So that's where the whole medical thing came from.
That's
You
where
know
he
what I
kind
mean?
of got
That's
the
where
idea.
they got the
he
idea.
had
from.
experience.
Yeah, and he met a doctor that was signing scripts for steroids.
Right.
Right. And the doctor was like, hey, man, why don't you do this? You know what I mean? And Chris and Jeff don't drink, don't do drugs. Right. Very rarely do you see them have a cocktail.
Right.
No drugs ever, So it's just money to them. You know what I mean? To them, it doesn't click the addiction. You know what I mean? That they have never experienced it or been around it. So that kind of thing just does not click with them. It's just money to them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
they just know you can make money doing this. This is what I told you. We pay the doctor this much. They pay us this much. We have to do the paperwork. We make this much money.
And our hands are clean of it.
Yeah. Right.
So, and me and Chris had that conversation, you know what I mean? When I was building out the office and stuff, I'm like, dude, you're not a doctor. What? I don't understand. But then at the same time, I was like, well, they did it with the HRT clinic.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm like, well, so what could go wrong? You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, it makes sense. And Chris's actual explanation to me was, listen, how many doctors own Wellington Regional Hospital? No doctors. It's a corporation that owns it, and the doctors answer to them. And there's a board that makes medical decisions. And he's like, well, I'll hire a medical director.
Right.
You'll be the medical director. And actually, instead of me being the medical director, it was his girlfriend's dog, Mo, was the medical director. I'm like, you're going to hire yeah, I got one. Mo would come in. It was a little wiener dog. He would come in every day with Chris and his girlfriend, sit there, shit on his, what are those called? The poo-poo pads.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about for the dogs?
Right.
Stink up the place, dog running around. Everything with us, from knowing me for a while, like,
It's kind of a big joke.
everything's a joke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Wise ass about everything. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever, roll with the punches kind of thing. And actually when it opened and I wasn't working there, it was only maybe 2 weeks. Maybe. It might have only been a week. You know what I mean? He didn't even have the licensing or anything in order.
Mm-hmm.
He just opened this place, and the doctor, Dr. Overstreet, brought his pills from another place. So he had Dr. Overstreet was working at another pain clinic, right? And back then when you could sell pills at a pain clinic, they're the doctor's pills.
Right.
Okay. So you just got to have a little room. There's like if you go on the DEA website, it tells you what is required for your pharmacy. It has to be a room 5 foot by 4 foot. There has to be a locked safe with a medication that has to be labeled per doctor. Right.
Right.
It didn't even say that. I'll get to that in a minute. It didn't even say that. It just said it had to be a room 4 foot by 5 foot with a safe and one deadbolt. So you have to open up the door, and then inside the medication had to be stored in a safe. Didn't say anything else. Didn't say anything about who was the one. Like a pharmacy tech wasn't required. Like, it doesn't say anything like that. It basically said you got to have a safe in your closet.
Yeah,
is basically what it said, right?
And there's and the safe doesn't have to be really safe. It has
Exactly.
to be a lock. So it could be a locked door. That's my safe over there. It's this closet with a lock. That's the safe.
That's it. So at this point, when I came on, Chris had leased the building, built it out, made an arrangement with the doctor, filed for a corporation, right? Probably didn't even have the corporate papers back yet, right? No licensing, nothing. The doctor went to his other pain clinic and brought all his medication, including ED medication, antibiotics, just brought everything and put it in that safe. Right. So we had limited pills, right? And then at that time they were working on to where Chris could order the medication for him. This is Dr. Overstreet, working on all that. I got literally my first day. Well, no, let's go back a little bit. So the first day when he told me, I just need you to come sit here. That's exactly what I did. I came and I sat there all day, right? Just sat there. Diana was there was maybe 10, 12 people came in and out the door, right? It was more making folders, setting up file cabinets and stuff, but I really didn't do anything. Made some photocopies, sat there all day. There was a couple issues with irate patients or people shooting up at the clinic or something like that I would shoo the people off. You know what I mean? We didn't know. I had no idea what I was getting myself into.
Right.
You know what I mean?
These aren't normal, like people that, and people that have done or know this industry, then they understand. But what most people that are watching don't understand is that these aren't normal patients. These aren't people coming in because they have a runny nose or they have a pain in their stomach or anything. These are people that the bulk of them are looking for the most inexpensive appointment that they can go to, a doctor that won't ask too many questions, so they can get a prescription so that they can sell those pills or do the pills because they're either addicts or they're doctor shopping multiple clinics trying to get as many pills as possible so they can go and sell them either in Florida or Georgia or South Carolina, wherever they're from, where they can get a whole bunch of money because you're buying pills for $1 a pill that are selling for $20 a pill.
20 or 40, whatever it was. And listen, this is a world that I had no idea. Like, he told me he was opening a doctor's office. And I'm like, okay, he's opening pain. I knew they specialized in pain. You know what I mean? So I sat there all day. He gave me like $500 for the day, whatever. I was like, cool. Went home. Next day, I sat at my house. 2 days after that, he calls me, hey, I need you to come in again. And I was like, all right.
That was an easy $200.
Yeah, whatever. It was like 500. You know what I mean? And so the next day I went there, I was like, I kind of ingratiated myself into it a little bit. I started helping the people with their files, doing this, doing that, you know what I mean? Bringing people back to see the doctor. And I noticed that, 3 days ago, we saw 10 people or 11 people. Today we saw like 25, and all 10 of those people that were here 3 days ago are back, not seeing a doctor, but they each brought 2 other people.
All right.
Right. And I'm like, okay. So, and it was that day Chris gave me a check, and it was like right down the street was the tax collector's office. He was like, hey, go get this license down there. I went and got the license. They were open for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I went down there. It was $36. I still remember it. I remember going in there, having the form filled out, going up to the lady. She stamped the thing out, printed something. I gave her a check for $36, went back, and we hung it on the wall at the office. And now I was like, all right, I see what's going on here. You know what I mean? And so I worked maybe another day, 2 days. I went back. I went home. I got another little side job, something. I did that, and I remember driving home from it, and Chris calling me and was like, hey, man, why don't you just work here? We'll pick you up every day, this, that, the other. I was like, dude, you're going to get me thrown in jail. You know what I mean? By this time, I saw what it was, and I know how Chris and Jeff are. For example, when I say I know how Chris and Jeff are, I remember when doing the hurricane shutters, how Jeff ran that business, right? So when you submit a permit for a new house, okay, you got the plans, all pages of the plans, and then everything, the garage door you put in the house, you have to have a spec for it. It's stapled to the plans. The windows has to have the wind pressures, and everything has to match up with the engineer's plan. But for everything you put in that house, now it's to the point where you have to have specs for your refrigerator. So your plans, say it's 10 pages. It's like this thick because it has all these little books for every single thing you have in your house, right? So Jeff, I don't know, for some reason, he didn't want to use the 14 gauge hurricane shutters that were required, right? So he made an engineer stamp, right? Found 18 gauge or 20 gauge hurricane shutters, got the specs for him, stamped it with his fake engineer stamp, submitted it, not with a set of plans to the building department, but submitted it to the actual administration of the building department to get approved. And it got approved.
Right.
With a fake everything.
Yeah.
Right. So, like, I knew what I knew what when they were like, all right, come work. I knew what was going on, but I was like, dude, this guy's giving me $500, $700.
And he's picking you up.
Picking me up. His wife picks me up. We eat Ruth Chris's steakhouse every night for dinner. Ruth Chris's rain dancer. I'm like, fuck it. What am I doing? At that time, I had another year before I could even get a work driver's license. Right? I had another year and a couple days at this point before I could even get that. I'm on felony probation. And that was the other thing, was I wasn't allowed to leave Palm Beach County, and we were in Broward County. So every day when I was allowed to leave for work, but I had to call the probation officer, right? And say, hey, listen, I'm working at this address in Broward every day.
Right.
So I was like, let me see, am I going to fucking say, fuck it?
Right.
And I went, and what I did was I went and opened up a fake corporation. I paid $200. And it was like Nolan Construction Consulting, right? Opened up a bank account, told probation, this is what I'm doing. I'm a consultant for construction now. So I didn't have to show any pay stubs. When you're on probation, you have to have a job and show any pay. So now I'm self-employed, right? So I was done. You know what I mean? It's a state felony probation, whatever. So I never called in again. I'd go once a month and terms of that probation was until I got a driver's license back, right? So the second I got any type of driver's license, it was over. I was done. So I handled all that and I worked like one more day, and Diana they bought me a gym membership too. So we would work, right? Go eat at Ruth Chris or wherever, rain dancer, whatever, go to the gym, and they would bring me home, and like $700 a day, right? And whatever, you know what I mean? We didn't act like nobody was wearing scrubs.
Right.
I was wearing Affliction t-shirts, jeans, and a pair of Doc Martens. You know what I mean? Whatever. Nobody cared what you're doing. I would drink at the office all day. You know what I mean? I had a cooler full of beer or the refrigerator full of beer. Whatever, lunch. didn't really do anything. You know what I mean?
This is not exactly a clinical
Exactly.
environment.
We weren't curing cancer.
Right.
Right. There was no experiments going on. There was no microscopes.
Right.
We weren't studying any labs, you know. So I worked one more day or something. And on the way home, it was just Diana driving me home. And she was like, listen, we really want you to stay. I mean, we don't care how much. We'll just pay you, you know what I mean, thousands. It doesn't matter. I'm like, all right, fuck it. I'll stay. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then it wasn't a couple days later that our doctor, Dr. Overstreet, disappeared. Nobody knew where he was. You know, he was, the last time we saw him was a Friday night. And he had a little conference with Chris, asked that I left the room. And it was a conference because he wanted his part of the money because he was going to Panama, right? Wasn't telling his wife about it or something like that. He wanted cash. So Chris gave him money. We never saw him again. And so when we went to open up Monday morning, now it's been 3 weeks. We already have appointments. So we have like 30 people. So we had to like scramble and find a doctor. And Jeff had already been talking to a doctor, Dr. Gittens, her name was. But she lived in New York, right? And now we got, call it 25 people, 15 or 20 of them patients sitting there waiting on a Monday morning for us to open up. And we don't want, each person spends, it's $200 to see the doctor, call it $1 a pill, and then you get 3 prescriptions. One of those prescriptions is $1 a pill. One of them's 60 cents a pill. One of them's 40 a pill. So probably 500 in medication plus the $200 visit, right? There's 20 people sitting in there.
Okay. Yeah.
That just today pays the lease.
Yeah.
Right. So we're scrambling, trying to find a doctor. End up about 9 o'clock in the morning, making an agreement with this doctor who's in New York. She catches the first flight from Newark Airport to Fort Lauderdale. We have her a room booked at the, what's it called? The Hard Rock, right? We did a long-term rental for a room there. Pick her up at the airport. She doesn't even go. She brings her brother too. He goes and checks in. She shows up at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon with a script pad. We already had script pads with all her information waiting on her, and just start seeing patients. We stayed till like 2, 3 in the morning that night. This is like 3 weeks in. And man, that was really like right then it all kind of blew up. Now we're seeing 30 a day, every day. And now it's, okay, I'm running everything. Chris is setting up accounts with different pharmaceutical companies because we're now selling Dr. Overstreet, who's dead and missing. We're selling his pills. Right.
That's $21,000 a day. If on average, roughly, it's $700 per person that walks in, and you're saying it's 30.
Yeah.
Because I remember the photos. It's funny because the photos in the newspaper and online, it's one pill. It says painkillers or no pain. What is it?
Pillbillies.
No. I mean the sign was.
Oh, it said pain clinic.
Pain clinic, and then there's a line outside.
Yeah.
And like, because there's so many, they don't have enough.
Pillbillies go home or something. The headline was.
It gets to the point where they can't put everybody in the waiting room. Waiting room only holds whatever, 10, 15 people or something.
I mean, it was supposed to. We had 200 people in there. And it was as big as this room. Literally as big as this room that we're in right now, with 2 vending machines, 2 flat screen TVs on the wall, and a bunch of these shitty chairs. These exact shitty chairs that you have right here. That's killing my back at this moment right now. About 50 of them.
Right.
I remember the first time I put all 50 of them together. We bought them for $25 a piece off Office Depot.
These were $99, but they've been it's been 4 years.
Inflation.
It's been 4 years.
And the first doctor is really just gone. Never came back.
What? He's gone, right? So we don't hear from him for like 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden his wife and an attorney show up. And it turns out he was dead. I don't know if there was foul play involved. We don't know nothing. They found him at the bottom of a canal I don't know if it was the Panama Canal, but it was in Panama. They found him at the bottom of a canal, upside down, in a Jeep Wrangler that, well, I don't know how they do their CSI investigations in Panama. I don't know about if they do blood tests there. I mean, he's an American dead at the bottom of a canal. They came in to get money and his medication. He had a whole safe full of pills. And we were like,
he did have them.
Right. So in that time that he was, from when he went missing to when his wife and his lawyer showed up, right? We hired this one doctor, Dr. Gittins, and another one, Dr. Enoch Joseph, the one that was in the video of me guiding him to protecting him from the paparazzi or whatever on the way into the clinic. So we hired him, and because now, like, it was like overnight, 10 patients to 30 a day, right? And at that point, Dr. Gittins was spending 15, 20 minutes with each person. Mm-hmm. Dr. Joseph he had been moonlighting. He was a gynecologist, and he also went back to Haiti. He was from Haiti, and he went back pretty often. I want to say once a month or something like that, and inoculated babies, or I don't know, whatever they do over there. I don't know.
So he's treating babies in Haiti and coming over here and filling prescription pain.
Well,
pain
he had his own practice. He had the gynecology office, right? He would do that charity work or whatever in Haiti, and I think prior to working for us, he was moonlighting at a pain clinic here or there, right? Mm-hmm. And then he gave all that up and came on full time with us because Chris offered the other pain clinics that were paying these doctors to moonlight were paying $35 a patient. Chris was like, fuck that, 75. So more than double, almost triple what everybody else was paying.
And what's your job at the clinics at this time? I know initially you're just sitting there, but once you get hired on, what are you doing?
Yeah, at this point, like, there had been a couple issues where, we didn't know everything and the patients didn't know it. So there was a couple issues with butting heads with the patients or them acting out or something like that I had. My job was supposed to be that I would sit there, check the people in. I didn't know what an MRI was. I didn't know any of it. At that point, you didn't need an MRI. You just come in and say, my back hurts. Here's my driver's license. And we'd put you back there, and Overstreet would write the medication. So we didn't know that I don't even think it is required that you have an MRI. But when these new doctors came in, they started saying, hey, I need to see something.
Yeah.
Right?
They can't
CT
just come
scan,
in.
X-ray. You know what I mean? So basically what my job was figuring out what we got to do. So we stole another pain clinic's forms, right? HIPAA forms and all that kind of stuff, just cut and pasted, put our name on it. They fill out all their information. I was becoming a learned medical professional is what exactly I was doing. You know what I mean? I was walking the tightrope, you know what I mean? Putting the hours in.
Figuring it out.
Wearing the rubber gloves, just kind of like figuring out how to run that was my job, checking the people in, taking the patients. People would start calling about I was figuring out what you had to do to order prescription pads, right? What was required of a pain clinic. There wasn't anything on the books for the state of Florida on how pain clinic should be run.
Right.
You know what I mean? It'd be like, oh, it's just a doctor's office. I'd call like, okay, I need this information about opening a pain clinic. Pain clinic, I don't know. There's no operating manual kind of thing. So what do you do? Oh, it's family practice. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, these guys get hurt, they come in, we fix them up, kind of thing.
I mean, it's down to the doctor. The doctor has the license to prescribe. If he thinks you deserve you medically need this medication, then he can prescribe it. But you guys are realizing something's wrong.
Something's wrong.
These are drug addicts. Like some of these guys have real problems, and some of these guys are bringing other people with them.
They come
that's
in,
weird.
see the doctor, and then they come back next day with 5 people.
And so the doctors are saying, I got to see something. Like these guys are walking in here.
Well, so after he was gone, then you got Gittins and Joseph. And now they're like, okay, listen, we'll see them this month, right? We'll see the person this month.
But by next
month, they have to bring us something, right? And that's when like things started to get chippy with the patients and stuff like that. So
they're pissed. Like,
they're pissed. What do I need to fucking Or the doctor would refuse to write them a script or write them a small script.
Right.
And be like, listen, I'm going to give you 10 pills.
Right.
Just go get an MRI and come back.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're upset.
I want my money back, this, that. So I handled a few things a couple times in front of Dr. Gittins.
What does that mean? Handled.
I had to remove the bad part of the equation from our situation. You know what I mean? Right. Like one time it was in her office. You know what I mean? Somebody may have got drug out by their ears. And another time there was a guy in a full fake body cast in a wheelchair with like the sipping straw and everything to go with it. Right. That she was like, she found out he had paperwork.
Yeah.
And she was like, she felt suspicious about it. So she left the room, took his paperwork, and called this referring doctor. And the guy was like, the other doctor was like, yeah, he just left here. I just wrote him 220 Percocets.
Right.
Or something like that. So she went in there and was like, get out of here. I know what you're doing. And I'm like pushing him. This motherfucker jumped up. He's literally like like the damn movie Grown Ups where the guy's got the cast on like this. That's how he was. Cast everywhere. Legs, arms, everything. Jumps right up. All the stuff comes right off. Goes after her. Right?
So these doctors, I mean, they know what's going on, right? Like, or are they just kind of playing?
Is it willful blindness?
It's willful blind. I was looking for the right term. I'm usually more of a wordsmith. I had too much coffee, so my wit hasn't come yet. But it was like, all right, I know what.
Yeah, you can't prove. Yeah, I can't prove that you're lying.
Yes,
something's wrong.
Even with me and Chris, with we don't want to talk about it.
You don't really want to know. I feel like I know, but I can't prove it, and I don't really want to.
Like, and at the same token, I don't know if this is if we got Dr. Gittins by selling her a different story, and she came in thinking X and gets here and it's B. Right? It's something totally different. But at the end of the day, she saw 30 patients at $75 a patient. Okay?
Yeah. It's a nice chunk of, she made over a couple $1,000.
Today.
Yeah.
Right? Today.
So you can make $2,000 a day. You show
right.
$10,000.
And this is at the beginning. You know what I mean? And then, so I don't know if it was that and she like kind of accepted it. Right? And then started playing the game or whatever, but it just wasn't talked about. But once those couple issues were handled that I handled, got everything taken care of, whatever, then they went to, because at this time I wasn't going to stay. You know what I mean? It was just going to be like, okay, I'm waiting till I get another job. I figure something out with my driver's license. The doctors went to Chris and Diana and we're like, listen, we really need, we feel way more comfortable with him here.
Right.
Right. So then it was like them.
These doctors aren't grabbing anybody by their fucking, by their ears.
They just felt a little bit better about me being there. And so I was like, you know what, whatever. I'm not going to get it. It's going to be a year before I have my driver's license. I'm making a shitload of money. This place is only getting busier. fuck it, you know, and I just kind of threw myself all into it, started hiring all my friends that don't even know Chris and Jeff and Diana. So I started bringing my friends into it, and then my friends started becoming patients, right? And
That's not good.
yeah, and not for any other reason but to sell the pills.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I mean, pretty much everybody that worked there got hooked on them at one point or whatever. You know what I mean? It became an issue, right? But yeah. So then it really, once I decided, okay, I'm going to stay. It didn't blow up because I decided I was going to stay, but when I decided, okay, I'll just put all my effort into this and run the place and see where it goes. You know what I mean? That's not why it blew up, but at that point, it really blew up. You know what I mean? We're in this little teeny place. It's less than 1,000 square feet. It's got 3 doctor's offices. 400 square feet of it is where we hang out. 60 square feet is where all the files are kept and we check you in. It's a little skinny area as wide as a desk. File cabinets all on this side. Fax machine and copy machine on this side, and just enough room to walk back. And then a waiting room and 3 little teeny doctor's offices. And it within weeks, within a month, you know, it was 60 people a day, right? 60 just coming in, all, and it would literally be somebody come down from Kentucky, right? Come in, see the doctor, get their pills, drive back to Kentucky, and come back within 48 hours with 5 people.
Yeah, the pillbilly, like they what they call it? What they call
Pillbillies.
Yeah, pillbillies. But what was I-4 was the what they call it?
Oxy Alley.
Oxy Alley. Listen, it was a huge. This is a huge issue.
And what makes it spike off in Florida? Just the regulations. It's just easy.
There was no pharmaceutical tracking system in Florida. It was in 38 states, Florida not being one of them, but all those 38 states, Florida was the closest one that didn't have it, basically. And I mean, so they call the main road in Boca, what do they call it? Maggot Mile.
Right.
Everything's a scam. You know what I mean? Everybody's on the take. That was the thing with the doctors that we hired, right? Like, that's what my main, I guess what I added to it. I would always find out what this doctor's reasoning is for being there. You met Dr. Graham.
Right.
You knew him from prison, right? So when we hired him, like, he would come in and he would come in for an hour from 4 to 5 on Wednesday and Friday, right? And make $1,000, right? For a couple of weeks.
Right.
And I could see it tormenting him, what he was doing. I could see him. I'm not a psychologist or nothing, but I've been around enough. I can read people a little bit. I mean, I could see, you know, Derik, I don't know about this. I don't know about, and I'd be like, take it easy. What's going on? Listen, man, no, he owned a operating room. You know how he's a plastic surgeon?
Yeah.
He actually owned his own operating room at the Boca Hospital, like where the medical building's off there, where not only did he perform the surgeries, but he rented it out to other plastic surgeons to do their surgery. I know this because all of our girlfriends got their tits done at his office, right? After you know what I mean? It came in. So I knew something was wrong. Why? And he was like, say he was 64, right? And I noticed right away that he drove this is 2008. He had like a 94 BMW 445 or something like that.
Right.
It's a nice car. 12
Just,
years old,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. If you're kicking ass as a surgeon, you're not driving that
He
vehicle.
was known as I saw all these articles. He was Boob Man. I don't know, something like that. That was his thing, whatever. So I'd see him struggling with what he was doing, writing 240 oxys, writing 180, and then he would go down and be like, Derik, I'm giving this guy 30 pills, right? And I'd be like, no, you're not. The guy just drove all the way here from Kentucky. He brought 4 people with him. You're not giving him 30 pills. Derik, I don't. Come on, man. And I'm like, what are you doing here? And you know him. So you know how when I'm being him, that's how he is, you know? We kind of became friends. I'm like, write that and then just go home. Write him the 180 and go home. You don't have to be here. You don't understand. Something with his kids, dropping out of school, doing something with student loans or gambling or something like that. He's like, I'm fucking broke. You don't understand. I don't want to fucking do this. I'd be like, listen, man, I'm not twisting your arm. I'm not twisting your arm. I didn't hire you and I didn't interview you. I didn't tell you anything, but this is how it is. And it was like this with all the doctors. Each one of them had a reason for being there. And I kept them there by playing off of that. You know what I mean? There was doctors that maybe they had like some kind of fantasy about being a gangster. So I let them believe what they wanted, put on a little bit of a show for them on how I acted, and kind of became a dick size contest on who was the bigger gangster, who was bringing a gun to work. You know what I mean? Who they would tell me about things they did, about their criminal history, about getting arrested for fighting in Orlando when they were finishing up med school and spending a couple days in jail, and, you know, things like that. And there's ones that were just naive, and I would protect them from everything. When they would show up for work in the morning, I'd be waiting outside in the parking lot, so they didn't have to see the mess. Other patients weren't running up to them. They didn't see it. I'd have everything, all the junkies pushed to the side. When it came time to leave, I would walk them to the door. Their lunch, they would get brought to their room. I kept them protected from seeing that. Other doctors, I would act like a bodyguard for, make them feel like they were that important.
Right.
Doctors that they would ask me to come with them to go buy a new car because they didn't want to they felt like Mercedes was ripping them off. Right. So they would want me to come with them to, you know what I mean? I did whatever I had to do to, you know, and at that point, by the end, you know, we had 17 doctors working full time,
right?
You know, each seeing 100 patients a day, right? And I kept the peace between all those different personalities. They'd be fighting over the patient files because they got 5 offices in a row. Here's Dr. Aruda. Here's Dr. Joseph. Here is Boschers. Here's Cadet. Here's Drescher. Here's Drescher Jr. You have the main waiting room, and I'd call like 15 people back at a time to the secondary waiting room, right? Sit right here and wait. This is basically right outside the doctor's offices. Each doctor had a file folder hooked to their door. I'd be like, okay, you're going to see Dr. Drescher. So I'd put, each one would get 2 files in it, right? And like I said, they're getting paid by the patient. Mm-hmm. So Aruda's seeing them at 45 seconds, right? Boschers is seeing them at 2 minutes. Drescher's 75 years old. He's seeing them at 1.5 minutes and really doesn't care, whatever. So Aruda's getting done with his. I haven't brought any new patients back, so he'll just take somebody's file out of their box.
Right.
Fight would start between the doctors, you know, and like that's what my job ended up becoming. Just keeping the peace between everybody, putting in policies. You know, I'm on the phone with the doctors, on the phone with the attorneys, getting new HIPAA forms that the patients have to sign to become pain management contracts. I'm writing them on my laptop and sending them to the attorney to get them approved so that these people can sign my legal forms. You know what I mean? Just silliness, basically.
Is it all cash?
All cash. No, we took credit cards.
17 doctors. how much money is the facility bringing in?
Well, when I say 17 doctors, by the end, we had 4 clinics, right? So the most that we had at one clinic was the big clinic called American Pain. We had 6 doctors working full time, each seeing 100 to 120 a day. So I think the most we ever saw was like 678 people in one day. So every one of them paid either $150 if you were a follow-up patient or $200 if you were a new patient. And I would say 70% of them filled their medication there. So 70% of those 600 people spent $1,000 there. So at the end of the day, there was stacks of cash. Each person who was taking money, so it would be 6 windows to check in, and either 1 or 2 medication windows check in, and that all had the 9-gallon garbage cans right below the desk. So they would take the money, throw it in the desk, and then I would walk around like every hour and grab everybody's and then go dump it in a room for Ethan to count them on, put the money through the money counters, separate it, fold it up, and then at the end of the day, they always say that we carried it out in trash bags and stuff, but we never carried out in trash bags. What we would do was put it in a box of empty drug tests. So it looks like a pizza box, right? So it looked like when Ethan was leaving at the end of the day, he was carrying a box of drug tests. Well, one time money went into a garbage bag, right? One time money went into a black garbage bag and a bunch of flyers for the clinic was in a black garbage bag right next to each other. Chris walked out of the place thinking he was grabbing the flyers, right? Brought them out to his truck, threw them in the back of it as an SUV, threw them in the back seat, took somebody to a dentist appointment or something like that, was sitting in a dentist's office, heard his alarm going off. Somebody had broken into his truck, right? And he was like, why would they take the flyers? They like took a CD and the flyers. He gets back to the office and opens up the other black garbage bag, and that's where the flyers are. He grabbed the wrong trash bag. So somebody just made off some kid on a skateboard. I think they saw a video. Like some kid on a skateboard broke the window, was rifling through stuff, looked in a trash bag, and it was full of 20s, 10s, 50s, and 100s.
How much was total?
It was like 300-something thousand. And they carried the money out in trash bags. No, we didn't. We kept the money. Instead of a little register, you had a 9-gallon bucket, right? Just a 9-gallon garbage can that you see in every office, under every desk. You take the money, you throw it in there. I would pick it up when it filled up once every hour, once every half an hour, bring it to Ethan. Ethan would run it through the money counter, band it up, stack it up a couple times a week. He would take it home, put it in a safe, whatever. A couple times a week, he would go to the bank, deposit the money in the bank when we could, try to split it up because banks don't want cash. Ever since the 80s with Miami was built on drug money, everybody bringing their drug. They don't want cash anymore. It just causes too many problems. So we had to figure out, play games, deposit this much in this account, deposit that much in this account, this bank, this branch, that kind of thing.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
When did the money end up missing? Remember the guy ends up, money's missing?
Oh, that was way at the beginning. We were still... You want to talk about that?
I do want to talk about that.
Okay. I mean, that's what I ended up going to prison for. That was one of the charges.
Yeah, I ended up I told my wife that story last night. She was like, it's like, yeah.
So, you know what? It was October 2008. Okay. We're at this first Cypress Creek location. And, we had always been having problems depositing money in the bank. Yeah. Always having problems depositing the money. And so, I mean, it was probably every 2 weeks that the bank would just drop us. So we're always constantly going to a different bank, different branch, whatever. Because, cash. They don't want cash. And we were fairly new into it. It was a year, and it's like a weird problem to have. That's something you would never think about. Right? It's something you would never think about. So brought home $300,000 to Chris's house. Somehow we had no bank to deposit in it at the time. So it was like Thursday and Friday, right? The cash came home, somehow it got into a kitchen cabinet. That weekend, Chris had some people over for brunch. Somebody that was at that brunch must have said, hey, can I have a glass of water? For some reason, somebody opened up one of the kitchen cabinets and saw stacks of cash. There was only like 2 or 3 people there, right? Saw the cash in there. Went to work the next week. Worked for an entire week. That cash stayed right in there. The next entire week's money didn't get deposited either. There was $500,000 in an Abercrombie Fitch bag that got brought home on a Thursday and sat outside the office door in Chris's house on his way to the bedroom. On Friday, we're at work, get a phone call, answer the phone. Somebody asked for Chris or his girlfriend. I say they are not there. I don't know if it was me or somebody else that took the phone call, but it was an odd phone call asking why wouldn't they call the cell phone, right? They call the office line and say, is Chris or Diana there? No, they're not here. Who is this? Phone goes dead. Whatever. Don't think about nothing. End of the day, we go out to dinner, whatever. Chris goes home. I go home. 5 minutes after I get home, I get a call, Chris screaming, I need you to get over to the house right now. This is when I didn't have a license. So this is way back in the beginning. So he sends Diane to come get me. I get over to the house. Somebody stole fucking money. The cops were just leaving, right? And he said, somebody stole fucking money. I said, oh, you called the cops? Yeah, they don't believe me. And I'm like, what do you mean they don't believe you? They said, nobody has that kind of money at their house. Nobody has that kind of cash at the house. I tried to explain to them without explaining too much. And they think that it's like some kind of homeowner's insurance thing, whatever. But there's a broken window in the bathroom. So this person came into the development, broke in through the bathroom window, climbed through, cut themselves. So there's blood on the window. Walked out. This is his master bedroom, bathroom. Walks out. And if you remember what I said about maybe 2 minutes ago, Monday through Thursday's take of $500,000 in an Abercrombie Fitch bag was sitting outside the office directly next to the master bedroom. Walked past the $500,000 in Abercrombie Fitch bag right into the kitchen to that one specific cabinet where that money's been since the previous Thursday. Took the money, went back out the window, and disappeared. Okay, so this wasn't a random break-in that somebody searched through everything because they left $500,000 sitting right there.
Right.
It's a gated community, right? They broke the window, went out the window, had to be quick, had the wherewithal to call the office and ask if Chris or Diana were home.
They know them.
Who knew that money was there?
Those 3 people.
There was me, 2 people that were at that house at the brunch, Chris, his wife, and Chris's brother Jeff.
So,
okay. So, and now Chris and his brother Jeff were beefing at the time. Chris calls his mom and asks if Jeff's been there. And his mom says, yeah, he was here. He came here and put a duffel bag in the spare bedroom closet. Chris said, go look in that. Chris goes and looks in it. There's like $500,000 in cash in the bag in there. Right? So now Jeff has his own clinics and all that kind of stuff. So, but Chris immediately thinks that it was Jeff.
Yeah.
So me and Chris jump in his car, haul ass over there. By that time, his mom figures out something's going on, calls Jeff, says, what's going on? Chris knows about what's in the bedroom, what's happening. I don't want any kind of beef here. Bah, 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 bah. We get there at the same time. Jeff has a dude named Robbie with him. Chris has me with him. We go inside. They go into the room. They're arguing, kicking. Jeff saying, that's my money from my clinics, whatever. They're fighting, yelling at each other. The parents are trying to break it up. Me and Robbie are sitting there looking at each other, right? Like, okay. I don't know what to think. I don't want to think that Jeff would broke into the house, but it's looking pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
Right? They come wrestling out of the room with the bag. It's like an army bag. They look at it, and it's not the money. It's banded differently. It's like you could tell. I think there was like rubber bands on it. You know what I mean? And it was like not stacks of $100 bills. It was fucking 5s, 10s, and 20s from Jeff's smaller places. You know, ones, shit like that. But now it's like, okay, who did it then? Right? So there's a bunch of fighting. A gun their stepdad grabs the bag and takes off with it. Right? Like he's like going to get it out of there so it doesn't get bad. Jeff's got a gun, right? Jeff jumps in the car, takes off after him, pulls a gun on his stepdad, takes the bag back, comes back. Now their dad is there, right? So it's like the whole family, extended family. That's not a nuclear family, right? It's the mom, dad, stepmom, stepdad,
yeah,
couple brothers, stepbrothers, sisters,
extended.
Me and Robbie,
right?
And then kind of attention turns to Robbie at some point, right? And then the cops show up, and the cops start asking Jeff for they still think it was Jeff, and they want DNA from Jeff. And Jeff's like, you stupid fuck, we're identical twins. Of course my fucking DNA is going to be all over his fucking house. Yeah. His DNA is my DNA. I'm like, oh my God, dude. So it calmed down. It was getting really heated. You know what I mean? Like, so we just left, right? I was staying with, it just kind of was like, I don't know what we're going to do. You know what I mean? No big deal. My girlfriend lived in Fort Lauderdale in Tamarack. So the next day I went down there, spent the night with her on Saturday night. On Sunday morning, I get a call from Chris. I need you to get here right now. I'll pay for a taxi. I can't drive. Right. It's a drive. It's an hour and a half. Take a taxi, hour and a half up to his house. I get there. There's like an FBI car in the driveway. Like, it's not a real FBI car, but it looks like one. You know what I mean? The Caprice, whatever, like a newer one. And I'm like, oh man, what the fuck is this? Chris, come inside. There's a dude setting up a fucking table with a lie detector machine. And I'm like, what is going on? All right, I got it figured out. It can only possibly be you, but it couldn't be you because you were at work with me. Gino, Robbie, Chris Hudson, or my brother Jeff. So I invited everybody over here thinking that we're gonna have a brunch, and you're not gonna let anybody leave this house until they take a lie detector test. And I'm like, oh, okay, that you are? That's the plan. That's the plan. That's what's happening right now. And he's like, yeah, you know, they'll probably all take it though. You know, I don't think, just don't let them leave. You know, I don't think anything's gonna happen. And I'm like, I mean, what in the fuck? And that is the way Chris and that's more of a Jeff way. Like over the years, I would get recruited to go thinking I'm going to a Dolphins game when it's really I'm going because Jeff's about to pull some shit and a fight's about to break out. Or
and he needs you to be there.
One time I was being brought to a Kenny Chesney concert, and before he even came on stage, I was an hour back north chasing down somebody that robbed his house. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way it goes. You know what I mean? With these guys. I'm like, okay, So everybody gets there and everybody's like, what the hell? Who are these guys setting? It's a retired FBI agent who now freelances as a lie detector. It's him and his wife. And everybody's like, what the fuck's going on?
Where's brunch?
Yeah, there's no brunch. There's not even a fucking piece of honeydew. You know what I mean? There's nothing. The water. And now Chris is explaining everything to him, and I'm watching the guy setting up the lie detector test. They obviously lied to this guy to get him here. He's an ex-FBI agent. Like,
he knows he's got, but now
yeah, he's like,
what
what am I doing here again? He's like, he probably does cheating spouses type of thing, right? Oh, you're cheating on me. No, I'm not. I'll take a lie detector test. All right. That's probably what he does. You know what I mean?
Or for employers, will have, if you're getting a new employee, they'll lie. Have you ever stolen? You ever smoked pot? You ever
something along these lines? Not. There's $500,000 missing. There's a bunch of fucking giant steroided out dudes.
This is Chris's house.
Yeah. Strippers, titties out. The whole. You know what I mean? It's not. Tempers are flaring. And I'm like watching the guy, and he's like, I don't know. So then Derik stayed with these guys. Everybody's like, I'm not fucking taking it. Oh, I'll take it. I'm not fucking taking it. You know, it's like an argument, and I'm going, dude, this is going to get whatever. So Chris goes and talks to the guy doing a lie detector and gives him like they're discussing, because Chris like, I just want to know which one of these fuckers did it. He's like, we can't, it doesn't work that way. They have to be phrased. The questions have to be phrased to see if there's deception. It's not like,
yes
did
or
you
no.
do it? Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you lying? You know, and there's ways around it and everything. Whatever. So Chris is like, listen, man, it's not a fucking, if you didn't do it, everybody's saying they didn't do it. Don't do it. And there was even one guy there that there was he was with us, right? And he was like, well, I'll take it too. You know what I mean? And I was like, I was like, I'll take it, but I'm with them all day. You know what I mean? Well, not me. So they all agreed to take it, right? And they're going in there, and I'm like, listen, this guy, he's not going to tell us, right? It's a lot of money. There's like, you walk through Chris's garage, and there's like 10 guns. He had to walk, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a lot of money. He didn't know. He drove all the way over to West Palm from Tampa, right? And
this is the
guy,
former agent.
Yeah. And I'm like, man, he's not gonna fucking tell us. You know what I mean? I could see him, and he had his wife with him, and something was gonna, you know what I mean? He knew something was gonna fucking happen if, you know, and he was like real squirmy about it and this and that. And he agreed to do it. And I don't remember. Whoever went, everybody went. And then Robbie was the last one to go. And he would come out, gave it to Jeff, gave it to Chris, gave it to Gino. And he'd come out and be like, they didn't do it. And I'm like, my opinion, they all had something to do with it. That's what I thought. Right. I thought it was like one person told somebody, this person drove this person went over there, this person hired somebody. That's what my opinion was, right? Because it's a gated community. There's cameras, right? They left evidence behind, all that shit. But then Robbie went in, and he came out. The guy came out and went like this, and then he went and called Chris over there, and he told Chris, "That's your fucking guy right there. Mm-hmm. He failed every fucking question, right?" And so then I get called in there, and Jeff gets called in there with Chris, and he's like, listen, it was Robbie, but I want the money back more than I want to do anything to him. And Robbie was living with Jeff. So he was like, Jeff was like, give me your keys to your house. You take Robbie to lunch. We're going to say that we're going to go hunting after lunch to meet up at your house. You take them somewhere. Me and Derik will go search your house to find the money, right? It was $300,000. Where did he spend that much money? Right.
Yeah,
in that time.
It's been what, a week?
Yeah. So they went their way. Me and Chris went over there. They're twins. So the guard let them right in. You know what I mean? It was like, hey, Jeff, how you doing? We went into the house, searching the house, tearing everything apart. There's no money, right? Maybe it's in his truck. He had a blue Escalade pickup truck, right? Go outside. It's locked. I call Gator Locksmith, tell him to come. And now Jeff's calling, going, listen, man, did you find the fucking money? I got to do something with this guy, right? So he's like stalling, right?
Go to the movies.
Yeah,
Go
something,
play
right?
Bowling. There's stuff to do.
So they, Gator Locksmith comes, unlocks it, right? I go through everything. All I find is a pistol, right? And I can't get the tonneau cover on the Cadillac bed open. And I'm like, all right, I take the pistol, I take the bullets out, I put the fucking clip back in, the bullets in my pocket, put it back in there in case I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe when they come home, he gets his gun first, sniff something out. Do that. I'm like, all right, open the bed. And he's like, well, that's the ignition key. So in order to make an ignition key to open the bed of the truck, I have to take the ignition apart. I pull out a bunch of money. Go ahead. Here you go. Do it. He pulls I guess he was new, but he took the ignition apart, couldn't do it, and couldn't figure out how to put the ignition back together. So he's like, I don't know what's going on here. You guys got guns. And he's like shaking. This is the locksmith. And he's like, I'm sorry, I got to leave. Yeah. So the fucking the whole fucking Escalade is taken apart. The doors are open. We can't get into the bed of the truck. I was like, let me think about something. So I went and pulled the back seat out. Right. Right. And there's a little hole like this big that's like, it's not even welded. It's just like a metal piece. It was like an octagon shaped hole. I fucking kicked it and it punched it or kicked it and it fell in. So I'm shining a flashlight. I'm from the back seat of the Escalade inside, shining a flashlight. And I see like there's like a fishing pole, a couple things. I can reach the fishing pole. I pull a fishing pole out, shining. I see a Publix bag. What's in there? I hook it with a fishing pole. I pull it out, open it up, it's full cash. And I'm like, damn, fucking busted, dude.
Is it the same kind of cash?
It looks like it, right?
Right.
But we go inside. We don't call Jeff. I pull it out. And I start looking through it, but it doesn't have the bands on it, right? It doesn't have our bands on it. And I'm going through it, and it's wrinkled up. Hasn't been through the money counter. Yeah. Right? And then there's a white piece of paper, and I pull the white piece of paper out, open it up. It's a goddamn roster sheet from one of Jeff's pain clinics. So he robbed Jeff, right? And it was only being like 25 or 30 grand, right? And we're like, holy shit. So he robbed Jeff. He failed the lie detector test. Had to be him. We got to get this information out of him, right? Jeff's fucking chomping at the bit. Dude, what am I going to do? Say, listen, Jeff, we didn't find our money, but we found the money he stole from you. It has your fucking roster from your, what the motherfucker? He's like, I'm coming back right now. I'm like, okay. So we move the car. So when they pull in a driveway, they don't see the car and know the jig is up. Right. Unbeknownst to me, Jeff's so angry, he stops somewhere and gets a gun. Right? It's a big house, huge house. And like there's wings, 2 stories, there's wings. The master bath, bedrooms upstairs. The whole front of the house is the master bath on this wing. In the back, there's like a living room in the master. And then the back, the master, and then a huge covered patio. This is upstairs on the 2nd floor. The other side, other wing of the house upstairs is just bedrooms. So me and Chris are hanging in the front bedroom looking out the window, right? With the blinds, waiting for them to come in. When he comes in, I'm going to beat his ass and we're going to ask him some questions, right? So me and Chris are talking. Chris, Derik, you're a nice guy, man. Right now is the time not to be nice. We need you to know that. It's the time not to be nice, Derik. I'm like, yeah. Well, whatever. I get it. I understand my mission.
Here's right? These are big guys, but they're harmless, right?
I don't know. I've never seen them fight, really.
But they're big guys. I've seen pictures. They're pretty big guys, but they keep bringing you in. Yeah. Why can't they do anything?
That's been the entire story of my entire life.
Okay,
It's not just with them. That's been my entire life.
I've never asked anything of you.
You haven't?
No, have I?
You asked me to come on your show.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's
And the only reason I haven't is because this entire time, until I saw that other guy in there, I thought you were shooting gay porn.
I can't. This isn't mutually. This isn't exclusive.
And I've been trying.
I've got 2 vacant rooms, 2 rooms upstairs.
I've been like,
there's a lot of beds
dude,
upstairs. If you didn't know,
I feel bad. I've been trying to be nice about it, politically correct, and I'm like, listen, man, I just don't have the time. I didn't want to tell you that I wasn't gay.
We'll talk about it.
So, what were they? So we're waiting up there, and I'm getting the pep talk.
Yeah.
Right. And Chris had a thing of mace, right? And I'm like, oh, here we go. And while we're talking, we're like distracted for a minute, and I hear a door shut, and I'm like, I look out the window. I'm like, oh shit, did they get here? No, their car's not there. Listen. I don't hear nothing. Like, okay, just fucking hearing things. Maybe there's a ghost, who knows? A little while later, they pull in. I'm like, okay, let's go. Confront them. Chris, wait, let them get upstairs. They come upstairs. You can go right, left. Left is a master, right is where we are. They go in there. As soon as they go in the bedroom, we follow behind them. Robbie goes right, grabs a necklace out of Chris's closet, or Jeff's closet, a big gold diamond. He's like, hey man, can I wear it? We're supposed to be going hunting. And the dude's like, hey man, can I wear your necklace? And as he turns around, I'm standing right there. Oh shit. So I put him down.
What, you told him what? He's short and fat?
Huh?
You put him down. What do you mean you put him down?
He went on the ground
Yeah.
fastly.
Like,
kind
you
of.
punched him?
It was a punch slam combination type thing. The poop came out. He pooped himself. He's wearing some jean shorts. It was smelly. Bounced off the wall. I picked him up, slammed him on his head. And I was like, damn. I smelt it first.
Right.
Right. And I was like, what the fuck? And I thought it was going to be on my hands or my pants or something. So he was down there and I'm like, I'm standing. He's face down and I'm like this. And Jeff's like, here, dude. And he reaches behind his back and pulls out a pair of handcuffs. And he's like, cuff him. And I'm like, I got shit on me. All right. I cuff him. I go into the bathroom and I'm like washing myself.
Ugh.
And I hear boom, gun go off. Now, I took the bullets out of the gun downstairs. I didn't know there was any other guns around.
Right.
Right. Like I said a minute ago, unbeknownst to me, Jeff stopped somewhere and got a fucking gun. Right. I hear boom, boom. I come running back in. I'm like, fucking shot him. And at that moment right there, I was like, oh man, we're going to jail for a long time. Right. And even if he didn't kill him, this dude's in handcuffs. I assaulted him. He's in handcuffs. Gun. In Florida, there's a 10-20 life. Use a gun, have a gun, 10. Use the gun, 20. Pull a trigger, life. 10-20 life. That's the Florida law.
Okay.
I'm like, fucking A. I took a breath. I go back there, and the guy, Robbie's on the ground. He's crying, and he's like on his side, kicking his legs. He's like, where's the fucking money? He's like, I swear to God, I don't have the money. I didn't do nothing. And I'm like, oh, man, Jesus Christ. I'm thinking we have to kill him now because we're going away forever. We might as well.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, fucking right. And all of a sudden I hear this coming. We're in a hallway. At the end of the hallway is a master bathroom, where I just was. His master closet, her master closet. And I hear in the closet. And I'm like, what in the fuck is that? I pull the closet, that door, what I thought I heard earlier was the other guy, Gino, thinking we're going hunting also and getting left out of the loop of what's going on, showed up with his shotgun and his fucking Elmer Fudd hat and was upstairs doing something. And when all this commotion broke out, he went in the closet and hid. So he like bumped into something in the closet. So now we got another witness. I didn't even know this fucking guy was there. And I'm like, holy shit. And I remember he had rosary beads in his hand.
And he's in the closet praying.
Basically, and he's like, and this guy Robbie's a drug addict, and that guy Gino was a drug addict, and both of them in and out of rehab and all this shit. And so they were, what do you call it? Like
in cahoots?
Kindred spirits.
Kindred spirits, okay.
Right? And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. So Jeff didn't stop, kept with it, asking questions. I hit the guy a couple more times, maybe kicked him a couple times. We took his phone, right? Going through his phone. And turns out by going through his phone, he's a DEA informant. He's got all these messages on the phone talking back and forth between people he's setting up buying drugs and his DEA handler. I'm like, oh my God.
This is getting worse and worse.
This is fucking terrible, bro. But like now I'm like, Jesus Christ. And this guy's not giving it up. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it. Dude, please let me go. All this shit. I'm like, and this is going on for a minute now, dude. He's handcuffed on the ground. His hands are purple. Right? I just fucking, right? There's no double. I didn't have a key. You know how they put them on you and then they lock them so that they don't
get tighter and tighter. Yeah.
And he's squirming in his
So
shit.
it keeps getting a lot.
And I'm like,
they keep ticking. They get tighter and tighter and tighter every time you move.
so it got little hairy. Then we're like, all right, this is what we're gonna do. And we like write a script. We didn't write it, but like came up with a script because him and his girlfriend were thick as thieves, always doing bullshit together, right? So we came up with it. We're gonna call her and hold the phone to his ear and have him ask her, do you remember what I did with that money I got from Chris's the other day? Like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but like trying to get him to incriminate himself, right? And I think she knew, right? Like, he was like, and she's like, why are you asking me that? What's going on there? You know what I mean? And then the phone got hung up, and it was like, all right.
Okay. So now the police are being called.
No,
Possibly.
Kind of. So then it was, I'm like, all right, we don't really have any options. We got to kill him and Gino. That was what I'm like, dude, we can't. I mean, he shot the gun into the floor 2, 3, 4 times. Like, word of this, what are we going to do? You know what I mean? We CSI, we're going to go find the bullets.
Right.
Is that what we're going to do here? Knock the house down. What are we going to do? You know? And this was like conversation, me, Chris, and Jeff. With Chris and Jeff, what are you going to do? Just pay him. We'll just pay him to shut up. And I'm like, pay him to shut up, huh? I mean, that's a better option than killing them, right? But there's got to be a different way to do it. Like that, and $10,000. I'm going to pay $10,000 to not say anything. And I'm like, $10,000? That's like lowballing the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm like,
this guy's got you over.
And
he can take the 10,000 and still say something. So if they fucking let me go, they just made me promise.
And then like again with the suing, right? Oh, we're gonna give him the $10,000, and we're gonna make him sign something with a lawyer saying that there's a lot of rumors going on about an incident that happened between us and him. And in order to get the $10,000, he has to sign it that it was in fact just rumors. And I'm like, why don't you just give me 10 grand?
you guys leave?
Yeah.
The whole problem goes away.
So that's what they did, right? That's the plan, the consensus that everybody came to. And so, like, all right, made the deal with Robbie, who's on the floor handcuffed. And like, go ahead and uncuff him. And I'm like, you give me the handcuffs.
Yeah.
Where's the key? I don't know. I don't have a key. And I'm like, oh man, you don't have a key? And he's like, no. And then the idiots that we are, we didn't know what to do. We didn't want anybody to leave by themselves to go get a key or whatever. And who has handcuffs anyway? I've never had a pair of handcuffs.
Right.
Not even sexy handcuffs, I don't think.
Right.
So, no, we're actually holding him in positions and like pointing the gun at it, like trying to be like, okay,
Jesus.
if we hold it like this, it won't ricochet. I mean, this guy, we're rolling him around on the floor, hold it. I'm like, dude, this is just insanity. So then it was, let's get another person involved, send Chris's wife Chris's girlfriend at the time, to the Army Navy store to buy a set of handcuffs that has a set of handcuff key, and then come here. And it's like, we're talking a 2-hour round trip to do all this, right?
And that's if there's lots of different handcuff keys. They're not all identical.
And that was what it ended up being. So for the next 2 hours, we're waiting on all this. There's 5 of us sitting in the bedroom, all along the walls of the bedroom, with this guy in the middle, handcuffed behind his back, crying, sitting there going like this, and everybody going, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. I mean, it's not, you didn't do it, man.
He
You
did
know what
steal
I mean?
the 25 grand from.
Yeah.
He admitted that.
He said that he didn't take that money, that Jeff must have took it and forgot about it and put it in his truck or something. Like, but now everybody's so scared about going to prison for the rest of their lives over this shit that everybody's like, even though we were in the right, everybody's just like trying to appease them, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm just sitting there like, you gotta be kidding me. Get me the fuck out of here. But again, I don't have a driver's license. I didn't drive there. I'm stuck. And I'm like, this is fucking, I can't wait to get out of here. This is insane. Now we just involved Chris's girlfriend, right? Who's a stripper. In this, she's gonna want to know. She was there for the lie detector test, and then just got sent to the Army Navy store in West Palm Beach to buy handcuff keys, right? And now has to drive to Jeff's house where we're all meeting up to go hunting, right? And I'm like, so now there's like way too many people involved, and I was just like, dude, we're fucked. We're fucked. Ended up, right before the keys got there, it was like, all right, man, I promise I won't say nothing, guys. You know what I mean? I'll sign whatever paperwork you want. Just give me some money and all this kind of shit. The handcuff keys, somebody went outside, got them from Chris's girl, uncuffed them. His hands looked like they were about to fall off, right? It's been hours. This is at like noon. Now it's like 4 in the afternoon. I'm the last person in the bedroom. Everybody else walks out, and as we're walking out, I look down, and in a laundry basket is a 45, right, pistol, and I'm like, so I reached in it, pulled it out, and let a few go into the ceiling, and I was like, remember what we talked about. This stays between us, right? And everybody was, and we all went downstairs, and the dude's like, dude, what the fuck happened to my truck? My whole fucking inside of my truck's taken off. I'm like, sorry about your luck, bro. I took like $100 and threw it on the floor. I was like, call a fucking locksmith. I don't know what to fucking tell you. And I drove out of there and never fucking looked back and tried to never talk about it again. And then, 3-4 years later, that's right. I got arrested for that 4 years later.
Let's go back, because right now you're still at the first clinic.
Yes.
How long are you at the first clinic before you guys realize, like, this is a fucking mistake? Like, we got to get to a bigger clinic. Like, this is a problem. This is
started March. In March, we stayed there all the way until August, and when by the time we're at August, okay, seeing 100 a day, 100 people a day, they have the patients. When I say they, I mean the patients have the entire neighborhood in Wilton Manors on Oakland Park Boulevard from Andrews to I-95 just being held hostage. They're destroying the entire, they're eating and running at every restaurant. They're ODing in every restaurant, convenience store. They're having sex pimping hoes, stealing in parking lots. They're passing out. They're overdosing. They're using drugs. They're destroying the bathrooms everywhere. Everybody's pissed at us.
They're going into like that, like they're going into other businesses and saying, "Hey, can I use the restroom real quick?" And going in and then passing out. So then the owner comes like 20 minutes, an hour later, knocks on the door, bang, 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 and the guy's passed out on the toilet.
Yeah. Needle in his arm, the whole nine, blood spurts everywhere. So at first, when we first got there, we made friends with everybody in the neighborhood, all the other businesses. Right next to us, literally, we shared a driveway with a Christian radio station.
Oh, horrible.
Right? So these Christian radio station people will come in for their shift at 5:30 in the morning or whatever. I know you usually have a morning show, right? You got a morning show, a midnight show, whatever it is. And 70% of our patients were from Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio. They would drive down 18 hours, 20 hours, 22 hours, get there at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, whatever, just pull in a parking lot and camp out until we open in the morning. So, and they don't know any better. They're not spitefully, they'd have to be idiots to like be spitefully causing problems with these other businesses, right? Because all that's going to do is draw attention to them, but they just don't know any better.
Right.
Right. So the early morning show would show up for the Christian radio station, and there's 3 people in sleeping bags outside of their old car. There's 2 people fucking in the car. There's 2 other people fucking in their bushes. Somebody took a shit on the sidewalk. There's needles all over the place. They pissed everybody off,
Right.
And then at first it was funny to me, right? And then it started to piss me off. You know what I mean? So like I had a good relationship for the first 3, 4, 5 months with the patients, but then they would cause me so much grief. You know what I mean? And I'd be like, why can't, in my head, I couldn't accept the fact that they were junkies, right? And they have a junkie mentality, right? And like, I just couldn't understand how you couldn't act like a normal person. Where I like to get fucked up too, right? But not every single move that I make is a fucking shit bag. You know what I mean? Like, dude, control yourself.
Right.
Don't shit on sidewalks.
Right.
Are we fucking talking about the end of the world? Like, don't shit on sidewalks. That's it. Right?
Wait, did you guys used to call them zombies or something? Because
I call them all kind. We call them zombies, bangers. Like you know me.
They just wander around.
You know me for a while. I just make everybody's got a nickname. You know what I mean? Like, so every day it would be something else. We went through so many phases of names and all that kind of stuff, and it started to get really stressful. But so much money that was coming in. It was like, so at a certain point, probably 6, 8 months into it, like Chris, you didn't see him anymore, right?
He just didn't want to deal with it.
He didn't want nothing to do with it. Diana wanted to deal with the pharmaceutical companies and the MRI companies and stuff like that. So it was basically left to me and a couple of my friends to deal with all the patients and the interactions and the paperwork and all that kind of stuff, And but I mean, we still. I remember the news crew came and wanted to do an interview with us, and we're like, what in the fuck?
And this is at the first clinic?
This is at the first clinic. This little shitty place. It was, I think it was after the Pillbillies Go Home, the picture of them all waiting outside. So we literally get there 7:30, and there's 60 people lined up outside. It goes down the front of the building, down the stairs, down the driveway, and around the corner, blocking the Christian radio station. Literally standing there, nodding out, scratching their neck, smoking cigarettes, drinking Ale 8s, Mountain Dews, people falling down. Like, we would get there, and it'd be you'd see the crowd start to stir as we pull up, It'd be like, I can't believe this is getting crazy. You know what I mean? It was a lot to take in, And
the film crew showed up?
Yeah, so the film, the news, they did a piece in the Sun Sentinel, front page of Sun Sentinel, all a picture telling what's going on here. And at this point also, that had came from all the neighbors calling and being like, what the fuck is going on here with these crazy people? So the TV station sees it and they want to do an interview, and we're like, we're oblivious. We're like, what? You want to do an interview with us? And I'm like, yeah. Chris, do you want to do an interview? He's like, yeah, come in. Right? So they come into our little area. It's like a little 400 square foot area, right? Just a square. You got Chris on this side, Diana on this side, refrigerator here, a table. We were basically grown children also. All of our toys, cans of mace, brass knuckles, throwing knives, throwing stars, kids clubhouse,
Normal
beer.
Normal medical clinic stuff.
Right. Just, it's a joke. You know what I mean? Like, we were, at this point, 6 months in, we're like, there's no way they're going to let us stay. You know what I mean?
Right.
Something's going to, this is just, it's crazy money, right? Something's going to happen. The cops are going to come and we're going to say, I don't know, man. I just work here. Right?
Right.
I don't know. So they want to do an interview, and we're like, well, whatever. Chris is like, yeah, come in. And he's like sitting there basically at a desk like this. This is basically you buy this at a office furniture store type desk, right? There's a laptop open, probably something stupid on the screen. Mm-hmm. He's got, we had some kind of stupid party. There's like balloons floating behind him. You know what I mean? Cans of mace, big cans of mace sitting on the table, Mo the dog, the pee-pee and poo-poo pad on the floor, beer cans, Diana with her tits out, right? Tits like this, right? And I'm sitting there watching Chris do the interview, and they're asking him about pain management and stuff. And you could tell he's like, all this is a business to Chris. Mm-hmm. I buy the pills for $1. I sell the pills for $2. Right? Mm-hmm. Just a blip, you know what I mean? And they're like, so why do you feel that there's a need for some place like this? Pain is a big problem right now. I'm just doing what I can to help the situation out. Like, the people are looking at each other that are filming, and I'm like, oh my God. And Chris is looking at me like, you know what I mean? It's
just about people helping people.
Yeah.
Just trying to help.
It was ridiculous, right? And we watched it on the news, and we were laughing so hard about the damn balloons floating in the background. Like the building was built in 1920 something, or so. I didn't even know that area was like developed at that time. That's how old there's no air conditioning. I think when it was built, there was like a septic tank put. It used to be outdoor plumbing at one point, this building, you know? So that was really funny, you know? And so now all the people around us are pissed. We're in a newspaper. We're on TV. Carmel Cafera snooping around. People are acting like, all of a sudden people are asking questions that, like, I felt like I was being set up. You know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden people would walk up to me and be like, hey man, look. And they'd pull $5,000 out. Like, how many pills can I get for $5,000? And I'm like, listen, that's kind of like breaking the deal that we have here. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. You're in pain. You're coming to the doctor. I just work here.
Right.
Why would you do that?
Right.
Why would you put me in a position like, we got a good thing going? You're already coming here getting 240 pills at $240
right.
and going to Kentucky and selling 240 pills minus the 40 you probably take on the way home for $40. So that's $8,000. Why do we have to push it? Why?
Yeah, play the game. What are you doing?
Why are we doing this? Why do you think that we know it? You've been here twice. You've came for 2 appointments. You've probably been here a few more times, just bringing other people, already making things look suspicious. Mm-hmm. And then you see me having a cigarette outside and you feel like you're we're good enough friends for you to come up and offer me $5,000 for pills, which I would do 15 years for in the state. 180 pills is like 15 years or something like that. I'm like, dude, get the fuck out of here. You're gone. You're not a patient anymore. You know what I mean? It started to get like that. And that was my take on it. Right. And then Chris had the other take on it. You know what I mean? Don't trust them. Don't be an asshole to them.
Right.
Because they're every month, that's $1,000 every month, each one of those people. So don't go looking for a reason to throw them out. You know what I mean? If they do something, just talking to you isn't a reason.
Right.
If they fucking rob the fucking podiatrist next door or do, you know what I mean? And throw them out. If they overdose.
Yeah, cause
throw
a
'em
scene.
out.
They get in a fight with
Don't
another
be
patient.
looking into it, because it got to the point I was getting aggravated. And I was looking, now I know, because the doctors made us start getting MRIs and shit. Now I'm like becoming the learned medical professional that I am, right? Now I know what's up, right? I know about the thoracic, the lumbar, the cervical, all the different types of MRIs. I got all the wordage down. I even had that damn language at the pharmacist, right? What, you know, the E backwards and all that kind of stuff that tell you minus this, right? It's like shorthand.
Right.
You know what I mean? I even had all that down. I had it all figured out. And before I had that all figured out, one day I'm sitting there checking people in the morning. Black guy comes in, wife beater, dreads, built. You know what I mean? Like, you know, not huge, but small, very cut, right? Gold chain, pants sagging. Got a white girl driving him, right? Comes in, gives me an MRI. Got an MRI, look at it. They have to have, the MRI had to be within 2 years. So every 2 years, you got to get a new MRI. So as long as this MRI was dated less than 2 years ago, the review of it, I could see it. So this is why I started learning, right? I was told, the doctor said, we need to have an MRI, CT scan, something. They told me what it needed to be. I didn't know that I needed to read it and know what that meant.
Right.
So he hands me the MRI, look at it, check the dates. Yep, that's a real MRI place, Plantation Open MRI, it says on there. Looks good to me. Fill this out. Let me make a copy of this MRI, fill it out. All right, give me your $200. Go have a seat. Now, also, mind you, word has gotten around about this place, right? I've actually had friends that I haven't seen in 10 years that I met in my time in South Florida show up, not knowing that I have anything to do with it. And they don't have any connections to each other, right? But they would just randomly show up. Actually, somebody from my hometown in New York, upstate New York, I haven't seen him since he was in 7th grade and I was a senior in high school, shows up. And the only reason I knew who it was because I saw the name and I was like, hey, oh yeah, oh my God, I didn't know this was your place. Everybody collectively, all these different people that I knew in the past, haven't seen for a long time, show up here, not by any conspiracy or just they randomly show up, not knowing each other, nothing. Everybody's name for the place was the dope hole. Right? So the street was calling the place the dope hole, right? And I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool. You know what I mean? They're like, dude, I didn't know you had anything to do with the dope hole, man. That's crazy. Last time I saw you, you were a plumber. Last time I saw you were building houses. Now you run the dope hole, right?
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Right? I'm like, wow, that's fucking insanity.
That's the beginnings of someone who's going to go to jail for running the dope hole.
So what was I talking about? So so the MRI. So the guy comes in, the black guy comes in, the dreads, the whole thing, the belt, the pants hanging down, the fucking underwear hanging out. Gives me the MRI. Everything looks like good on it. Put his file together. Gives me the $200. Have a seat. 20, 30 minutes, hour. I don't know how long he was there. It was always a long wait. Got 2 doctors. Dr. Joseph, Dr. Giddens. put his file, Dr. Joseph's thing. I'm sitting there, out there fucking around. Everybody's checked in, whatever. I get called to Dr. Joseph's office. And he goes, I go in, what's up, doc? The guy's sitting there in the chair like this. There's nothing wrong with this guy. This guy could probably fucking kick everybody's ass into place, right? Nothing wrong. He's 22. Looks like he should be playing in the NBA, right?
Right.
So Dr. Joseph grabs a file, brings me out in there. And he's like, what are you doing? I said, what do you mean, what am I doing? Are you even reading the MRI? I said, yeah, I'm reading it. I don't fucking have any idea what it means.
Right.
Right? I'm reading it. This is what he told me to do. I want you to read this. What it says? Conclusion at the very bottom of your MRI report. It'll say conclusion. I read it. He says, read it out loud to me. It says, patient has a small tear in the uterine wall. And I just keep reading. Right? What does that mean to me? It doesn't mean nothing. If I would have stopped and thought about it,
right.
But I didn't think that's where he was going. You know what I mean? I just read it out loud, and he's sitting there looking at me. He goes, he opens the door, and he goes, look at him. I look at him. He goes, does that fucking guy look like he's got a uterus? I go, oh, it clicks with me. I'm like, oh, shit. Right? Sorry, doc. Goes, I'm going out here to get a drink. He drank Diet Cokes all day. I'm going to get a Diet Coke. Get him the fuck out of here. I go in there. I'm like, come with me, buddy. I didn't want to say nothing. You know what I mean? I didn't want any beef back there. Whatever. I said, come with me, man. You're all good. We walk outside. We had a magnetic door to the, you got to get buzzed in. Yeah. You can open it from the inside. I open it. I close the thing. I go back around to the window. And I'm like, hey, dude, listen, go get a real MRI. This isn't your MRI. You cut and pasted it. You know what I mean? I'm like, just go get a real one. I'll put you with a different doctor. I was like, you just got me in trouble. I don't fucking know. Right? Right. He's like, give me my money back. I'm like, I'm not giving your money back. Like, you saw the doctor. Yeah. I got to pay the doctor. I'm not giving your fucking money back. I was like, go get it. I wrote him a script. I wrote scripts on one of the doctor script pads, made like 1,000 copies of it. Right?
So you gave him a script
for
an MRI.
I would give it to him and a place to go get the MRI. Mm-hmm. So like, just go get it. Your money's good. Right? But I'm not giving your money back. This motherfucker went and got his boys, came back with a gun, all kinds of shit. He's screaming in the waiting room. I know what this place is, motherfucker. And the girls are like, Diana's like, we got to call the cops or something. I'm like, whatever, call the cops. And he's like, yeah, call the cops. I'm going to fucking tell them what's going on here and this and that. And the cops end up coming. And I'm like, dude, this guy's got a fucking gun out here. I'm like, what? By that time, the gun was going, whatever. I'm like, listen, man, here's the deal. I told the guys, like, listen, if the cops come, you're going to go to jail for a fucking fake medical paperwork. Right. Right? I'm like, dude, don't calm down, dude.
But he's a junkie. They're not thinking clearly.
No, he wasn't. This guy wasn't a junkie. He was selling the pills. You know what I mean?
What do you think he'd...
And he was asking, at that time, in the black community, that the few black people that came in there, all they know is Percocets. And all they know is the big ones, the 10 650s. You got 10 325s, 10 650s. The 10 325s are a little teeny yellow pill, right? It's 10 milligrams of oxy, 325 milligrams of Tylenol. The 650s are twice the size. They're 10 milligrams of oxy. They're the same amount of active ingredient, just more Tylenol in one. But that's all they know. Right. Right? So I'm like, listen, man, I'm trying to give you 30 milligram ones. Fuck that. I want my fucking perks. I want the yellow. They call them yellow bombs or yellow banana. And it's like I really, like I said, this is not my world. Yeah. You know what I mean? Pain pills you get when you go to the dentist, right? I don't know the difference between the greens and the blues, but I know that you got two different types of Percocets, or you got a 30 milligram, which is no Tylenol. It's just fucking 30 milligrams of, you know what I mean? And trying to explain this to them, they're wanting to fight. So, but anyway, the guy, I try to pull him aside before the cops got there. I'm like, listen, dude, if the cops come, I have to give him this paperwork. You're going to go to jail, dude. And he's like, I'm not fucking leaving. You're going to give me my money back, and I'm going to tell the police what this place is. You know what this, and at this time too, the cops didn't know what it was.
Oh yeah, we're a licensed clinic. What are you talking about? You're showing up here trying to jip, and you handed us a fake medical MRI with your name saying you got a uterus that's got a tear in it.
Stop being fucking stupid, dude. I'm not going to give you your money back. And by this time, he's caused such a scene. The cops are on their way. Dr. Joseph comes out and he's like, give him his fucking money back. And I'm like, at this point, I'm not fucking giving him his money back. Right? I'm not giving him his money back. I ended up giving him his money back. I'm like, get out of here. He's like, fuck that. Cops are coming. Fuck that. Okay. Go outside. I ended up holding him outside with a can of mace. Stay out here till the cops get here. Him and his girl, he's driving a old cop car. Right? And I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. Stand him out there. I got him at fucking Mace Point. And the cops come. And of course, they take him over there. And I'm like standing there. They want to see our medical license and all that shit. I'm talking to them. And they're like, well, what happened? And I'm like, listen, this is what happened. His paperwork slipped through. I didn't want to tell him that I'm a fucking idiot. Right? I'm like, somehow his paperwork slipped through. He's got a cut and paste MRI, whatever. Like an hour goes by, whatever. They go, well, we're going to arrest him. Do you want to trespass him? And I was like, yeah, I guess. So they got him in the back of the cop car. And I had to go over there and tell him. They told me his name or whatever. And I had to, there's a whole thing you have to do to trespass somebody, right? And I'm like, I do that. And I'm like, dude, you are the stupidest fucking person. Over $200. You're the stupidest fucking person I've ever met. Don't ever let me see you again. My boys are going to come. He's still screaming. His boys are going to come shoot us up. All that. I was like, oh my God, dude. So from then it kind of got like, all right, we can't have scenes like that all the time. So I got to start upping my game and knowing what I'm doing. Right. I've had people hit me, pull knives on me. This guy, all this kind of like, it doesn't bode well for getting doctors, for inspections from the pharmaceutical companies, drawing attention to the police, from the police, all that kind of stuff. Right after that is when now the complaints are rolling into the police, right? They start harassing. The cops still don't know what's going on, right? They just know that a bunch of people are coming here from out of state. They're causing trouble, right? They're getting calls all the time. And the cops are just, at this point, the cops were just like me when I started there. Like, they don't know what the fuck is going on. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. What's going on?
It looks
here?
Legitimate. These people are coming in. They've got medical paperwork. They're paying a fee. They go. They see a doctor. Everybody's licensed. Well, what's the issue?
So, and then now, cops got called a few different times, but I noticed that they started. They would make stupid statements. Like, the cops would come and I'd be like, somebody would call the cops because I kicked somebody out, or there would be a fight or something like that. And I'm like, look, man, here's the deal. This guy's doctor shopping. I have proof here that here's the file. He's doctor shopping. I just don't want him in here. I don't want to arrest him. Whatever, just whatever. And they'd be like, what the fuck is the problem with doctor shopping? This is the cop talking to me. And I'm like, oh my God. And then Chris would be standing behind me and he would fucking flip out. He hates the police. Hates, like, Chris and the police. I don't know what it is that he's that stubborn, but he always thinks he's going to win in a confrontation with the police. And it never. Yeah. Right?
You're not winning that.
Like, I've literally seen cops directing traffic and do something that he doesn't like, and he'll fucking stop the car and get out and yell at the cop for telling him to stop or to go or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude. But anyway, so now we've had a few confrontations with the police. Now the police are putting their they're investigating now, right? Now they're pulling people over when they leave and harassing them, pulling them out of the cars, asking them questions, wanting to, just giving people over, trying to scare them out of the neighborhood kind of thing, right? Chris wasn't having that. You know what I mean? So a couple days of that. And I remember it was my birthday. So it was July 25th. And no, it was a little after my birthday. Dr. Gittins quit on my birthday. Dr. Gittins quit on my birthday.
Couldn't take it anymore? Just said, I'm just...
No, Dr. Gittins had her brother as her assistant, right? And he would come to work every day and just sit there and watch. And after a couple months, I started noticing him looking at price lists, looking at invoices, all this kind of stuff. And paying attention to how many people we saw in a day, doing the calculation. She saw 35 people today, $75 a patient. They charge $200. The pills Chris gives her $2,000 a month to use her medical license to order the pills. We just got in 12,000 pills. Right. They're selling them for $2. I see him doing these calculations. Yeah. She randomly comes in and quits one day.
They set up their own place?
Right across the street. We had billboards on I-95 and the Turnpike. 1 mile east of I-95 on Oakland Park Boulevard. Mm-hmm. They went a half a mile east of I-9. You know what I mean? So not only did they steal our business model, now they're using our own advertisement to steal. But for whatever reason, we walked in one day. I saw it open, right? Didn't know it was her. Me and Chris walked in there. Like, who the fuck is this? And it was her and her brother. And we were like, whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever. No big deal. Because she did something. Oh, we got the DEA came in and did it. Or no, the health department came in and did an inspection. So when the doctors were writing their scripts, they wouldn't fill the script out if you were filling in-house. They would just write on it. They take their script, right? 180, Roxy, give me the file. I would take the file, give it to Diana or whoever was in our little pharmacy area. You got the whole file. So she has all their information. It's not on the script, right? Has all their information. Punch it in the computer, print out the label, fill the script, give it to the people, staple the script that's not filled out into the file, put the file back on a file cabinet. So we knew next time they came what they got, but no names on there, right? So it's just signed scripts with the amount of pills on there with the doctor's signature. She was leaving that up to me to fill that in, and I didn't know. Again, I had no idea. So the health department shows up one day, wants to go through our files, go through our books. We let him go through there, and I see him pulling all these scripts out, right? No idea what the problem is. He leaves. A month later, they show up with a complaint from the medical department against her. She ended up for all those scripts that she just signed and didn't fill out completely, and she lost her license for, 30 days, 60 days, something like that. So that was like a catalyst for her leaving. Right. And then as soon as her license came back, she opened one up right next to us, right? But so let's go back to when we had to move. So the cops are really putting pressure on us, right? They're even sending the fire department in to check occupancy, right? They're sending the firemen in and trying to shut us down because of the handles on the doors. They can't be a knob. They have to be a lever, right? Stuff like that. And just giving us a hard time, trying to shut us down for an hour while I go to Home Depot and get a lever handle, right? There's not enough urinals, or there's not enough, you know what I mean? Just dumps. There's no eye wash in the bathroom. You don't have up-to-date safety kits. Your our first aid kits. Your fire extinguisher is expired, right? Just shit like that. And the cops pulling everybody over. They leave our clinic, make a U-turn at Andrews to go back to 95, and the cops would just wait for them to make the U-turn. Pull them over. One day, Chris had enough, jumps in a car with some patient that's all fucked up on pills, right? And pulls out. The cop sees Chris get in a car with him, right? So he's like, oh, I got him. They're going to make a deal or something, whatever. I can imagine that's what the cop does. So, but Chris is already on the phone with a lawyer, has the lawyer on speaker. Cop pulls him over. They start arguing. Chris is saying harassment. I know my rights. You can't do this. I can't do that. I'm on the phone with my lawyer. I need your badge number. I want your lieutenant here, all this shit. The cop's like, shut up and hang the phone up while I do my investigation because you're, whatever it's called.
Impeding an investigation.
Yeah. Chris doesn't. The guy just arrests him, tells the other guy, get out of here, arrest Chris. Right? He goes, sits in Broward County Jail for the night, pick him up, get to work the next day. Oh, business as usual, like it never happened. He went right from jail to work. By 10 o'clock, he was like, all right, we're moving. This was a Thursday. Went back to work on Friday. I just got a new place 4 or 5 miles from here. We're moving over the weekend. Don't make any plans for the weekend.
Different county?
No.
Same.
That was Oakland Park. We moved 3 miles to Cypress Creek Boulevard to a huge, it's like a double E. It's like a business park, right? The building shaped like 2 E's put together, butt to butt, right? So, they have offices, like there was like some kind of computer office. There was like 100 people with customer service with a desk and a headphone. You know what I mean? Yeah. So he rented a place that was occupied, people were going to be leaving. But he told the people that we had to have some place in the meantime. And they said, well, we got this smaller, say we were renting 12,000 square feet. We got 8 over here that you can move in temporarily, right? So over the weekend, we literally built a triage. It's just a giant, no offices, no nothing. A giant warehouse, like carpeted, air-conditioned place. We went to Home Depot and bought panel board and 2x4s. Nailed them to the floor, put the panel board on it, move all our chairs, bought another 50 chairs, and we were open on Monday morning. And it just blew up even further. But now, instead of being like on a busy street, we got unlimited parking, right? Tons of parking, but just all businesses. Insurance company. Right next door to us was Allstate, right? Allstate office, just a little satellite office. Next to that, we're not talking customer service, but not in-person customer service businesses. Right. These are all call centers.
Yeah.
Right. Insurance. They don't get customers.
Right.
It's all whatever. So we moved in there over the weekend. It was the beginning of August and of 2008 or something like that. And then it just, that we were seeing, call it 100 patients a day for the first 6 months. Within 2 or 3 weeks of being there at this huge place, we're 200, 220 a day. Just could not. There would, if I didn't stop taking patients in at a certain time, we'd be there all night, every night. We could be open 24 hours a day. That's how insane it was. And it was literally, when I say we built the walls out of panel, that material that's like in between plywood and cardboard? It's just, you used a little teeny nails.
Yeah.
Right? That's how it was. On one side, you'd see the panel board. On the other side was raw 2x4s. Right? So we made an L shape across the middle of it and set doctors up in little. We moved to the second office after those issues. It was like at the end of the first office when we had it, started having issues with the police, the neighbors, the news, all that kind of stuff. It like got stressful, Then we got the new place and
the
we're
triage
busy, the
triage
looking place,
right.
It got like fun again for a little while. You know what I mean? Like we were fucking around all the time. Drinking at the office again, not really worried. Just, we moved and I knew it was eventually going to be a problem with all the neighbors, just because, again, how fast it was growing. Now we're up to 160, 180, 200 people a day, And I'm looking out the window, you know what I mean? I see what the fuck's going on out in the parking lot. And, you know, again, we're adult children, you know, instead of hiring real security guards, you know, we're hiring the homeless guy on the corner that comes and washes cars with newspapers. You know what I mean? Put a staff shirt on him. He shows up in sweatpants, a cowboy hat, our staff shirt, and cowboy boots. You know, no teeth in his mouth. Give him a walkie-talkie that he doesn't have any idea how to use. He just fucking yells at it. And it's, you know, it was fun though. What I'm trying to say is, again, it was fun, and we were doing fun stuff. You know, that's when we started. We needed more employees, so we started doing the put the ad on Craigslist, send picture only. I know. All of a sudden, somebody must have read my book or something along those lines, and now they're claiming all of a sudden all the stuff that we did 15 years ago. Now that's what everybody else, I don't know, clout chasing or whatever they're doing, is telling these stories. But we put a receptionist needed for a busy pain clinic, no resume needed, picture only. And only reason that, you know, just that's how we were, you know what I mean? It was fun. We were making a lot of money, just fucking around, buddies hanging out together. You know, we're taking it seriously because of the amount of money, but it was weird because there was no pushback. You know what I mean? Like,
well, the cops are
once we moved.
Okay.
Once we moved, it was like
you had a few months.
Yeah, we had a few months. It was just fun. You know what I mean? Just fucking around. We're hiring new doctors and having fucking food fights and throwing Chinese stars at each other and just basically fucking around. I hired a bunch more of my friends. You know what I mean? To work there. It was just like a boys' club. And we decided to, let's get some hot chicks around here so we can fuck them at work and shit like that. And so that's what we did. We did the send picture only, and we would go through them and pick out the guy. I mean, some women would be like, "What the fuck is this? A modeling agency? I thought it was a doctor's office, right?" And then other chicks
she can't work here,
right? And like no picture, they would send that email, and then the next one would send us a fucking shoot with her in it. And then another one, it would be a Hawaiian tropic shoot, modeling pictures. And then, you know, you get some other ones. What the fuck do you need my picture for? You know, whatever. So it wasn't like we fucking spent, it was just like a funny thing. You know what I mean? Just whatever. And we'd look at a couple every now and then, and we'd set up interviews. We'd be like, all right, you know, we'll set up, Tuesdays and Thursdays we open at 7:30, get everything open, and then we could start, you know, fucking with chicks from 9 to 11 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we would pick out a couple good looking women and set up the interviews. We have like 2 Tuesday and 2 Thursday or whatever. And whatever, we hired a couple of them. You know, it wasn't anything. It was just whatever. But where that comes into play is the fact that that's kind of where we realized we were being looked at by the feds, because I just met 2 girls on a Tuesday, or say, call it Tuesday. I met with 2 girls, whatever. Me and Chris fucking joked around with them, whatever. Got their phone out, whatever, however it worked. And then on Wednesday morning, we're opening up, and by this time I hired Tito, the 400-pound Puerto Rican, as a security guard to go along with the homeless cowboy, who I hired him because when I was hiring security guards, they were all showing up with their fucking pants tucked into their fucking boots and their mag lights and their, you know what I mean, their crisp fucking uniforms ready to crack heads on all the patients. And I'm like, dude, these guys just aren't going to work here, you know?
Right.
And I hired Tito, who showed up in a full security guard uniform. The thing was the bottom were whacking hut. The top was top flight security. You know, all black pants with a gray stripe on them, a red shirt with a yellow stripe on it, with top flight security, a hat, a whistle. You know, 300 pounds, had to take a bus from Miami to get there. You know, he was more interested in the free lunches. You know, I was like, this guy's perfect. Get him a golf cart. He sits out there. You know what I mean? Anyway, Tito came to me, we opened at 7:30. So 7, I'm there. I had the security guys come in early to keep the patients occupied and kind of under control in the parking lot. I didn't want the police there or any complaints before we even opened, you know. And he came and said, "Hey, Derik, one of the girls is here for the interview." And I was like, "Dude, it's Wednesday. I don't have any interviews today. That's Tuesdays and Thursdays. See, what are you talking about?" "I don't know. She's out here, says she's got to set up with you. She's here to see you." And again, it was right when we opened. So it would be 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, whatever, once I got everything. I'm like, whatever. He kept bothering me. And I was like, fine, Tito. I get up and I go into this we had a little break room. So the building, you could go, the front entrance was here, back entrance was here. When you go in the back entrance, there was like a little reception area, right? And we used that for like our breaks and shit, whatever, to eat lunch. We set up a buffet on the table. And I'll go back there and there's 40-something blackish Jamaican scars, like the whatever they do. I don't know, not tight, but long.
Dreads?
Yeah, dreads, but like the Bahamas style.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like braided, not
yeah.
like not just let it go. Like,
right.
Little. And I'm like, "Can I help you?" And she was like, "Yeah, I'm here for the interview." We set up an interview, and I'm like looking at her, and I'm like, we hire fucking 18-year-old escorts and strippers.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not saying that she was bad looking or anything like that, but it's not what Chris wouldn't have done it, and I wouldn't have done it.
Right.
I'm like, "I think you got something screwed up." I'm like, "Nah." And she was arguing with me about it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, "Listen, kick rocks. I'm not hiring anybody." I'm like, "I don't know what you're doing here," you know? And she again said, "What is this? A fucking modeling agency?" She made some kind of slick comment like that. And then also made a slick comment about all of the employees. The only people that were there really in the back where the door she went was the employee cars. So you got Range Rover, BMW, Mercedes, Corvette, you know what I mean? Just all Lexus. And she was like, "What? And what is going on here with these something about the nice cars?"
Yeah,
you know
like
what I
they're
mean?
all high-end luxury cars.
Something along the lines of nurse practitioners or fucking nurses or something like that. And I was like, whatever. We're in ear, out the other. That's it. Whatever. Never thought about it again. And mind you, this is the beginning of the new office. We're having fun. We're just fucking enjoying ourselves, bringing refrigerators full of beer and all that kind of shit. Having fun. There's no stress, right? We got all the room we need. I could keep everybody inside. It's fun. It's fun again. The very next day. So say that was a Wednesday. On Thursday, Tito comes back in 7:30. "Hey, Derik, that lady's back again." And I'm like, "What lady?" "The lady that, said she had an interview yesterday." And I'm like, "Well, get rid of her." He's like, "I can't. She brought her friends with her this time." And I fucking turn around and look, and it's her and like 15 DEA agents with their fucking badges out. Sitting there. I'm like, oh shit. She goes, "Shut it down. You're closed for today. This is an inspection." And I'm like, wow. Okay. Get all the doctors out here right now. And I'm like, the doctors don't come in until 8. There's just me. It was like me, Chris, like 3 or 4 people that worked, all my buddies. Right. You know what I mean? And a couple of the chicks that we actually hired. You know what I mean? And they're like, round everybody up. We want everybody in here. I need to see your IDs. And one of the girls that we hired was like, fuck you, pig. I ain't showing you my fucking ID. I'm fucking. Her family was gangsters from New York or something. She's Italian broad. Fuck you. I don't fuck with the. I'm like, oh my God. And they're like, come in here, sit down. We're going to interview everybody, shut the pharmacy down, open up the safe. They had all this paperwork and all warrants and shit. And you got your DE agents that are dressed like administrative types in suits and ties. And then you got DE agents that are dressed like me or dressed in corduroy barrel, like they just came from a fucking corn concert. You know what I mean? The hair, the fucking hat on, just spread out. And I think maybe one or two doctors were there, like setting up in their little makeshift offices. And they're like, we need all the doctors out here. And I'm like, fuck, I don't want them to talk to the doctors, right?
You're going to lose the doctors.
Yeah. So I'm like sneaking around. Bo Boschers, Enoch Joseph, maybe one other, maybe Dr. Silk got caught up in it. But then I snuck out the door, right? I was like, oh, I'm going to get the doctors. I went out the front door and grabbed my cell phone and started calling the other doctors. Dr. Bletz, the Dredgers, started calling. I'm like, don't fucking come in.
Right.
Just do not fucking come in. I snuck back inside and they had everybody separated. They had Chris in one room. They had me and all my guys in another room. And then they were taking the doctors one at a time, like 4 DEA guys to interview one person, one doctor. And then like with me and my guys, like the just regular staff, it'd be like 2 of them. They would bring in a room and stuff. And I got the one girl fucking locked herself in the bathroom, was like, fuck you, I'm not coming out, I'm not giving you my ID. I'm like, oh man, you know what I mean? And then it kind of like calmed down. And my girlfriend at the time, she was the pharmacy tech. She's the one who filled all the scripts.
Right.
And she had a daughter. So she would come in a little bit late because she had to drop her daughter off at daycare. So I called her. I'm like, don't fucking come in here. You know what I mean? Because they're going to fucking go after her too, I was afraid she was going to fucking crack. You know what I mean? She's got her fucking, took a 6-hour class online to be a pharmacy tech. You know what I mean?
Right.
Kind of deal. And I'm like, do not fucking come in. So she didn't come in. And then they're trying to she's the one who had the keys to the safes and stuff. And they're like, where is she? I'm like, I don't know, man. I can't get them fucking safes open. I don't know what to tell. I don't want them going in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't have any idea what. We haven't been keeping any records. I mean, who knows who's been stealing and you know what I mean? I don't know what. So eventually I had her come and give me the keys and like meet me around the corner or something. I stuck out and I got it open. They were going through there. They're in there talking to Chris. Got the doctor separated. They pull it. Oh, and the first thing I don't have a driver's license and I'm on felony probation, not even supposed to be in Fort Lauderdale. Right. So the first thing they said to me was, I need to see your driver's license. And I said, I don't have a driver's license. They go, that's kind of funny, Mr. Nolan. We saw you and like, how'd they know my name? You know what I mean? Or they were like foreshadowing that this isn't random. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's kind of funny, Mr. Nolan. You don't have a driver's license yet. We saw you pull up in that brand new Mercedes about 30 minutes ago. From across the street, we saw you. Well, are you driving without a license out of the county you're supposed to be in and on felony probation? And I was like, oh, fuck. And I'm immediately going.
Sounds bad when you say it.
Yeah, immediately I'm going, okay, how much time am I going to, probably like 6 months, right? It's going to be probably a month for the violation of probation. It's all as it is there's no felonies here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All as it's like 3 violations a month apiece, probably be out in like 4 or 5 months. And I'm like, man, I guess, you know what it is? Here's my ID card. You know what I mean? I'm like, it is what it is. Fuck, you got me. You know what I mean? And
how do you have a Mercedes? You bought a Mercedes by then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're making pretty good money.
Yeah. It's actually Jeff's gave it to me. It was Jeff's. I bought it from Jeff. So yeah, it's not registered to me or nothing like that, you know?
Right.
So then again, I'm like, how the fuck they know my name or
Yeah.
whatever. So eventually it like calmed down a little bit, right? And they were just now they're going through files, right? And we're all sitting there. All the people just keep coming. The front door's locked. The whole front parking lot's full of people out there like fucking pacing and scratching their neck and falling into seizures from fucking not having their Xanax. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. It got to be lunchtime, and one of the fun things, I guess, that we always did to keep them calm was we had a guy that would go to the movie theater and video fucking movies, right? Pirated movies,
Right.
and put them on a DVD. And so these people would come down from Kentucky, and I don't know, at that time, Batman with the Heath Ledger Batman,
Yeah.
right?
The Dark Knight.
The Dark Knight, Rambo, the new Rambo where he's in Cambodia or whatever the hell it is. We had those movies, and I would play them on all day. Like every 2 weeks, the guy would come back and sell me another thing of brand new movies, and those fucking people ate that up. You know what I mean? It kept them calm while they were waiting to see the doctor. Awesome. So it like calmed down a little bit. Came lunchtime, they had talked to Bo Boschers, I remember already, and I was like, all right, so what are you arresting us?
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys doing? What's the plan here? And they're like, just hang, you know how they do it. Just hang tight. I don't know. I'm just here backing up. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. You know what I mean? I don't even know what's going on, man. I usually deal with gang members and cartels. I don't know what's going on. You know, just trying. They're digging.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for something. You know what I mean? And they're just trying to keep us calm because now it's getting to the point like, all right, you came in, you talked to all of us. Now get the fuck out or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm still looking at the corner of my eye and seeing all these fucking people waiting outside. Right, every 2 minutes, she goes, "Oh, you opening it? What you guys gonna open?" Everybody's calling me. The other doctors are calling. I'm like, "Dude, you're making it." I'm when they called me in, the DEA called me in to talk to me. They're like, "Where are the other doctors, Derik? Where's Dr. Bletz? Where's Dr. Cadet? Where's this guy?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It's weird. They just didn't show up today." Oh, you know, they make what, $5,000 a day? Just decide not to show up and not call, huh? Dr. Soley, oh, that's kind of weird, right? And I'm like, it's almost like somebody told him not to come in. And I'm like, I don't know what to say, dude. What do you want me to say? So it got like lunchtime, and I'm like, dude, I'm fucking starving. Do you guys want lunch? And I like made a mistake. I reached in my pocket and I pulled out a fucking wad of cash. Like it didn't even dawn on me. You know what I mean? I just fucking... And it was a lot of money.
Right.
And the reason I had that much money was because I was about to give Dr. Graham the deposit, $4,000 deposit for my girlfriend's tits. So he was coming in that day, and I had all his cash on me in my pocket. I'm like, fuck. I was going to order a fucking pizza that in 2008 was $9. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I was like, shit. And I saw them all fucking, like, you know what I mean? I was like, damn it. So they got done with Dr. Boschers, and he's like, dude, what do we do? And I'm like, I don't know. I was like, you want to watch a movie? He's like, I mean, I guess. So I pulled out the bootleg Rambo. Me and him sat there and watched the whole fucking Rambo movie. And I noticed they were back in the back with Dr. Joseph for a long time. And then about 3:00, they came out. Dr. Joseph came out with like 4 of them behind him, and were like blocking him from us, and like escorted him to the door into his car, and like wouldn't let him have any contact with us or talk to us or anything like that. And they came back in and they were like, Dr. Joseph has voluntarily surrendered his medical license to avoid future prosecution. You're free to go about business, but we're taking all the medication in the safe because you don't have it. We didn't know at the time each doctor had to have their own safe. So every doctor's medication was
commingled. So
we're taking it all. They took hundreds, probably 100,000 pills between the Xanax, the Oxy 30s, the Oxy 15. We just got on a delivery, and the delivery would come UPS. Bah! boxes, huge boxes of pills that would come, 2-3 times a week. We had something like 6 different distributors, and each doctor is allowed a certain amount of pills based on the size of that distributor. So one distributor, Medical Arts, may allow 6,000 pills per week per doctor, right? And then you got another, it wasn't Pfizer, but just say Pfizer, right, allows 16,000 pills per doctor per week. Or, you know what I mean? So we had all these coming just every day, another delivery for 6 different doctors, 20,000 pills per doctor from this one company. And then the next day it would be the other company. And that's how we really got head and shoulders above everybody else, because we had so many different pharmaceutical companies that were willing to do business with us, because Chris would sit on a computer all day researching and trying to find and contacting the people and setting up relationships with them. And money was always there. And so that's why we were so much bigger than everybody else, and we're allowed to grow so much, because the money's not in the $200 first visit. The money is in buying a Roxy 30 for $1 and selling it for $4.
Right.
240 at a time per person, right? That's where your money's at. So that was the thing. So then they emptied our safe out. There's a big gun safe full of pills. Think of how many pills you could fit in a gun safe. They're this big, right? Emptied that out. And so they took Dr. Joseph's license. They scared him. He's the only one that they scared, right? Said, listen, if you sign your medical license over, then you don't have to worry about future prosecution.
Right. That means nothing, though. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like at that moment, that's just some FBI
tactic.
agent. It's funny. Like my ex-wife gave up her mortgage license because an FBI agent said, "Oh, well, after this investigation, you're no longer allowed to have a mortgage license. You might as well let that go. You'll never get another one." And so she let it go. And I'm like, you were never prosecuted.
Yeah,
Everybody else kept their mortgage licenses and everything. You were never prosecuted. And she's like, but that's what an FBI agent told me that. Doesn't mean anything. They're just assholes.
Within 3 months, that doctor was wanting $10,000 from me so he could fight to get his license back. And I'm like, dude, you sold us out.
Voluntarily gave it up.
You sold us out. You cost us, I think we figured it out. It was $200 and something thousand in pills, our cost, that they took. So multiply that times 4. So it was $1 million in pills they took that we can't get back because they scared him. And now he's calling me saying, and I know he's been here for close to a year now, making probably for the first couple months, $2,000 a day. But by now he's probably making $4,000 a day, right? For 6-8 months. And you need $10,000 from me. He was like, I knew something was.
So 300,000 times 200 some odd working. That's over that's on average. That's over $600,000.
Yeah.
In a year.
Yeah. Those doctors were making, I think they figured it out. They were making like $3 to $4 million a year. Whereas you're an ER doctor, it's a salary of $120.
Yeah.
$120,000. And again, I'm sure there are doctors that make that kind of money, but
legally,
they have some kind of specialty where they have
a brain surgeon,
small hands that can work on infants' hearts.
Yeah, if you're probably, so if you're working on if you're like a spinal doctor, or you're what do they call the doctors that do cancer, or those kinds of.
If you're saving people's life, if there's nobody else on the planet that can do what you do as a doctor, then you're making that kind of money.
Yeah. Plastic surgeon, even a great plastic surgeon, maybe making $500,000, maybe $1 million if you're in Beverly Hills.
You're not curing. I always say this, dude, we're not curing cancer here. We're not doing any fucking experiments. There's no placebos in here. You know what I mean? What are we doing here? Then everything kind of got hectic again after they left. They took all that shit. And then another one of the doctors who avoided him, Dr. Blentz, he quits. He's like, I'm done. Yeah. I'm done. But remember, I was just explaining to you about how you order the pills, right? So he quits and never comes back. We've already got like 3 weeks of 6 different companies, distributors worth of pills coming for Dr. Blantz.
Right.
Right? They're already on the way. It's already scheduled out and the orders are coming. And there's no real record of him. The only record of him working there is the power of attorney he signed over to Chris to order the pills for him. Right?
And Chris still has it.
Right. So after that, literally the next day, say it was Thursday, Chris, like, we're moving this weekend. I found a place up the street, right? So we were there August to December, right? That was it, 4 months there. He found a place on the airport, right up the street on Cypress Creek, that little private airport there. We move, get that thing built out.
On the airport or near the
on
airport?
the airport property,
Oh, okay.
right at Cypress Creek and Power Line.
All right.
Okay, which Power Line is jog down there. It's jog. You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't know South Florida, so you don't know what I'm talking about.
No.
Okay, so
on the airport.
on the east coast of Florida, everything's a grid.
Okay.
You know what I mean? They're the same roads from West Palm Beach all the way down to Fort Lauderdale, basically. It's just a checkerboard. You got 6 roads going north-south, 6 roads going east-west, right?
Right.
So, again, we moved like that. It may have taken maybe another week or something like that this time. We moved into another place. And this place was a little bit bigger, a little bit different design. This is where I brought the ice cream truck because we're closer to civilization here, right?
Right.
And we're on airport property in like an industrial thing. So there's a bunch of offices where people actually go.
Right.
Roofing companies, car dealership, like there's people around, right?
Yeah.
And we had our own parking lot for our office that was chain link fenced in. So I had to have somebody out there in the morning directing people into the fenced in and park a certain way because the cops were now driving around looking for out-of-state plates, right? So I'm trying to counter that, right? And by now we're like into the MRI phase where the MRI companies are warring,
To get your business.
to get our business and sending lunches and this and that. So I also used that fenced in parking area for Pete and another MRI, I think it was called Plantation MRI, to bring their mobile units. This is where the mobile units came in. I was like, all right, I got this fenced in area with a bunch of parking. So bring the fucking thing and park it in there.
Yeah.
And people will come in. They won't have what they need. I'll give them a script. They'll walk outside into the parking lot, get their MRI and come back in.
Right.
Right. So again, that wasn't anybody else who likes to read my books and study everything about me and try to become me. I don't know why they think that's ever going to happen, but unless I don't know, whatever. That's what we did.
Right.
That's not, and this is 4 years before anybody else was even doing the pain clinic thing, right? So we had that going on. So we had 2 different MRI companies in our chain link fenced off. We're actually we're competing at the pain clinic for MRI use, right? Trying to keep everybody under control. We had a Mr. Frosty ice cream truck that would come to the other office. And I was like I had to keep these people inside.
Yeah.
Right? So, but they're always, I need something to eat. I've been waiting here for 3 hours. I'm diabetic. I'm this, I'm that. I got to go outside. They're just going outside to shoot up or smoke or whatever. It's not for any reason other than, it's not for any good reason.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 in 100 is for a good reason. Right? So I was like, all right, should I get a damn hot dog cart? Right? Should I do this? Should I do that? I mean, there was days and weeks that I would order 100 pizzas and be like, listen, here's all, you have your own pizza. Just stay in a fucking place.
Right.
Don't go outside. So I made a deal with the ice cream truck. I had a big, giant ice cream truck, all soft serve ice cream, pretzels, all that kind of shit. So literally the first day I'm there, He shows up at 11 o'clock. Everybody goes outside, gets an ice cream cone, comes back inside, whatever. I have lunch. The doctor starts seeing patients. One of the doctors says, Derik, is it Ash Wednesday? And I'm like, no, I don't even think it's Wednesday. Why? What's going on? Why does everybody have a brown dot on the middle of their forehead? And I'm like, what? I don't know. I'm like, whatever, not paying too much attention to it. Then somebody else says, I go to bring some people back and I bring back 10 at a time. And I see 3 of them have a fucking brown dot on their head. And I'm like, wonder what is going on. I went to Daryl, one of the guys at the window, and I'm like, dude, there's something. Why does everybody have these dots on their heads? And he's like, I don't know, man. So I stood back and I'm looking through the windows out there, and everybody's got vanilla chocolate swirl soft serve ice cream cone sitting licking on their cones and doing their 5-second nod outs from being so high. Dipping their foreheads into the ice cream cone and being so fucked up they don't even realize they do it because you literally go unconscious for a minute. Right? So they took so many pills that they're dipping their fucking heads into their ice cream cones, don't even know it, go through a whole doctor's appointment, probably a drive back to Kentucky with fucking Mr. Frosty on their fucking forehead and never even realize it. And I was like, well, there goes Mr. Frosty idea. No more fucking ice cream for the patients. We'll just get a new vending machine with get some extra large Snicker bars or something in it. I mean, just insanity.
How long does that clinic last?
That clinic lasted for 2 months.
2 months.
After 2 months, that was right before Christmas, right? We were there for January, February. On like March 1st, we get there and there is cease and desist paperwork on the door. When we get there in the morning, medical facilities are not allowed on Fort Lauderdale private airport property. You have to close today. So we called the attorney and we got a 30-day
extension.
30 days to operate. I mean, you really can't just do that. We had at the time probably like 25 employees. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have all of our licensing.
Yeah.
Have everything.
Yeah. And it is a medical. You can't just keep people from getting medical.
Yeah. So they couldn't shut us down.
Yeah. You let us come.
We got 30 days and we were like, and the heat was on. I was getting pulled over almost every day with no fucking driver's license.
And they're letting you go?
Yeah. And I knew, that's when I knew. I was like, oh man, you know what I mean?
You're in trouble.
They're not just letting me go.
They have bigger.
Yeah. And they're always searching and stuff.
Yeah.
And like we even tested it one day. We had an empty safe, big safe, and threw it in the back of Chris's Range Rover. And he drove out. They were watching, saw us put the safe in there. He didn't even make it out of the parking lot when they swarmed him and wanted to search it. And he held up. He used his rights. You're not searching that fucking safe. They held him there for like 2 hours and finally were like, all right, we got to let you go. We can't do nothing. So it was like, all right, it's time to go. And we got to get out of Fort Lauderdale. So that's when we went to Boca.
What about just closing?
Yeah,
does that too much money?
Is your
what's that?
I said, what about just closing the doors and say, listen, this is not a viable business model. I'm feeling like this is gonna go bad.
I mean, there were so many times where it's over. Right. It's gonna go bad, and nothing happened.
You're just waiting for it to go bad. You're like, why don't we just go all the way?
They can't do. Like we're starting to be
200 miles
like we're
straight
invincible.
To the wall.
I'm like, they're throwing everything they got at us.
Okay.
They're throwing, and there's nothing.
Yeah,
they got nothing. Right? Like they come in, and I'm like,
what does that sound like?
I'm sitting.
You become emboldened every time you get over a hurdle. You become emboldened. You're like, I'm that good.
When they came to the DEA raid, when 15 of them came in and shut us down for the day, right? Yeah. First of all, at the end of the day, when they finally left at 3:00, I was like, we're open. Right. And 200 people came in, and we stayed there till 10:00 at night to make sure everybody saw, right? But when they came in, dude, they're like looking at me and they're like, what the fuck, dude? What is this? And I look up, The ceiling is covered in Chinese stars and throwing knives. They're stuck in the wall, all from throwing knives and Chinese stars at each other. There's fucking remote control cars and helicopters that we would fly notes into the rooms. The doctor be seeing a patient, and we go in with a Bigfoot remote control car, boom, crash into the door, run the doctor's feet over. I mean, insanity. Fucking chicks in the extra examination rooms. I mean, the refrigerator full of beer, shots of Patron. I mean, the break room had the whole ceiling was covered in tortilla shells with sour cream on it because we had a bunch of extra from a buffet one day and just decided to put sour cream on tortilla shells and throw them on the ceiling. Probably 100 of them stuck up there. You know, they were like, what the, you know, and nothing. Mm-hmm. Right? They held everybody up. They took this guy's medical license. They took our pills. And 2 hours later, we made all that money back and we're right back in the ball game, right? So why shut it down now? Now everybody's in deep. Now we got a ton of employees. Everybody's got new cars, new houses. Everybody's life's changed. We're having a great whatever. But again, it got to the point where it was like stressful a little bit, but we're spending money as fast as we're making it too. So you can't, we're not going to go out on a low point, right? So the next office was Boca Raton. We made it there a year. We don't right on Maggot Mile, where all the fraudulent stockbrokers' offices on. Right on A1A between Linton and Yamato. Right there. Right there on it. Right next to an Italian restaurant. It was an old Capitol Carpet place.
Every one of your neighbors, I feel bad for immediately.
Yeah. The funniest one was the Allstate insurance, Allstate or State Farm insurance guy, right? After, this is location 2, after, I don't know, 2 months of finding people OD'd in his bathroom, blood spurts on the wall, and just people walking in there, you know, like lollipop and their rotten teeth. Yeah, I need to get some car insurance. Well, whatever. They're just looking for a break or somewhere to use a bathroom or something and sit down at the desk and they give him his information. Can I use your... He thinks he's getting a client.
Right.
Can I use your bathroom real quick? Go in to use the bathroom and then run out the door and run in. I mean, right next doors here, there's 4 inches between our doors. Right? Run out and run out of his and into ours. And Tito came to me, the security guy, said, hey, man, the guy from next door wants to talk to you. He's real upset. And I'm like, okay. And I go out there, and the guy, he gave me like a breakdown of his just regular life, right? And how he hated it, too. You know what I mean? And he was doing the whole, rubbing his hand through his hair and going very stiff. Man, things didn't work out. I went to college, you know, I didn't become what I wanted to become, but I got a degree. What am I going to do? Open a fucking insurance agency. Got a wife. She's fat. 3 kids. Fucking man. He's kicking the ground and rubbing his hand through the hair. Drive a fucking minivan. It's a fucking good one, you know, top of the line, rated. It's regular life, man. Open up my own insurance office after answering to somebody for fucking years, man. Things will start going good, then you fucking guys move in here, dude. And I'm like, sir, I'm sorry. What? Why are you talking to me about this? I mean, I know where it's going, you know what I mean? But I'm playing dumb. I don't know. And he has literally come and got me like 5 times to get people off his bathroom floor. He's like, don't fucking look at me like that, man. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, man. I don't fucking need this. And he's like he did something. I think it was like how he accentuated the need this. You know what I mean? Like it reminded me of this girl I used to date that was pretty unstable. And like when she got her period or something and her eyes would start rolling around in her, like when she was really unraveling, and I loved watching it, so I would twist the screws a little bit on top of it, you know what I mean? Just like, what you gonna fucking do, you know what I mean? So that's when he did the, and I was like, I don't know. Just kept twisting a twist till he fucking snapped and just fucking started screaming and carrying on. I couldn't take it anymore. I laughed so fucking hard right in his face. And I was like, for like 5 minutes. And then I was like, I'm sorry, dude. I'll do whatever. Do you feel better? You know what I mean? That you got it off your chest? I mean, there's nothing I could do about it. What do you want me to do? We're going to be moving soon.
Yeah.
We're supposed to get a office down at the end of the street. And that was another reason we ended up moving, because we moved into that place, built a triage, thinking we were going to get 3 offices down, double the space. Mm-hmm. But in those 2 or 3 months that we were there, they canceled the contract and we're like, you got to go. Right. You don't got to go right now, but you're not getting another space.
Right.
So then we, like I said, we moved into that one. That one lasted not long. Then to Boca, and like that's what we were so confident that we hadn't been in trouble, right?
Yeah.
That the heat that was getting put on us, it didn't even bother us anymore.
Right.
Like
It just became part of the fucking.
We were just fucking with the police, right? Like they would park. So there was A1A, a side road, our office, and an Italian restaurant, and this a little side road, residential, and then another office right here. So back here is all houses, just like strip malls going down on side. This one's got like 10 things in it, right? Laundromat, this, that, the whatever. Across the street, we called it Habib. It was just a, like a 7-Eleven type
convenience
thing.
store,
yeah, but like not a brand name one. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like the guy with the turban on in there, right?
I know what Habib is.
So everybody, where are you going? I'm going to run over to Habib. So the cop, they would do all these tactics. They couldn't do nothing. They couldn't get any warrants. They couldn't do nothing. So they would do like these scare tactics. So they would get there at like 6:30 in the morning and park 5 cop cars in our parking lot to think that was going to scare the patients away, right? They would park in the parking lot, in the driveway of the parking lot, directly across the little side street from us. So, I mean, I would get there in the morning, go knock and be like, get the fuck out of our parking lot.
Right.
Can't be here. We got a warrant or something like that. You're interfering with business. You're taking up 5 parking spots. I got a place that can occupy 240 patrons. These are my parking spots that I pay for. These are the parking spots that restaurant pays for. You're interfering with commerce. Get at it. You know what I mean? We had it all knocked down. So then they started parking in the driveway of the parking lot next door. Chris has a brand new BMW M6. I have a brand new Mercedes CLS. Chris says, the cop won't move. I go talk to him. He won't move. Chris goes, talks to him. He still won't move. Chris goes, get in your car, drive around the block real slow. And he is in the cop is sitting in the out lane. There's an in and out of the parking lot, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So he's sitting there parked in the blocking people from getting out. So you have to go around them, right? He goes, drive around the block real slow. When you get there, turn into the parking lot. So you're going past them, right? Okay. I got a $120,000 car. Chris got a $120,000 car. I go in. Chris is on behind him and hits the gas, goes around the cop car and smash into each other because the cop was blocking the exit. So illegally. So Chris goes around and wrecks both of our cars to prove a point to him. And again, I have no driver's license.
Right.
Right. So actually, I had just got my driver's license back and got off probation. I got a work license, and I had just got it back. So I have a work license now.
Right.
And I'm trying to explain to the cop,
I'm working.
Like, I don't want him to know that I work at the paint clinic.
Right.
I told him I worked at the dry cleaners, and he's like looking at me. He's like, a pretty nice car to work at the dry cleaners, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just the ends that that's just how cocky everybody was and not worried about it. And we were there for a year. And that's when it was 250, 260 on a slow day. People coming in, 6 doctors going all the time. That's when the doctors started fighting over patients, and it got stressful again. You know what I mean? It got like to the point where it's like, man, I don't even want to fucking. And that's also when all the other pain clinics started. People started seeing what we're doing. Most of them were just fucking patients of ours that were like, fuck this. I don't want to fucking, I want to own one of these places. So they would steal our business model, try to use our advertising against us. The jerk offs from Jacksonville that stole the patient list through the MRI company, whatever their deal was. So it became like, dude, like, and I didn't give a shit about it, but Chris would get, they were his patients. You know what I mean? And I handled things one way. Chris's way of handling stuff was, we'll sue him, right? He was in lawsuits with everybody. Ex-doctors, his brother, other pain clinics, all these lawsuits. And in my mind, I was always like, dude, you're like giving depositions and stuff, right? Like, aren't we just giving whoever's investigating that, like, that becomes public? I don't know.
Right.
I would think that it would become some kind of public record.
Well, they can certainly get a hold of the deposition.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. But, you know, you're talking about things and, you know, like, we're talking, what's that called? When you're stealing somebody, like you work for somebody and then you steal their patients. What's that called? It's
I don't know, theft of something. Anyway,
yeah,
so
like that kind of stuff. Non-compete. Chris always had people signing doctors signing non-compete, and he's always suing them for that. And we're talking, and like it gets to the depositions, and those guys are like, "Yeah, I did that because he's making me do unethical and illegal thing." You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm like, they're gonna say the same thing every time.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? If whether it's true or it's not true, he's like, "Well, it's not true." And most of the cases,
if enough people say it, it becomes true.
So, like I said, me and him had 2 different ways of doing things, right? And I would go destroy their offices, go beat the shit out of people, do all that kind of, you know what I mean? And that was his way of doing it. And it just, I don't know which was worse, but yeah, so that it started getting shitty again. And so we were there for like about a year when the Jacksonville situation happened. I came into work one day and all these patients kept coming up to me and asking me, thanking me for the call that I made to them and asking when the new office would be open. And I was like, I don't know, what are you talking about? I never called you. I don't call anybody. What do you mean? And they're like, yeah, you called and said you're opening up an office. It's going to save you 6 hours round trip drive. You know, we're coming from Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, wherever. And you're in Jacksonville. As soon as you come over the Florida line, we're right there. I said it was you. You know what I mean? You know, tattoos, the whole 9. And I'm like, nah, whatever. You know, didn't think much of it. At this time, I was beefing with a company called Palm Beach Pain that opened up again right down the street and like a similar address and was like going in between us and I-95 and redirecting our patients, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
And like coming into our waiting room and handing out. So I'm dealing with them. I destroyed their office. I beat the shit out of like 3 of them. It was like a beef with going back and forth between, they're calling the cops on us and telling them that, you know, sending the cops into our, just a pain. Shit I didn't want to deal with. You know what I mean? I want to sit at the office, fuck around, get drunk. You know what I mean? 5 or 6 beers. It's a big deal. You know, just turn it. One of the dudes at the offices is making a ton of money, right? Way more than like the limit where you're making, you can't pay any more child support once you're paying, right?
Right.
So he's lying about his income and he's making probably $1 million, right? And he's lying about his income. I think it stops at $250. They can only go, your child support's at $250. So He doesn't even have to worry about it, but he's still lying and saying he's making $500 a week, right? To his old lady who lives in Missouri or something like that. And I got this bitch down here as a private investigator with disguises and shit, videotaping our office, pretending to be employees of ours, going and getting our bank records from Bank of America and turning them over to the DEA. I got all these kind of fucking things going on, right?
Who was that?
This guy, Ethan, his ex-wife, he had a kid with, Ethan Jr.
Oh, she's going down, and
She's
trying
coming
to
down,
prove that he
and
makes
she's
more money.
She's trying to do that, and she's playing private investigator at the same time. So she would see Ethan or somebody go into the Bank of America, right down the street, right? See him go in there, do whatever kind of transaction. He would leave. She'd run in right after him and be like, "Oh my God, the guy from American Pain from South Florida Planet, that's my boss. I'm his assistant. He forgot to get a receipt for that." Right? They'd be like, "Oh, no problem," and they'd print out a fucking deposit receipt with or an account statement or something like that, and then this bitch takes it and gives it to the DEA, right? And then the DEA and the IRS. So now people's that work for us, our fucking bank accounts are getting money taken right out of it for not claiming. Like all the employees, like one of the statements she got was all the employees' paychecks. So she turned it in, and now everybody on that roster is under IRS audit, right? So I'm dealing with that. I'm dealing with the Palm Beach pain. Dealing with Ethan. At this time, there's a few different people have died, right?
Patients
Have died. And I always get the call from the coroner's office because they always want the medical records, right?
Right.
And like I would be like the middleman between the doctor and the coroner's office and stuff.
Right.
And I would be like, all right, send me the information, right? And I will send you all our medical records, right? And 90% of the time, I would get the toxicology report back, and it was either a mixture of things or something that we didn't even prescribe that they overdosed from, right? But there's probably 50, 100 of them out there that I don't even know about. You know, at this time it was probably 5 or 6. And there was one guy named Stacy Mason that overdosed. I kicked him out of the clinic for he was a patient like 3 months. He leaves the clinic, gets pulled over on I-95 going back to Kentucky. Cops see track marks all over his arms. Now I check for track marks before I let you come in. Check for track marks. The cops call me, say he got a script for 180 Roxy 30 milligrams. It says on here 3 hours ago. I have his pill bottle. He's got 30 left. He's got track marks all over his arm. What are you doing? How do you live with yourself? Selling this. I said,
I don't have taken that many.
I said, I don't know what to say. And he's like, well, you don't think he's selling them and using them and probably selling them so he can keep using them? And I'm like, well, if he comes back in here, I will do an examination and audit his file and question him, whatever. Next month he comes in. That was in July. He comes in for his August appointment. I go in there. I look at him before he even sees the doctor. I look at his arms. They look fine. I don't see any track marks. I grab alcohol wet naps, go like this, and all the makeup comes off his arms. And they're just, I'm talking pustules everywhere.
Oh.
And I'm like, all right, dude, that's it, bro. Sorry. I'm like, I got a report from the police. You were missing 90 of your 180 pills or more, right? You got track marks. You can no longer be a patient. Filled out the rejection report, put it in a file, put it in the patient file that he can never come back, right? Gave him a card for a rehab type place, which really wasn't a rehab. It was just another pain clinic. But
No.
right? So that's August.
Right.
December, I get a call from the coroner's office and the sheriff's office. He's dead.
All right.
Right? He has a pill bottle in his pocket from your office. He's dead. Okay. I'll
Couldn't
get
have
it.
been from your pills though, because you didn't get any.
5 months later.
Yeah.
So the last time he was there was July. He got 180 pills. He had 30 of them left on the same day. So now we got August, September, October, November, December. It's 5 months later. He still has a pill bottle from, it wasn't even the last visit.
Right.
Right. So he had a pill bottle in his pocket. It was a self-deletion. Still charged us with that murder. Like, went all the way through court trying to charge us. Dr. Cadet went on trial for that murder. Right. So I'm dealing with all that at the same time, you know. And then these guys, everybody's coming up to me going, what's going on with the new clinic in Jacksonville? What's going on with the new clinic in Jacksonville? These are patients coming in. I got all that shit going on, and I was just blowing it off. Like, what are these fucking people? They come in and tell me anything to try to get special treatment or cut the line. All right, you know what I mean? It happens all the time. But after like the 10th person in a row came in and said something, I was like, that's kind of not added up. You got the number that called you. And because they were like, when they were telling me, they were saying that I called them, you know? And they're like, yeah, a couple of them had the number, and it was 904 Jacksonville, right? And I was like, I don't know what the fuck that number was. And then somebody got it in my head that it was my ex-girlfriend's father who worked at the clinic and ended up leaving. Like, it was kind of bad, you know what I mean? When he left, and like somebody got it in my head that it was him, and I was like calling him, and I'm like, dude, is this you? Whatever. It was like another patient. It was like, oh, there's a guy in Jacksonville that used to work here. Steve, he's the one who did that. And I'm like, nah, you know, I questioned him. I felt bad about asking him, you know what I mean? So finally I called the number, and I was like, hey, is Derik there? And the guy's like, yeah, that's me. And I'm like, this is Derik from American Pain. He's like, yeah, man. Guy with the tattoos, big guy with tattoos. And I'm like, I didn't know what to say. You know, what do you say? I'm like, dude, there's probably something stupid came out. I was like, dude, I'm there. What the fuck are you talking about? And he was like, oh, fuck you. I'm taking all your business. I'll burn your fucking place down, this and that. I'm like, wait, what is happening? Like, it took me a minute to put together what was going on. And I was like, all right, man, that's cool. Yeah, bitch, don't fuck with me. I got money too, he said. And I was like, okay, dude. All right. Let me get off here. Because now I'm mad. So now I've got to figure out who the fuck this is and what's going on. Everybody's tough guy on the phone, you know? So I went to Chris and we started talking about it and trying to figure out what was what. Did something cross-reference the phone number with Sunbiz, the 904 Sunbiz number. Came up to a name, Zach Rose. Looked into the corporation and found out there was a corporation between Zach Rose and Pete, Parking Lot Pete Tinsdale, the MRI guy. So kind of put it together that Parking Lot Pete was in business with somebody who was opening up a pain clinic, and he sold all of our patient list to this somebody, or just became partners with him and is using our patient list. You know what I mean? Didn't really know exactly what was going on. So again, the whole story that I heard from these Jacksonville people, that when they're on TV, I mean, not a single drop of their story is true, but they're saying that it was a call center and we didn't know about it. Or one of them knew about it. One of them didn't know about it. It was a call center, set up a call center with like 40 people to call all these patients and this and that. That's a lie, because that's how we found out who it was, by the phone number.
Right.
We put the phone number into Sunbiz and it came up to the dude's personal phone.
Right.
Right. So yeah, whatever. I don't care, you know? So I called the dude back and I was like, listen, man, don't be an idiot. Just tell me who gave you the list. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Just, I don't know what's going to happen now. And it kept on talking shit back to me. And I'm like, at this point, I don't care. I was like, all right, whatever, dude. I'll let you deal with Chris. So the next day, that was on my way home from work that day. And The next day I went into Chris. I was like, listen, dude, here's the guy's number. This is what's going on. You let me know what you want me to do. You know what I mean? If you want me to go handle it. I mean, I've been dealing with these people just like this for the last 3 years, right? Whatever. It's annoying, but everybody always gets dealt with. So I left it at that. Now, Chris starts calling the guy and tells him he's me, right? He doesn't say I'm Chris. He says he's Derik.
Right.
Multiple times. And he's got it on speaker and a recording device. So he's recording the whole thing, the threats back and forth and all this kind of shit as me, right? So, I don't know, maybe a couple days. No, this was in the middle of November, and we found out that their place opened December 13th. So there was like a couple weeks in there where they were like arguing and deciding whether he's going to sue him and fighting with Pete Tinsdale and checking Zach Rose out, whatever, all this shit. I'm out of it by this time. You know what I mean? Just tell me when it's game time and I'll go handle it, whatever. So the weekend before the 13th was a Monday. That weekend, like maybe Thursday, Chris was like, how much to burn the place down before they open? I said, 50 grand. He said, done. So I went and I got my materials, right? And my brother was coming in. He was in college and he was starting his winter break, right? So like I was going to go up there on Friday, take care of it, pick him up, come back, whatever, it's done. Friday at the end of the day, I was going to go up there, do it at like 3:00 in the morning, right? Be back, different cars, different license plates, the whole thing, whatever, cover my tracks. And Chris calls me off. Oh, listen, man, I already talked to the lawyer. We just got to get some evidence of collusion between Pete and this guy, Zach Rose. I know that Pete is going to be there with his trailer. So I just, take the day and like just go up there and snap some pictures and shit. You know what I mean? And the lawsuit's gonna, whatever. I'm like, whatever, dude. So Monday morning, me and my brother, I was like, yo, we'll just go, like, they got a big ass mall and all kinds of shit. It's almost Christmas time. We'll go up there, just fuck around, check it out, take some pictures. We'll go fucking Christmas shopping for everybody. You know what I mean? Just whatever, make a day out of it. I don't think I'd ever been to Jacksonville at that time, Like, all right, cool. We go up there. I watch them open. I'm looking around, but they got the trailer, so it's like blocking the front door, so I can't get any like pictures. So I'm like, to my brother, I'm like, listen, man, just go get an MRI, right? So go in there, tell him you want to be a patient, but he's only 18, right? I'm like, go in there, say you want to be a patient, fill out the paperwork, give him the money, go get an MRI. I send him in there. I give him a couple $100. I'm like, I don't know how much it's going to be. Go in there, just fill out the paperwork so you can go get an MRI. Right? Tell him that you're going to see the doctor or whatever. He's 18 years old. Take your driver's license. And again, these guys are saying that they know all of us. We know each other. They don't know my fucking name, right? So all they know is my name is Derik. I have no idea who these people are. I've never seen them. My name is Derik Nolan. My brother's name is Kevin Nolan. Right? So if they know us, right, and we've had dealing with it, they know, you know what I mean? So he goes in, whatever. They take his money, and then they try to rip him off. Like, they let him get an MRI, and then when he goes to see the doctor, like, oh, you're not 21, dude. Come back at the end of the day, and we'll give you your money back. And then they like pulled him in a room and like started. But he did it. He went and he got pictures, right? He takes pictures and all this shit, pictures of Pete, whatever. And they pulled him in a room and like. I mean, he's 18 years old. He'd probably whip all of their asses in there. But they, they're like threatening him, like, something's fishy about you, dude. What's going on, man? What is that 18-year-old from South Carolina? He's like, dude, whatever, man. I'm a collegiate soccer player. I'm hurt. I wanted some pain pills. You can't see me. You can't see me. You're going to make me wait to get my money back. You just can't go, oh, we put the money in the safe, this kind of thing. You just got to come back at the end of the day when we open the safe, whatever. And he leaves. And I mean, the story that I'm hearing, right, is that they saw Jeff and Chris pull up in an S600 silver Mercedes and all that. And they know him and they knew that the beef was going on and all that. Those guys were 600 miles away.
Right.
There was nobody around except me and my brother. Maybe you thought something was suspicious, but you don't know anybody. You didn't see anybody. It's all everybody. I mean, I just making way more of it than it had to be. I should have just burned the motherfucker down on Friday and we wouldn't even be in this situation. I called Chris. I was like, look, man, I got pictures of the place. I got pictures of Pete outside. I got pictures of Pete inside. Whatever, we're going to come back. And Chris is like, oh, no. Should I come up there? And I'm like, dude, for what? You know what I mean? I'm not fucking, it's broad daylight on a Monday morning. We're right in the middle of Jacksonville. What do you want me to do? And he's like, I'm fucking coming. I'm coming up there. I'm going to fucking handle this. I know what happened. He's got my list from Pete and this and that. I'm like, whatever, dude.
See, he's he's teetering between being like handling everything like a spoiled, like a rich kid, right? Like you sue, and being a wannabe gangster. But then when it really comes down to it, he doesn't want to be a gangster. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't want to do those things. You know what I'm saying?
When he finally got there, right? So I was like, all right, whatever. I'm like, listen, I got my brother with me too. It's just what it is. So like me and my brother, we went and watched a movie, fucking did some shopping, went to a bar, had a couple beers, ate some chicken wings, and then Chris finally shows up, and he's got his friend Chris Hudson with him, who is, I mean, he's just a scammer. You know what I mean? He's not intimidating. He's not.
It's like bringing me with you.
I wouldn't insult you like that. So I'm like, whatever. I'm like, what do you want to do? And he's like, I'm just gonna go in there and fucking talk to these guys about this. I want that fucking list. And
it's too late.
I didn't know it, but he had all kinds of evidence on this guy, Zach Rose, for Dr. Shop. So he was basically going in there to extort the guy, Zach. Okay. I didn't know any of this shit, right? Yeah. So I'm like, dude, listen, man, don't fucking cause like a big scene, man. It's broad daylight. We can handle this another way, another time, if that's the route you want to go. Whatever. I got my brother with me, dude.
Right.
So we had my car, and he drove up in his brand new Range Rover with Chris Hudson. So I'm like, tell my brother, I'm like, here's my keys. Go park down the street, right? I jump in the car with them. I said, we're just going to go in there. These people aren't going to give us the fucking list. Whatever, it's just going to be an argument. We're going to leave, and then something will happen at another time. So me, Chris pull in a Range Rover, get out of the car. So Pete comes walking out of his trailer, and Chris sees him, and they start fucking arguing and screaming back and forth and all this in the parking lot. And I'm just standing there like, whatever. And Chris doesn't even have a relationship with Pete. I have the relationship with Pete. I'm the one who handles all that. And he's yelling at him and all this shit. And I'm just standing there like, whatever. And Pete's like trying to back out. No, you don't understand. It's not like that. Whatever. I just do MRIs. I just go where people are doing MRIs, blah, blah, blah. Chris is like, fuck that, you motherfucker. And he goes inside. And I'm standing there and Chris Hudson follows him in. I'm standing there with Pete. I'm like, dude, you fucked up. We got you. We got the Sunbiz. You know, your partners with this person. I don't know who this person is. We've been doing business for a couple of years. You guys may have butted heads a few times, whatever. I'm like, all right, man, let me go make sure this is all right, man. I'll talk to you. I walk inside and I see Chris standing there yelling and taking his watch off. And the guy, Zach, I don't know what his name is. I'm told it was Zach, right? Standing there and he's got a gun on top of a desk with a book over top of it pointed at Chris. And Chris is yelling at him, and he's like, oh, fucking yell at you. I walk in, and Chris Hudson's standing in between us. I take about 3 steps in, and I hear, ch-ch. And I turn around, and there's this doofy-ass dude standing there with a pistol in my face, shaking like this. The guy, Chris Hudson, says, my aunt is PBSO, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
I say, dude, pull the trigger, or I'm going to take that and beat you with it. He runs out the store, turns around. No words were spoken between us. No conversation, no nothing. It was 12 seconds of a gun shaking in my face. I didn't even see his face. He runs out. I look out the window. I see him run to a pickup truck, throw the gun in a pickup truck, run to the next parking lot, get in a car, and drive away. As I turn around to walk back, as I see Chris and this other guy, Zach, going into a back room, everything's calmed down now. The girl's in the back and some fucking one-armed freak wearing a nurse's outfit. So one of their buddies only has one. He got a little fucking nub, something like that. Are there? They're calling the cops. And I'm like, all right. But I see Chris and him going the other way. I turn around and I about trip over a little baby, literally like a toddler, 1 to 2 year old girl. And I'm in the middle of a fucking pain clinic with about 10 junkies sitting there. It's like 5 in the afternoon. And there's me, Chris Hudson, a couple junkies. That's it in the waiting room. The police are on the phone and there's a little baby there. And I think it is one of the junkies. And I'm like, whose kid is this? And some girl from the back in her little scrub uniform goes, that's my daughter. Like, you care whose kid it is. And I said, well, obviously I care. I'm not going to trample over a little kid. I wouldn't have fucking said nothing if I didn't care. And I picked the kid up. The girl came running out and fucking took the baby and went in the back. Turns out that's the guy who had a gun to my head's daughter, who, big tough guy, put a gun to my head, got scared because somebody's uncle or aunt was PBSO and left his little daughter with the big bad gangster. That's how fucking tough this guy is, how scared he is. So I was like, okay. And this is all on video from their surveillance cameras, by the way, right? So by the time I walked outside, which was 2 minutes later, there was about 5 JSO officers there. Wouldn't let me leave. I'm just trying to leave. They want my driver's license. I won't give them my driver's license. I'm trying to leave. All they were doing, it was just a stall tactic to get us to stay there so they can investigate everything. Sat there for an hour. Finally, I said, I'm fucking leaving. Went to leave. They grabbed me, put me in handcuffs. My brother came up. My brother was still sitting in a other parking lot. My brother came up. One of these fucking jerk off screams, that's the guy right there. They lock my brother up, throw us, me, my brother, Chris, and Chris Hudson all got handcuffed, put in 4 different cars and driven in 4 different directions.
What would you have said? That's the guy, your brother.
Yeah, I don't know what one of these fucking, probably the one-armed freaking weirdo junkie bag that was there said that, because my brother was in there. So so
he just recognized him.
Yeah. So he was, I don't know. They obviously assumed that he was with us or something. So the cops grabbed him, grabbed me, Chris Hudson, grabbed Chris George, put us in 4 cop cars, drove us in 4 different directions about a mile away. And now it's 6. They left us there till midnight. Right? We sat in the cop cars till midnight. Then they came and got us, drove us back there, and now there's detectives everywhere. The whole place is closed down. All these fucking jack-offs inside their pain clinic are looking out the window going, doing all this shit inside the window. They've been sitting there writing reports on us, telling all kinds of bullshit, whatever, for the last 6 hours. And I see a detective walking around listening to something. And I'm like, what the fuck is he listening? I'm like, what is he doing? And he's going, oh, yeah. And he's fucking high-fiving the other detectives and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? Sitting there watching him. And he comes over and he's like, who's Derik? And I'm like, me. He's like, get out of the car. He's like, this is your one chance to fucking cooperate. I'm like, cooperate with what? Am I under arrest? What am I cooperating with? What am I doing? I didn't do anything. And he's like, he pulls out the thing he was listening to. It was a recording device that Chris was recording the conversations with when he was pretending to be me.
Right.
And they're on there back and forth between him and whoever, threatening each other. I'll burn your place down. I'll burn your place down. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'll shoot you. I'll shoot you. All this shit. So I'm like, dude, that's pretending to be me. You know what I mean? So he's like, you're done. You're done. You're all going down for extortion. No bond. No bond. Took all 4 of us to jail. We had to sit there. Sat there for a day before we saw a judge. Jacksonville has no bond, no cash bond. So you got to see a judge. So we sat there for a day. I'm pissed because I got my little brother. He didn't do anything. He doesn't even know what the fuck's going on.
Right.
So, and they separate us. He's the only one they separate. They separate my brother from the rest of us. Right? And I'm fucking pissed now. So the next day, like 2 in the afternoon, we go before a judge. We have already hired the top attorneys in Jacksonville. And so we hired them. They're there waiting for us at the jail, at the bond hearing at the jail, because they're demanding no bond. The detectives are there. And you could hear them in the judge's chambers. We're like in this little room in the jail. Judge's chambers are right there. And that you could hear them back there screaming, I want these guys under the jail. I don't want them going on. They just drove 400 miles to extort one of our local businesses. And this and that.
We haven't had an opportunity to shut down for being a pill mill.
And I'm like, and this is the first day that clinic opened. This is their first day. This is their first run at it. And I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And then I see my lawyers. We each got a lawyer. There's a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And they come walking out of the judge's chambers with like smiles on their face. They're like, whatever. But the judge comes up and he's like, I can't keep you guys here. You didn't do anything. Right? You know what I mean? There's a suspicion that you did something, but you didn't do anything. And he was like, gave my brother $10,000 bond, gave me 50 or 150, gave Chris 200. And the other guy that was with us, Chris Hudson, he was on like probation or something. So his was like $250,000, right? And you have to wear a unmonitored ankle monitor to protect the people from the pain clinic. So you can't go within a mile or 5 miles of those people.
Right.
So we're just going to put this ankle monitor. It's not going to be monitoring you.
Right.
But if any time we check it and you're within the Jacksonville whatever, then it's a violation. So we had to wait another couple hours to get those things put on our ankles. We left, went and got our cars, went home. A week later, it was dropped. 2 weeks later, something like that, they dropped the whole case. These bitches are calling our office. Don't get us in trouble. We're not going to do. Meanwhile, they're doing depositions. So they're trying to press charges. I have I don't know if I still do, maybe somewhere. Their written statements and their depositions, in a state, the victims and the witnesses go in and record and get it stenographized what they're going to testify to, so they can't go to trial and change their story. Right? That's how it works in the state. So they went and did all that, and they're sending my lawyer all these statements that these bitches are fucking putting on us, all kinds of fake shit. We came in, we said we're going to burn the place down. I mean, listen, the whole thing took 30 seconds. Right? The gun got pulled. He ran out the door. Didn't even see his face. Don't even know. You know what I mean? All these guys, whatever. It went on maybe till February. That happened at the beginning of December. By February, it was all dropped. We got a phone call, cut the ankle monitors off and mail them back to us. That was the end of the story. I didn't hear about it again for 3 years until they arrested me and charged me with it in the feds. When I was handed all their 302s that they testified, that they gave their statements they gave to the feds. I don't know any of their names. I know I got a whole stack of them, but whatever. It's amazing. People out there clout chasing. They're reading people's books, reading people's stories, and they think that nobody's going to notice that you're telling other people's stories and changing things around to make yourself look like a tough guy. I just don't get it, but whatever. If that's what you got to do, man, if that's what gets you, blows your hair back, knock yourself out. Yeah, so they dropped the thing. In that meantime, now we're at the Boca office, the Boca Raton office, and now is when it really came on. Now we're doing 400 patients a day. We got a 6,000 square foot office, 6 doctors' offices.
Is this the new build, the big building?
Nope.
Got a former bank?
This is building number 4. This is again we've outgrown it. We're seeing 4 in the 4s. I don't want to. We didn't break 500 for another couple months, but we're in the 4s every single day. Again, the neighborhood is on lockdown, being held hostage by the patients. The less desirable residents of the neighborhood that we're in are subcontracting parking. Like you literally have like dirtbag residents, okay, buying golf carts and coming and charging our patients to park in their yards, right? And when they run out of space, they're having them park in their neighbors' yards who are at work, causing a whole nother, like, I'm talking everybody hates us, right? The restaurants are closing during our business hours. They see us coming, they'll lock their doors to their businesses. They don't even want us going in there and having drinks. Don't want us utilizing the dry cleaning. Everybody hates us. The cops are really cracking. They're doing jump outs. They are pulling all the patients out of their cars, spreading everything out in the parking lot, doing it. And it's the Boca PD, right? And they're making it very uncomfortable for us. Not to mention the fact that I just totally destroyed the other pain clinic that's down the street, right? So we're beefing with them at the same time, while they're rebuilding, whatever. And it's getting hectic. I got, as I said before, the dude, Ethan's baby mama, like tracking our every move and reporting it to the DEA, the IRS. I got cops coming in every day to talk to me, trying to get patient files. Oh, we arrested this guy. We need this. I knew what they were doing. You know what I mean? They would arrest somebody or pull somebody over. That person would have, look, yeah, I got pills. They're legal, right? The cops would then count the pills. It says on there, take 1 pill every 8 hours or every 3 hours as needed for pain. They would count the pills, subtract from the date that they were prescribed, and the prescription was filled. And if it didn't match up, there was 5 pills missing, 10 pills missing, or there was a pill bottle for 180 pills with 200 pills in it. They're arresting them, and then they're coming in and they're demanding the patient files without a warrant, trying to prove it. And then I'd be like, "No, I can't do that." HIPAA kind of thing. They're like, "Oh, so what? Are you interfering with this investigate? Why don't you would want somebody coming here that is selling their pills or abusing your pills? Is that what you're trying to tell me?" And I'm like, "No, that's not what I'm trying to tell you." And then we talk to the lawyers. They're like, "Yeah, just give up make them give you a subpoena and then give up, you know what I mean? And try to work with them." And then the cops are like calling me, asking me, it just got, "Do you know this person? Does this person have a file there? Does this person have this?" And I'm like, "Dude, listen, I'm doing everything I can." When the people come in before they even see a doctor, I sit them down in a different room and wipe their whole bodies down with alcohol swabs to make sure they don't have puncture and track marks. I'm doing all this stuff. I'm doing, and we're seeing so many people, no matter what you do, you can't kick out all the people, right? We're checking MRIs, cross-referencing references from other doctors. Did this guy he give you his paperwork? See who the referring doctor was, call him. Did you refer him to anybody else? Because I know you didn't refer him to me. Right? You didn't refer him to me, but he's got a reference from you for pain management. Did you refer him to anybody else? And did you write him a script? You know what I mean? I had 10 people sitting at a huge table in the middle of the office with a phone in front of every one of them. So everybody that brought in new paperwork, they would call and try to do everything. It's not that we didn't want them. we're trying to make it look like we were doing our part.
Right. If you throw somebody out every once in a while that is blatant, then it looks like, hey, we caught one. We're trying to catch him.
And when I say every once in a while, we're talking 25 a day.
Right.
Right. I would literally I would spend my whole day
Throwing people
being Magnum PI, right? Trying to find a reason to not let this fucking asshole who is clearly not in pain, clearly not taking the medication, and wearing a fucking brand new $20,000 necklace. Dude, what are you doing here? Right? You know, trying to play it off like he is whatever. At the same time, and it just got very, we outgrew the place. We outgrew the neighborhood.
Right.
Chris started looking for a new place. We found the 22,000 square foot old First Union. Remember First Union Bank? It was an old bank branch, First Union, downtown Lake Worth, immigrant neighborhood. Nobody's going to call the cops. Unlimited parking, fenced in parking lot. The only problem was it had a one-way street between the parking lot and the building going the wrong way for our traffic.
Right.
And that was the only spot it was like an easement, a public road going through the private property that we had. And they had it going this way. We needed to go that way. Not trying to draw and there was no houses or anything on the road. It would just be like for a U-turn or a cutoff or something like that. So I went there at night and changed the way the road went and fenced in. And, we it was all fenced in. I went and bought those slats that you can weave through a chain link fence. Yeah. Right. And hired some Mexican guys from the neighborhood and paid them. I was like, I'll give you $1,000 if you weave these. I mean, we're talking, I want to say it was on 3 acres.
Okay.
Right. So the fence went all the way around this thing. You see the thing. We used to jokingly, we would, amongst ourselves in office, we call it the corridor building from New Jack City. Remember they took the building over?
Oh my
and
God.
it was like, it was that big. It was that ridiculous. We had a gym upstairs. I ordered a UFC octagon to put up in there so we could just fuck around when we felt like it.
22,000. That's 10. That's 10 of these houses. This square footage right now. That's
unlimited space. We didn't even use all it, but it was fucked up. There was only one bathroom on the first floor. There was like one little bathroom on the first floor. The second floor, the bank, when it was a bank, was used for all the administrative employees. So they had
multiple bathrooms.
They had a men's and a women's locker room / bathroom, like 10 urinals, 10 toilets, a shower. Okay. Right. So I would have to make trips. Like everybody would line up. So that's where I kind of implemented doing more drug testing. Mm-hmm. So every time somebody would come in, I'd be like, oh, you got to take. Before it was like piecemeal. I do like every third person for a drug test. Right. Now, because of the bathroom situation, I couldn't have these people just running freely through our office. I'd be like, all right, I'm going to wait till I got 10 men and 10 women. And all the women, if you're in childbearing age, you got to take a pregnancy test too. Because you know how many cops have called me and be like, I got one of your fucking patients here, 7 months pregnant with a new script from your office for 240 oxys, 70 Xanax, whatever. How the fuck do you sleep at night?
If you sleep hot at night, you know how disruptive that can be. Whether you're having trouble falling asleep, you're waking up sweating in the middle of the night, or all of the above, that's where Ghost Bed can help. As the makers of the coolest beds in the world, Ghost Bed is your go-to for cooling mattresses, cooling pillows, and cooling bedding. From their signature Ghost Ice fabric to patented technology that adjusts to your body's temperature, every Ghost Bed mattress is designed with cooling in mind. So whether you want a plusher mattress that cushions your shoulders and hips, or a firm option with exceptional support, your Ghost Bed will keep you cool and comfortable all night long. When you purchase a Ghost Bed mattress, your comfort is guaranteed. You can try out your mattress for 101 nights, risk-free, to make sure it's the right fit for you. Plus, they offer free shipping, and most items are shipped within 24 hours. If you're not sure which Ghost Bed is right for you, check out their mattress quiz. You'll answer a few questions and get a personalized recommendation. Even better, our listeners can get 50% off site-wide for a limited time. Just visit ghostbed.com/ Cox and use the code COX at checkout. Again, that's ghostbed.com/Cox with the code COX at the checkout to save a whopping 50% off site-wide.
I don't see the patients. I don't do pregnancy. What do you mean? So that's when I implemented that.
Okay. And the other patients, are you with the tests? Are you trying to make sure that they are taking the pills or that they're not?
Yeah.
Taking
So
something
the test is, I'll give you a drug test to make sure you have whatever we prescribed you in your system, and you don't have any illicit or illegal drug, other things.
Okay.
Right. We made an exception for your first time with grass. Make sure you weren't on methadone, because that would be doctor shopping. So if you're going to a methadone clinic and a pain clinic, can't do both.
Right.
Right. Make sure you weren't pregnant. And that was kind of funny when people wouldn't know they were pregnant. And
yes.
I'd call, listen, I got good news and bad news for you. What do you want first? I want the bad news. You can't be a patient here anymore for a little while.
Right.
Well, what's the good news? Got a bundle of joy coming.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What disgusted me was I literally had one woman say to me, if I go get an abortion, can I come back tomorrow? Jesus. And I was like, I don't want you to. I don't want you to come back tomorrow. But I mean, I guess there's nothing I could do if you did. Right. And she came back with the paperwork from the Women's Presidential Center. And I was like, yeah, man, you're a fucking sicko. Yeah. And then there was a couple that cried and were like, I'm hooked on these. And you're telling me I'm pregnant? I need help. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I'd hook them up with Dr. Cadet, and she would get them into rehabs on different types of drugs to wean the fetus off. You know what I mean? Right. So she did help a couple people. You know, when put in some situations like that, we weren't terrible people. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess we were pretty terrible. But
so how long were you at the new clinic?
So we moved into the big giant office in January.
How many patients are you guys seeing?
That we were in the 700s. There was days that we were in 700 patients a day. And
how many staff?
Shit. Every guy had a chick. Right?
Right.
So Chris had like 3 in his office, but you didn't see him much. He was behind the scenes setting up the deals with the new pain clinics, doing the real estate stuff, doing the deals with the pharmaceutical companies and hiring doctors. You never saw him, and he had like 3 chicks in his office at all times. Also, Chris was buying up pharmacies because we couldn't get enough pills to sell at the clinic from the clinic for the demand that we needed. Mm-hmm. So we would just go buy mom and pop pharmacies. And when you buy a mom and pop pharmacy, their pharmaceutical license is good for a year with the new buyer. So we would just buy these places and never buy anything but painkillers. So they would be a regular little pharmacy with Band-Aids and tampons and fucking condoms and stool softener and all that shit. And we would buy it and never order anything again except Oxy, Xanax, whatever. And, you know, within like 2 or 3 months, the store would be a store of empty shelves, maybe like a teddy bear and a Mother's Day card left, and just boxes of pills in the back until the DEA would come in and like shut them down, be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And then it would get traced back to us. And so that's what it would do.
So how many staff? So staff, 10, 20?
No, I would say 30. 30-ish people. Between the girl. There was 6 guys at the counters. Right. There was at least another 6 file clerks. Right. Basically, you come in, you give your money, your ID. The ID gets passed to the file clerk. The file clerk goes, finds your file. Everything was paper. There was no computers. Only our personal computers were at the office. So there was so at the end of the day, we'd be like, well, let's just pull this roster sheet out. There's how many on that roster? That's 52 on the roster sheet. Pull $200 times 50. Pull 10,000 cash out of there. Never happened. Right? Let's go to the casino. Whatever kind of thing. So yeah, so that it just got crazy there too. But unbeknownst to us, that's when we got that place and it started. That's when feds really ramped up. They were, if you've seen any of the movies or anything, all of them say when we moved into there, they were like, we got to stop this because it's getting. That's
Right.
how bad it's getting, And we were getting more hip to what they were. We were more into the counter surveillance stuff too. You know what I mean? We're like, all right, we were making our plans around what we thought they were doing. You know what I mean? We're like,
Right.
something's going, taking different driving routes, not talking on phones. You know what I mean? This, that. And so that's when they really ramped it up and they had already had Chris's phone tapped. They had it tapped for a couple months. They got their search and seizure warrants at the end of February, but they didn't know everything they needed to know to be effective on their search and seizure warrants to get everything, right? So they postponed. They had the search and seizure warrants for February 22nd,
Right.
I believe, 22nd, 23rd, 21st, something like that, able to execute them on that. But they held up and extended the wiretap so they could listen more, right? And held on until they heard what they needed to hear about where money was. So when they came, 1,000 agents, when they came and hit all of our locations and all of our banks and everybody's house and all that stuff, that they didn't miss anything, right? So March 3rd, they held on, listened, got an extension on their wiretap, listened for another 10 days, 14 days, whatever it was, then executed when they knew everything they needed to know and they didn't think they could get any more. Everybody got up for work. I get up at 6:30. I got up 6:30 that morning, got in the shower, taking a shower, and my phone was going crazy. And I was like, God damn, some of these motherfuckers, they can't wait another hour to get their fucking pills. What the fuck? Last thing I was thinking, I lived in a very nice neighborhood called Black Diamond in Wellington near the Polo Club. Whatever, I got out of the shower, my phone, it was just nonstop. It rang for 10 minutes straight. Hang up, call again. I went and looked and it was Chris. And I'm like, uh-oh, what's this about? I remember I was in my towel and I had my suit. And I was getting my suit ready. And he was like, it's over, man. The fucking FBI's everywhere, dude. We're fucked. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? I'm like looking out my front window towards the street and the garbage man's out there. The birds are chirping. It's a beautiful day. It's beautiful. March 3rd day. It's probably 68, 70 degrees out. Beautiful. My old lady's kids down there eating breakfast, watching SpongeBob. You know what I mean? It was a wonderful morning. And it's over, dude. They're everywhere, bro. Where are you? They're coming for you. And I'm like, I don't think anybody's coming for me, right? I was like, let me get off here. And I'm like, well, where are you? And he's like, I'm running. They're at my house. They got dogs, the SWAT team, the bomb squad's at my house. I'm like, the bomb squad? And he's like, yeah, remember we were making those fireworks? And I'm like, yeah, I guess they found the fireworks we were making. And I'm like, wow, okay. They went into his house they opened the door with a robot and went in the house with the bomb suits on because we were making fucking Roman candles. You know what I mean? And again, I was like, okay, so what do you want to do? You want me to, there's nobody here. There's nobody at my house, right? And but now it's like 7:30. I'm looking out the window. I'm waiting. I'm like, all right, you know what they're probably going to do is I'm going to get my car. And they're going to be, you know what I mean? I'm going to get swarmed or something, And he's like, they got to have wiretaps. They got to have wiretaps or something. And I'm like, okay. So as soon as I hung up with him, all other 30 employees, pretty much every one of them called me and was like, dude, I walked out my front door today. FBI was standing in front of my house. Dude, I walked outside. DEA was standing outside of my house. Dude, I walked outside. IRS was outside of my house. They're trying to take money. They're doing all this kind of shit. I'm like, oh, fuck. Chris called me back and is like, meet me wherever we would always go to this place called McKeeb's. It's a bagel joint. They got like fucking awesome bagels, chocolate chips, all that shit. You know what I mean? Good stuff. Give you lots of cream cheese, fucking nice sausage, egg, and cheeses. It's a classy joint. So He's like, meet me where we go to breakfast. And I'm like, all right. So it was right down the road. I went and met him. No cop cars, no nothing. I'm like, man, I think I'm gonna fucking. I'm talking to everybody else.
Sounds like a you problem.
Yeah,
I'm doing fine. I don't know what these guys are up to, officer.
Yeah. And I'm like,
I knew something was weird.
I wasn't believing him, you know what I mean? But then everybody else was calling me. It was like, dude, the fucking DEA is in my yard right now. What do you want me to do? I'm like, I don't fucking know what to tell you to do, bro. I don't know what to tell you. So I met him. I met Chris. And I'm like, dude, nobody's calling me. No, nothing. They were calling him nonstop. Like, Chris, come back to your house. We got to talk to you. This, that. And he's like, dude, I got guns at my house. I got a fucking idiot. Chris Hudson was living upstairs in my spare. He had like it's almost like a little apartment on one wing of his giant house over there that Chris Hudson was living in. And who knows what the fuck that guy's got up there. You know what I mean? Nothing would surprise me with this guy up there. And sure enough, he had fucking a stolen police gun, all kinds of fucking evidence of fraud and timeshare fraud and all this shit in there. He's like, dude, I got 3 guns in a garage. I got all bought by straw owners. I got fucking Chris Hudson shit up there. He didn't have any money at his house. He had it at his mom's house, and he said so while the cops were listening.
Straight to the mom.
Straight to the moms. Get some money. He's freaking out.
What did they seize anyway? How much?
They got $25 million cash assets, boats, cars.
25 million. Right? 25 million. Jeez.
All the bank accounts, everybody's bank account, everything frozen, took everything from everybody. I went and I met him, and they eventually left his house. We like sat in the parking lot of McKeeb's. I drank some coffee and like listened to him when, you know, I was there when, you know, all those conversations that they play on all the movies. I was with him, you know what I mean? And they eventually left his house, and he's like, we can't go back to my house. They're probably waiting for me there. And I was like, well, Diana was like, let's go to the attorney's office. And we met his brother, who was, they couldn't get into his brother's house because his brother's house was a rental in a gated community. So they couldn't get a warrant. So they waited at the gates for him. And they tried.
I mean, are they arresting anybody? They're just raiding the houses.
They're just search and seizure warrants only, no arrest warrants.
Okay.
So you just come and take all your shit.
All right.
Right. And pretty much left everybody broke. There was a couple accounts here and there with X amount of money in it, nothing substantial, not even enough to pay the attorneys. Everybody's broke, scrambling. We went to the attorney's office, and the attorney's like, "Listen, man, you guys are fucked." You know what I mean? He's like, it's 300 to 300,000 for you. I need 80 for you. I don't know what your role is. Here's an attorney to call. I'm representing this one. And we sat all day talking about options, what was going to happen. And like, listen, this could go on. They might not arrest you for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what's going to happen. And nobody ever called me. No DEA agents, no IRS. They never came to my house. They never called me. No, nothing. No radio silence. I hired an attorney. He called the district attorney's office like a week later and was like, I represent Derik Nolan. It's the Broward branch, whatever. I represent Derik Nolan, whatever. And she was like, listen, I can't talk to you right now. Your client's in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of deaths involved. So be prepared. You know the routine. Indictments are coming. There's no, at this time, we're not offering any immunity letters. So we'll contact you. I was like, fuck, dude. Moved out. Was out of the house, my house. Everybody, all of a sudden, you know, we were talking to everybody that day. At the end of the day, after meeting with the lawyers, every employee came to my house. Mm-hmm. And we all talked. And like, okay, nobody say nothing. If the cops come to you again, talk to my attorney. Giving out cards, all this kind of stuff, all that kind of shit. And that was the last day I saw everybody together. Every day, I tried to keep in contact with everybody. And like the first day, the next day, start making phone calls. 2 people are missing. They're gone. Their phone's disconnected. Gone. couple days later, then it started being people higher up, close to me, my level, maybe right below me, maybe on an even scale with me. Gone. Drive over to their house. House is empty. The guy at the guard gate says, "Oh yeah, they moved out of here at 5 o'clock in the morning, dude." I'm like, "Oh man, this is bad news, dude." Went on to the point where I was pretty much broke. I'm not gonna say broke, but I was down to not having
Much.
Yeah, I had maybe 6 months left
Right.
of living my lifestyle, and I moved out of my big house, and I was like, I just went to New York. I was like, fuck it, they're gonna arrest me, whatever. I'm gonna go up see my parents and shit. I was up there for like a week, just hanging out at the, I grew up on a farm, whatever, hanging out there, and like 7 o'clock on a Monday morning, the house phone starts ringing, and I'm like, what the fuck? My parents are sleeping. They're older at the time, I went out there and I looked.
Your parents,
my aunt and uncle. Yeah. And I went out and I looked at the caller ID. They still had a house phone. I looked at the caller ID and it was a Broward number, 954 number. And I called it back and it answered FBI, DEA Miami. And I was like, oh shit. I hung up the phone and like 2 minutes later my cell phone rang. I answered it. It was like, this is Special Agent Michael Burt of the DEA. We need to talk to you. And I was like, I'm not there. He's like, I know. You're in New York. I'm like, yeah. You got to talk to my attorney. He's like, what's your attorney's name? He's like, this is your shot. You don't want to talk to me now? That's it. Everybody's done. Everybody's turned on you, bro. Talk to me. Talk to your attorney. Have your attorney call me. I'll call your attorney. Whatever it is. I was like, I don't know, bro. Listen, my attorney told me not to talk to you. Tell him you talk to him. Figure it out that way. Hung up. Called my attorney. My attorney called them again. And they were like, listen, it was Paul Schwartz was the head DA, U.S. attorney.
Right.
Paul Schwartz, like a, I don't know, real New York guy, short, kind of like muscular, arrogant, cocky guy. Called my lawyer and was like, your client is one scary guy. We got him cold. He's going away. He's got one chance. I got him extortion. I got him kidnapping. I got him drug trafficking. I got him murder. He's done. He's done. This is your one chance. He's got a week to get back here. And I was like, what do you want me to do? He's like, it's up to you, man. If you go in there, they're expecting you to cooperate.
Right.
And I was like, well, can't I just go like listen to what they have to say or whatever? You know what I mean? He's like, I wouldn't advise it, but yeah, I'll set it up. Come and listen to what they have to say. I drove back, met up with my attorney. We went in there at like 9 o'clock to the U.S. Attorney's office on Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale. And as I drove, you got to park behind it. So it's right on Broward Boulevard. You drive past and there's like the fountains and everything's out front. And like, I never seen any of these agents or anything before. I don't have any idea what they look like. I don't know nothing. I drive past, I'm in my car, my lawyer's behind me, and I look over and there's a whole group of people, maybe 15 guys in suits and shit like that. Someone with badges. I mean, like maybe 15, 20 feet off the road, in between the road and the courthouse. And I see them point at me. I'm like waiting at the light to turn to go behind it and park. And I see them point at me and they go like this and they turn around and start walking upstairs. I was like, I wonder if they were pointing at me. Me and my attorney go park, get out of the car, and he goes, did you see him? And I go, he goes, yeah, they pointed at you. That's them. That's who we're meeting. I was like, dude, there was like 20 of them. He's like, oh yeah, this is going to be fun. And I'm like, oh, fuck. We go in there. Got to go through the fucking regular metal detectors. Then we go up into the attorney's office and we got to go through. This is like a real search. Take your belt off, pat you down, wand you, take everything out of your pockets. And I got my bad motherfucker wallet. It says bad motherfucker from Pulp Fiction, right? I pull it out, throw it, and they're like, what's fucking wrong with you, dude? And I'm like, what do you want me to say? Get dressed, go walk into a room, giant room, huge room, probably, I don't know, it's like something you see in a movie like Bruce Wayne's conference table. You know what I mean? Like Dark Knight style. I walk in there, they're all sitting around the table, just glaring at me. I'm like, oh boy, how you doing, Derik? He says with his new. I'm like, I've been better, I guess. What's going on? I look in the middle of the table, are a bunch of binders, right? And he's like, sit down, and don't say nothing. He opens it up and just starts reading wire transcripts from me and Chris talking. Mm-hmm. Like one of them, I was like, dude, there's so many patients coming from Loxahatchee. It's like a gold mine out here. He's like, did they strike gold in Loxahatchee, Derik? I heard it was a swamp. You know, and I'm fucking talking about shooting cops' windows out with a slingshot, slicing tires, knocking people out. Where I got a GPS on the people's car, following them around. When they go to pump gas, I pop out, ask them for a light, crack them in the head. Like all the, and I'm just sitting there like, oh my God. My lawyer's looking at me, he's like, you didn't tell me none of this shit. And I'm like, oh. And they're trying the psychological, the good cop, bad cop. One of them's climbing over the table, screaming at me, you're a fucking piece of shit. Everybody's going down because of you. You're the fucking worst one. You're done. You notice we didn't come see you? Nobody came. We didn't even want to give you a chance. This is your only fucking chance. And it's still going to be 25 years, motherfucker. I'm like, oh, man. I was like, can I go have a cigarette? And they're like, yeah, you got 10 minutes. And me and my lawyer went back through everything, smoked a cigarette. And I was like, dude, I got to get out of here. And he was like, all right, let's go back inside. We went in, they asked, and now a task force guy. He's a local West Palm Beach sheriff who's a DEA task force. He comes and tries to be the good cop. Yeah. Right? And he sits down next to me. Derik, I know it's hard. And this and that. And he's like, he's asking me stuff that I did. Right. I absolutely did. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. And they're like, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. And I'm like, thank God. Thank God. I'm like, they're not going to arrest me. He's like, no, arrest you.
Not now.
He was like, this is a reverse something where they show you their car, a reverse proffer. Right. And I'm like, okay, so we can leave. He's like, yeah. We get up to leave. I'm like, sit down. And I'm like, you just told me I can leave. I sit down, and then they start asking me about the Robbie Eddie thing. And I'm like, yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know. You know what I mean? I heard a bunch of stuff about that. I wasn't there. And they're like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Got up, started walking out, and they're like, my lawyer's name was Ned Reagan. And they're like, Mr. Reagan, you have 24 hours to bring him back here, or else he's done. That's it. This is your last chance. I didn't hear from him again until they arrested me a year later. It was exactly a year later they arrested me. Well, they came and got me, and I talked to them and was like, yeah, fine, whatever. How much time? I didn't speak to him at all. Then Chris told me that he cooperated. I didn't have a choice. We were going to get 5 years.
Chris said you were going to get 5 years if you cooperate.
He's like, you're going to do no, not me. No. He said, listen, all we're going to do is I cooperated. You should cooperate too. All we're going to do is 5 years. It's not a big deal. Right. And I'm like, he was in jail. I went to visit him in jail, and he told me this. And I'm like, fire. He's like, oh, and then we're going to get a drug program that's going to knock 10 months, get 15% off. He's like, dude, we're going to be in jail for like 2 or 3 years. No big deal. And I'm like,
that's perfect. Yeah. The thunder.
I'm like, okay. So I left. I was going to, when that happened, Miami Heat were playing Mavericks, the NBA Finals, 2011. I was like, all right, man. I called my lawyer, and I'm like, listen, I'm going to the fucking Heat game tonight. Game 6 or 7, whatever. Fucking gonna see LeBron play. Fucking Nowitzki, right? And set something up, man. I guess I'm gonna cop a deal. I'm not telling anybody, but we'll cop a deal. He's like, yeah, it doesn't really work that way. And I'm like, okay. So we went down there again, and they were like, this time they were like, Everybody else told, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You're not telling us anything.
Yeah,
There's
you're
nothing
exactly.
to tell. So just tell us your story. There's
Yeah.
no there. You can't tell on anybody. There's nobody to tell on. Everybody else has already signed a plea deal. So, I mean, tell us the truth about stuff. I still fucking lied. But I still lied, and they were like, "All right, 20." I was like, I couldn't bring myself. I was like, "Fuck, all right, whatever." And they're like, "But it's 20, so it's not gonna be 20. You know what I mean? It could be a little bit like it could be around 15. You know what I mean? You're gonna get a drug program. You're gonna get this. You're gonna get that." Knowing full well that I can't get the drug program. I'm not going to get halfway. I'm not going to get all that shit when you got a RICO charge and violent charges. You can't get that, right? So they're telling me one thing.
You're getting a year off for RDAP. You're going to get this. You're going to get that.
But I didn't know.
Yeah.
At this time, I didn't know there was a difference between the feds and state prison. You know what I mean? I had no idea. So they're like, we'll work it out. You know what I mean? Tell us the truth about this. Tell us the truth about that. They asked me about a couple people that they said were selling drugs and trafficking drugs and this and that. I'm like, listen, man, the dude's broke. He's just a drug addict. I have it. I have my 302. And I'm like, dude, it's just a drug addict. It's like, yeah, he probably sells some pills just to support his drug habit. He needs to go to rehab. You know what I mean? We're not talking about fucking Al Capone here. We're talking about junkie, right? Asked me stuff about that. Chris, I was like, I don't know. Whatever like two different sides of this. You know what I mean? I ran the administrative side of it. Chris did the administrative side. I ran the office and the people, right? So I never seen him do anything wrong. That kind of stuff. They asked me about the kidnapping. I was like, sorry, man. I don't know what you're talking about, right? And they're like, all right, we're going to kick you out of here again. And I'm like, I guess you're going to kick me out. What I didn't know was that Cadet hadn't cooperated, or she cooperated and then reneged her cooperation.
Right.
So I didn't know that, right? But they knew it, and they knew that they needed me to get her.
Right.
So they were letting me, they weren't kicking me out knowing that I was lying. You know what I mean? And I was like, I just don't know. We're going to kick you out. And they're like, all right. Last time we came in here, we were a little rough on you. You know what I mean? It turns out you didn't do as much. You know what I mean? You weren't as bad as we thought you were. And you know what I mean? If you're saying you never did this, then I guess we got to believe you. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, whatever. And they're like, okay, well, they still didn't say nothing about cooperating. They asked me about Dr. Cadet. And I was like, yeah, man, I feel real bad about that. I really conned her. You know what I mean? I was really complicit in conning her. She's really naive. Oh man, did they get mad when I said, you know what I mean? I thought she already took a plea bargain.
Right.
I was under the impression. So I was like, yeah, she's really naive. I mean, she's such a nice person, whatever. You know what I mean? This is fucking rough on her, dude. Like, I really went out of my way to make this easier to keep her around. If she would have saw some of the things, and they were just getting madder and fucking madder and madder because they just blew it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a 302.
Yeah.
I just said it. I can't unsay it.
Right.
Dr. Cadet's attorney's getting that paperwork. What I just said. They were like, all right, you know what I mean? This looks like 20. Looks like we'll do a deal for 20. We'll see what your PSI, all that shit comes back to. I left and I was like, holy shit, 20? That's a lot more than 5, right? And they set a meeting. Then they wanted me to sign a plea bargain. And I had a couple of days or a week or something to think about it. And I talked to my attorney and I was like, dude, I'm not signing 20.
Mm-hmm.
Get me 10, right? Give me 10 and I'll sign it. And he went and had a meeting with them without me there. And they did their own calculations before the PSI. He came back and he was like, 89 to 108 months, max 108, 89 being the low end. And I'm like, fuck yeah.
That would be great.
I'm like, I'll do it. All right, come to my office, sign the paperwork, right? They're going to send it over. I went to his office. There was no time on it. It was a stipulated statement of facts.
Right.
Okay. It was about the whole case.
Right.
My name was in it like 3 times. But the gist of it was we were organized crime, drug trafficking, extortion, used crimes of violence, all this kind of stuff. It was just saying that as a group, this is what we did, right?
Right.
No specifics. We used tactics, violent tactics to achieve our ends, this, that kind of stuff, right? But my name wasn't like in it, you know what I mean? And they said, we can't put it on paper, but you're looking at 89 to 108 months. I was like, give me that fucking pen. Sign a stipulated statement of facts, done. Court date, a month later, go plead guilty to the judge. Okay. Sentencing date, do your PSI, all that shit. My PSA came back and I was like, what the fuck? PSI said 380 months recommendation. All this, like everything I ever did plus 20 things I didn't do. I mean, it was like 50 pages of all. I'm like, holy shit. My attorney's like, don't worry about it, Derek. That has nothing to do with anything.
Yes,
and
it has
I'm
everything
like,
to do with everything.
I'm like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, that's just for like the probation and the administrative end of it. We made a deal, dude. We made a deal, 89 to 108 months, right?
Your lawyer's a
and
piece
I'm like,
shit.
Okay, this is a new lawyer. This isn't, by this time, I just took a wheel lawyer, right? Because I didn't want to, I was taking a plea bargain. What did I need my
high price
lawyer for? So I just took this guy. It was already done deal. I already took the plea. Just get me through sentencing, right? He's telling me, hey, don't worry about it, man. We made a deal. He gave me my word. He grabbed me by my lapel. That's what he told me. I said, okay, man. All right, I'm going to trust you. I was like, listen, I think we need to talk about this PSI and object to some things. And he was like, I was like, dude, half the shit never even happened. I don't have all these assaults on my record. Right. They even had like my illegal U-turns on there to bump up my criminal history. Right. I'm like, illegal U-turn in 1998. That's on my PSI. What the fuck? And again, I didn't know anything about this kind of stuff. I'd never gotten that far before. So he's like, don't worry about it. I had to go see this probation officer beforehand. I go to see him and he's like, dude, this is a bad PSI. This is going to follow you your whole time in prison. Yeah. I'm like, listen, I'm going to do probably 5 years. I'm not worried about it. Right.
Oh my God.
And he's like, okay, if you're not worried about it, you're not worried about it.
Is that what the twins got? Do you know what the twins have gotten at this time?
Well,
no.
One of them just got out of prison.
No. Oh,
well,
right now?
I know. I'm saying at this point in the story.
Nobody's been sentenced yet.
Who were you talking to from jail that said you're probably going to get 5 years?
Chris was in jail on a different charge.
One of the twins.
Oh, okay.
He was
But it
on
wasn't
jail
on
on
this
a different
big
charge.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was on jail on a gun charge.
Okay.
And so I signed that thing, right?
Yeah.
This is before I plead guilty. So when I signed that plea bargain, I sign it, but then they set a date where you go and accept the plea bargain.
Yeah.
So I sign it, send it to him. And in between signing it and my court date, they arrest us.
Okay.
They arrest everybody, right? And now I haven't been talking to anybody really, right?
Right.
I don't know how broad this thing is. Everybody disappears. So they arrest us at the FBI headquarters in Miami. They call me and say, call me on a Friday. And they're like, Tuesday morning, 5 a.m., they sent me a link or something, be here, that we're going to take you and have you arraigned, right? And I'm like, okay. I have my friend drive me down there. And they're like, my attorney is like, they're not going to let you out. This is it. You're not getting out. Okay? And I'm like, okay. So he's like, you're going to go to the county jail and you're going to sit at the county jail for a while. So get a gray sweatshirt, 3 pairs of socks, 3 pairs of underwear, shoes with no laces. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, okay. He's like, you're not getting out. This is it. I said, okay. Have my friend drive me down there, said my goodbyes. Walk in, and I walk into like a Sally Port type room. There's like 5 FBI DEA agents. One of the agents that was at the raid, at the inspection, like 5 years ago. Right. He's sitting there. He's like, "What's up, Derik?" And I'm like, "Holy shit." He goes, "You don't recognize me following you around, bro? Waving at me." I'm like, "Damn." And they're all, I look, I'm in this Sally Port. There's about 5 officers like, "You're here, bro. The rock star made it. You finally made it." And I'm like, "God damn." I look, I don't know exactly what's going on. All I know is that me, Chris's wife, and Chris's mom are all going down there. We drove separately, right? My friend drove me. And I see a bunch of rubber totes, right? 3 rubber tote boxes, empty. There's only one with one file in it, and it's my file. And they grab it. My picture's on the wall right there, like on a Post-it, right? And they're like, "All right, yeah, Dad," like all smiling. "Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Fucking, I feel like I know you." You know what I mean? And I'm like, "Fuck, dude." All right, so it begins. I got my sweatshirt on, my 3 pairs of boxers, my socks. My fucking feet are killing me because they're squeezed. 3 pairs of socks and my shoes with no fucking laces. And we walk out of the Sally Port into a big giant room, and everybody's there. Everybody's sitting there handcuffed to their own private desk. I'm talking janitors that worked for like 3 weeks, 4 years ago. Right? That couldn't handle working. Like everybody. I'm like, holy shit. People that I didn't know it. They had people on witness protection from me, like in Kansas and shit, because they were cooperating and afraid that I was going to come hunt them down. They were sleeping with shotguns at night. So they relocated people waiting on this day that were, and I didn't know any of it. You know what I mean? The janitor that hadn't worked there since 2008, right? I see him like, "What's up, Drew?" You know what I mean? He was always a pussy. He could never hang with our crowd. You know what I mean? He worked for a couple weeks, got rid of him. I had no idea who was part of the case. I see him sitting there. I'm like, "What's up?" He's like, like this. I walk in. I'm not handcuffed or nothing, right? I just walk in. Everybody else is cuffed to the desk. Everybody has a little 2-person desk. They got an agent. They're handcuffed to the desk. They're in the other chair. They bring me over to this area where there's like 10 cops, right? I'm wearing the shirt I'm wearing. No, I was wearing a gray sweatshirt. The weekend before this, so this is a Tuesday morning. Over the weekend before, me and my girl came over here to Tampa, went to Burns Steakhouse, knowing I was going away, right? Met some people. These people gave me powder in a receipt from Burns Steakhouse, folded up origami style. I put it in my 5th pocket and forgot about it, right? I'm wearing those pants.
Right.
So they bring me over to this area, put me up against the wall, and they're patting me down. They pull my 5th pocket open, reach in, "What's this?" They grab the fucking thing. He's wearing a DEA vest, black with yellow lettering, right? Hat on backwards. He's one of the street guys, tough guy. They're like pushing me and you know what I mean? Like being smart asses to me. And he's like, "What is this?" He fucking pulls it open like this. Poof. Fucking Coke goes all over his mustache down. It's like a gram, dude. It was like, psh, and he's like, didn't even notice. And he was just like, and I'm looking and I see it all over the black vest. And I'm like, holy shit. And he looks at the receipt and he goes, "Paid $200 for a fucking steak? You're a fucking idiot." Crumples the thing up and sticks it in my pocket. I'm like, holy shit. I'm watching him the rest of the time I'm there. I'm watching him and he's fucking doing this. And I'm like, holy fuck, dude. Right? But I'm like, whatever. It's a fucking gram I'm looking at fucking all this time. So they take me, set me down at the thing. And I'm seeing all the old doctors. Like I haven't seen these guys forever. It's been years and years, 4 years, 3 years. I'm seeing everybody and I'm like, "What's up? Hey, how you doing?" And everybody like doing it. I'm like, what's the deal? You know what I mean? What's the problem?
Well, they've all cooperated, so they're scared.
But I didn't know that they were cooperating against me.
Right.
You know what I mean? I thought this was like, I didn't know that they used me to get themselves, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why me? Right? I had no idea. So then the special agent Turner comes up to me and she's, "Hey, Derik, man, I knew you had to know this day was coming, right?" You know, and they ask you all these questions. Another agent comes, sits with me, asks me questions. And I'm like ear hustling. I hear Ethan, the guy, he's the ex-cop that Chris hired who turned on everybody, wore wire, all this shit. I'm listening to him talk and everybody else is in like suits. You know what I mean? Dressed nice, suits and stuff. And here I am, pair of jeans, gray sweatshirt, 3 pairs of socks, 3 pairs of underwear. And I'm like, I wonder if all these motherfuckers are going home, right? And I'm like looking at them and stuff. Diana, Chris's mom, all dressed nice. And I'm like, So I'm listening to Ethan. He's over there like cracking jokes, talking with the agent like they're best friends, right? Like, oh yeah, how you doing? When we leave here, can I come with you? He's saying, he's like, I don't want to ride with these fucking guys. You know how it is, man. I'm like, what the fuck? I hear another guy over here, the agent talking to him about his family. How's your daughter doing? How's that? Like, was your Christmas okay? Was it? And I'm like sitting there going, what the fuck? Another guy, oh man, I'm sorry, Agent Turner. You know, this has been really stressful for me. I'm sorry I called you all those times at home when I'd get a couple drinks in me and I get scared. I really appreciate all the help you gave me and all. And I'm sitting there going, what is this? I know one person here, right? And that's because they did a raid on me. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is not right, right? So then after you do all your little check your boxes, question and answer, they would uncuff you, right? And it was like a gymnasium, is like what it was, but like that cheap indoor carpet, like a gymnasium. It was like separate. It reminded me of being in a school, like a real government building kind of thing. And there was a row of chairs, probably like 50 chairs up against one wall. And I was noticing, I was the last one there. So I was noticing that when you finish your thing, they would uncuff you and tell you to go take a seat in those chairs in order, right? And then they were coming and doing a DNA swab. And then everybody was just like sitting there, right? And like some of the doctors were like 90 by this time. We had doctors in there with IV bags and masks on, and the agents were shoving McDonald's into their mouths because they were diabetic and they had to eat at certain times and shit. I'm like, what? This is insanity. I'm watching this whole thing go down. So everybody's sitting there, right? And then Diana and Chris's mom, Denise, they get done and they go sit chairs. And I'm still sitting there, finish up. Go have a seat over there next to Diana. I'm like, okay. I go over there. I sit down next to Diana. I'm like, hey, you doing all right? You know, I know this sucks. We're just talking. I look down. I see this one guy, Drew, looking at me. And he's like got a couple doctors with masks and IV bags around him. It's like one here, him sitting there. And he fucking jumps up. And he's like, get him away from me. He's going to kill me. He's already looking at me. And I'm like, me and Diana are looking at him and we're like, damn, we're thinking one of the doctors said something to him.
Right.
You know what I mean? We're like, what's going on? And these guys, these DEA and FBI guys come running in the room and like jump on him like they jumped on Trump when he got shot.
Right.
Right? They're like fucking like this. Like there's a fucking, me and Diana are like, God damn, I knew Drew was a pussy, but fucking Dr. Drescher's 85 years old, man. What's he going to do? What the hell's going? We're like kind of like laughing about it. We're just whatever. Next thing you know, a whole nother fucking jump out crew comes in the room and grabs my ass and slams me on the ground. And they're like, you're trying to fucking intimidate people, motherfucker? You think you're bad? You're in my fucking house right now. Like pushing my head in the ground, fucking yelling at me and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Handcuff me behind my back, take me in another room, throw me in a straight chair, right? Leave me. And I'm like, what just happened? What is going on? And I still have no idea. And I hear the doors kind of shut and they got 2 guys standing outside the door. They didn't restrain me in a restrained chair.
Right.
They just sat me in it, right? And they're walking by and calling me like, what's going on with him? Oh, man, he's the fucking dangerous one. He's the one, you know what I mean? It's very violent, very dangerous. Got to be careful. This is a volatile situation. You know what I mean? He's threatening these other people, I'm like, you're ear hustling here. Right. I'm like, what the fuck? I just drove down here and turned myself into these motherfuckers.
Yeah, you've let me walk around this whole time.
I'm like, what is going on, right? So what they were doing after they took your DNA, they were processing everybody and putting them on a bus outside, right? So I had to wait for all 50 people or however many it was for them, get them on a bus, then come in and get me, process me, take me outside. And they won't let me on the same bus as everybody else. Right? I'm like, what the fuck? They put me in like the cage part of the bus, right? Like, and I'm like, what's the deal here? I'm not understanding what it turned out to be. They drove us all the way from Miami to the West Palm Beach Federal Courthouse, right? And they made me wait in the parking garage while everybody else got arraigned. And then when everybody else got arraigned and got to the release cells, they were all getting a surety bond. Right. When they got to the release cells after the arraignment, they came and got me because nobody wanted to see me. Everybody was afraid. And I'm like, dude, this is just it. Because I've been out of it. I haven't been having Christmas with the FBI agents that fucking, they don't know my kids' names. They don't, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm like, what is going on, dude? So they bring me up and I still had my paid lawyer at that time. And they arraigned me and I wasn't expecting to go home. And he's like, listen, everybody else in this case cooperated and has gotten a surety bond.
Right.
He's my client's not staying in here.
Right.
Everybody else, they're from all over. He's never left. He's at the same place he lived. Right? He's never gone anywhere. Anytime you guys asked for him, he's never ran. You took his passport before anything even happened. He hasn't done nothing. He's not going anywhere. He's not, whatever. It's whatever, you know? And they were like, he's right. And they were like, all right, surety bond, $250,000 surety bond. I signed it. Then they took me out and they put me in the damn cells with all these people that are hiding. Like they put me in the cell and they were like, ah. And it was like, there's 2 cells and they're like hiding in the corner. Hey, get me out of here. Get me out of here. And I'm like, what is going on, dude? I'm like, what's happening? I'm like trying to talk to these people. Like, do they know something that I don't know? Like, I'm your friend, dude. What's the deal? I didn't tell on you. Oblivious to the fact that every single word I ever said, every joke I ever played, that they're now trying to, they knew at the time I was joking around when I threw a Chinese star at them, right? They knew it was a joke. Right?
You do know those stick, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't throw it. I'd throw it next to them. You know what I mean? I'd stick it in the wall. They'd be doing their work or something like that, and their head down, and I'd throw one, and it would stick in the wall. And be like, ah! They knew it was a joke at the time. You know, there was only a couple of them that complained about it. You know, so
I have a feeling that Dr. Dr. Graham or Gray?
Dr. Graham.
Yeah, Dr. Graham doesn't seem like somebody who would have taken that. He wouldn't have thought that was funny.
I mean, Dr. Graham didn't have a choice. He was so in debt, right? He didn't have a choice he snapped on me so many times, and I'd be like, Dr. Graham, just leave. I don't need you. I have 17 doctors.
Right.
You come in on Tuesdays, right? And see 4 patients from 4:30, and you ask me for $1,000, and then you probably go to the fucking Hard Rock.
Right.
I'm like, I don't need you. I just hired somebody. What'd you hire somebody else for? I want more hours. And I'm like, dude.
You just said you didn't want to do this.
I know what this place is, Derik. I know what you are. I'm like, okay, whatever. What's the problem? Either work or don't. I'm not begging you to stay here, motherfucker.
Then get back in there and start writing scripts. Yeah. What are we talking about?
I'm like, don't have somebody come out here with a script with 20 fucking pills on it. I was like, get in there and fucking write them what I fucking tell you to write them, kind of thing, you know? And
so anyway, you're in the room.
So yeah, I'm in there and everybody's freaking out. And the marshals, now we're in marshal custody.
Yeah.
So I guess the DEA and the FBI guys didn't inform the marshals that there was a separate team between me and these people were fucking scared, bro. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna. It was starting to come reality, but they made me wait. They separated me again eventually. And then when they separated me again, I started going in on everybody. I'm like, you're a fucking pussy, Drew. Drew, you're a fucking pussy. I'm going to fucking kill you when I fucking see you. Right? Just I'm joking, right? But still, you know what I mean?
They have no sense of humor.
Listen, they did. I was never going to do anything to these people. I never even thought that I was as high on their list. You know what I mean? I was like, these people aren't going to tell on me. I didn't do anything to them, right?
Yeah.
Fuck around with them. But I'll throw a Chinese star at your head, joking around, scare you a little bit, and then I'll fucking buy you lunch. What's the fucking problem? You know what I mean? I'll pick you up. I'll buy you clothes if you need fucking clothes. I'll give you a fucking job, right? I let you fucking skim your little tips off the top. You know what I mean? So what? I like to fucking buy swords off the internet and force people to have sword fights in the middle of the office every now and then. You know what I mean? It's fucking, I get bored, right? It's a joke. It's not a big deal.
I'm with you. I hear you. It sounds like a lot of fun.
It was fun. You know what I mean?
Poor guy.
You know, that like Drew also was like, this guy, we'd buy a boat that does like 170 miles an hour. What do you think we're going to do when we get on the ocean? They said it does 170 miles an hour. You think we're going to try to do it? Of course we're going to. We get out there and fucking hit the fucking throttle a quarter of the way, and we're doing 70. Oh my God, fucking stop. And I'm not going to stop, right? So, and he, take me back kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's not worth it, guys. It's, you know, one of these fucking fruitcakes. So, of course, I antagonized him, but that doesn't mean you got to tell on me and make up some kind of fucking story, right? You know what I mean? Like, this was all good fun, childish, yes. We were in good fun. You were never in grave danger. There was a possibility that I could have had some fucking Polynesian sauce from the egg rolls on my hand. You know what I mean? The lunch egg rolls, and it could have fucking slipped out of my hand and maybe nicked the ear or something, right? But for the most part, nobody ever really got seriously injured or anything like that. And it was all in good fun, right? And they used all that against me like I was some kind of fucking monster tyrant, like torturing people. You know what I mean? It's just not true. You know what I mean? Probably I wouldn't say I'm a nice guy, but I'm a pretty good guy. You know what I mean? And
how much time? What was your sentence? How much time did you get?
Well, let me tell you this story. Let me.
I don't know. I don't have to go anywhere. I got all day.
I'll finish this up real quick. Okay. So we get there and they end up letting me go. Like I said, and then we're down in the cages, right? And then they separate me because everybody's crying like little bitches. And then, like, that's when I found out the one guy, the feds moved him to Kansas to keep him away from me because they wouldn't let me go until they found out he boarded his plane and was going back to Kansas. The fucking goddamn marshal, I put an addition on his house, so I knew him from fucking 10 years ago. Right. And he's like, dude, I can't let my sister, my girlfriend were waiting for me, right? They're waiting for me to get out. Everybody else been out for 2 hours. And the marshal, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Why aren't you letting me go? And they all, like, to kill time, they took me and did the whole tattoos, pictures, all that. And they didn't do that to anybody else. You know what I mean? And he's like, listen, dude, you know what I mean? I know you, but you're fucking with these people. And that one guy, he's in fucking Kansas because he's fucking afraid of you. You're fucked, bro. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, dude. He's like, every one of these people that were in here before you, they all pointed their finger at you. It was all you. You hired them. You paid them. You did. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. The whole time I was like, yeah, Chris and Jeff are going to get fucked on this thing, right? And then that's when I realized, like, I was there with Chris and Jeff. Like, yeah. Right? Like, they were looking at me. Like, because then when we were doing the arraignment, they were telling me that, like, these people were getting arraigned on wire fraud, laundering $5,000, right? When they gave me mine, there was 5 charges totaling 360 years in prison. And I'm like, oh, man. And I was like, and they had me for the fraud too. I never committed any fraud, but just by some idiot, Chris Hudson, using our merchant account to rob somebody, right? To do a fraudulent transaction for a timeshare, he would use our merchant account. That made me guilty by conspiracy of fraud because Chris let him use. I didn't even know he was doing it, but I was labeled the enforcer for organized crime group. So I am responsible for every fucking pill, every prescription, every fucking, I didn't know this is how the feds worked. You know what I mean? I brought that fucking, after I left my lawyer's office, I brought that stipulated statement of facts to my grandma's house. I was like, listen, this is going to be a piece of cake. They don't got me named in anything. Meanwhile, I was named on everything, right? So it started, I admit to being part of a criminal conspiracy that did all this.
Right.
And it was probably 4 pages long, and my name was probably in there 4 times. So I thought they were only charging me with those 4 times that day, right? No idea. No fucking idea. So they end up letting me go. And I have to come back to plead guilty, right? Come back a month later, plead guilty. And I'm sitting there, and like they really cross their T's and dot their I's with the guilty plea, right? Like, are you sure that no promises were made to you? Are you sure that when they tell you this is your sentence range, that is just a guess? Are you sure that you weren't coerced in any way? Are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, dude, why are we fucking going through all these theatrics? Yeah. And you're going through all these theatrics because they're going to fuck you.
Yeah, because when they fuck you, they want you to be able to, they want to make sure they said, oh, he was fully understood what he was saying.
Yes. So because they're winding up to fucking ramming home with no fucking Vaseline, dude. I was like, okay, yeah, yes, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. Okay. Set sentencing for December. Okay. Got to do a PSI, all this shit. Go to the PSI place. Sit down with my lawyer. The first thing that the PSI lady asked me, right? Not, hi, how you doing? Nothing like that. She has a file on me already. And we found that out. Remember when we did my, what's that called?
Freedom of Information Act.
Information Act. And they wanted, it's supposed to be free. And there were so many files on me that it was $2,900 or something like that.
And they had mentioned him because they'll not, like, it's not just his case. Suddenly his name came up in all these other cases. It's like, what is this case? You're going, I don't know. Like, other people in other cases were mentioning Derik
with me
over and these weren't little cases. These are multiple other cases that he's like, I fucking no idea who that is or what that is.
There was something like 20,000 pages.
It was a lot.
20,000 pages in my FBI, because that's what we asked for my FBI file.
Yeah,
so,
I'd never had anybody. I've had people charge. I mean, I've had them come back and once or twice charge $120, $50, but pretty much almost nobody's ever, like mine was thousands and thousands of pages. Didn't charge me anything. Mine
was $3,000.
Probably 4,000 pages. Yeah.
I was like, wow, that's pretty. So we didn't know that then, right? So they do the PSI. I go sit down with the lady, and the first thing she says to me, she has a big file. The first thing she says to me is, do you have any remorse or do you feel guilty about your role in your mother's death?
What the fuck? You were fucking 4.
I was 4. I go, huh? I was fucking 4. And she looks at me, you're going to let him talk to me like that? This isn't going to go well. And I'm like, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? And she was like flipping through and she's like, I mean, do you have any scars? And I'm like, go to answer. I don't know. What about all the ones on your face? Are those from fighting? Let me guess. From fighting? And I'm like, what is, like, I thought this was like a PSI was like the good thing where you come in there and you tell them the good things in your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? And it just went terrible, dude. It went fucking terrible. Like we were bickering back and forth, and my attorney was sitting there like, this is now it was the state or government appointed attorney. And he's just sitting there like, oh my God. And me and this lady are bickering back and forth, and she's accusing me of things. And I'm like, dude, that's not me. I don't know where you're getting that from. I don't know that person. What? And she's like, I mean, if you're not gonna, what it means to accept responsibility, because you get 3 points off for acceptance of responsibility. And she kept going over what it means to accept responsibility. You have to be contrite. But sitting here telling me that you didn't do this and you didn't do that and you weren't responsible for this and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're talking about. Yes, I ran this fucking pain clinic. I did all this shit, right? All this stuff, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm like, I don't know how this is gonna go. And then she's like, drug test. And I was like, oh fuck. I didn't know that I was gonna take a drug test here. I just popped a fucking Percocet the night before or something. I go in there, I fucking fail the drug test. I'm like, dude. They're like, what why do you have Percocet in your system? I'm like, fucking, I had it left over from a dentist. My tooth was hurt, so I took it. I still got the prescription. I mean, I did have the bottle. It was like 3 years old, right? And I'm like, I didn't know. I couldn't do that. I'm sorry. Like, you didn't know you couldn't do that. That's what this whole case is about. And I'm like, listen, I have the pill bottle, right?
Right.
So I brought him the pill bottle, and it was 2009. It had like 4 Percocet 5s or something in it, whatever. Anyway, that doesn't go well. The PSI comes back. It's terrible. The fucking probation department's recommended 240 months. All this shit. But my attorney's like, I'm asking him, I'm saying, dude, should we object to some of this stuff, get this shit out of here? And he's like, no, don't worry about it. Listen, we got to deal with Paul. I grabbed him by his lapel. I looked him in the eye. He's going to recommend 89 to 108 months. You know what I mean? He's like, you didn't fight him. You came in, as far as I know, you told the truth. It just got to the point where there was nobody left to tell on, right? You cooperated as much as you could cooperate. Why would he break the deal? And I'm like, okay.
Because he never had any intention to keep it to begin with.
I'm like, fine, whatever. Set the sentencing, December 16th, 9 a.m. I get to the courthouse, go to the room. I'm with Chris's dad, John George, and a worker that worked with John, a girl. They drive me there. We walk into the courthouse, get to the courtroom, right? There's my lawyer. There's a federal prosecutor, about 5 marshals, IRS agent, FBI agent, DEA agent. Stop you right there, Mr. Nolan. There's somebody else getting sentenced right now, has a separate T and a PPO against you. He's being sentenced. His anonymity is required. Why don't you step into this room over here? There's little conference rooms right outside every courthouse. You know what I mean? Like little teeny rooms as big as this, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit. John, they tell John, you can go inside, John. They know John now, right? I'm like, fuck. Okay. I'm thinking, okay, I'm just going to go in this room and wait till he's done and they'll take him away and take him away and that'll be it. I'll go in there. We go in there and he pulls out a stack of papers like this. He's like, here's the new deal. All right. No promises were made to you. New evidence has come to light. 240 months. And he slides the stack of paperwork over to me. It is 302s from probably 100 people. There's Chris's in there. Jeff had 5 of them in there, telling a different story every time. All the people involved in the kidnapping, all the people involved in the extortion, every person that ever worked for me in the 4 years that this went on, the janitors, the maids, so many that I couldn't read them.
Right.
Stack of them this big. And I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, listen, man, before it was going to be like the wire fraud and this and that. So, that puts you at a level, you were at a level 31 or something like that. Now, when we add all this up, you're at a level 42. Okay. Now, listen, you turned yourself in. That's a 2-point reduction, 40. Then you accepted responsibility. Although the probation officer here is going to object to you accepting responsibility. So that's 3 points off. So you're looking at a level 37. You are looking at 151 to 240 months, and it's going to be up to probation and the judge on what you get. We won't argue. Your lawyer can ask for the 151 months, but our office, we won't argue for against the 151 months. But it's not in our hands anymore. It's either that or we tear this up, and we can get set for trial. And I'm like, what? So it went from 5 years to now a minimum of 13 years, right? And a maximum of 20. You got an 11C, you know what I mean? So we can't go over the 240. And I'm like, oh, thanks. That's great, dude. And I look at my lawyer. He's like, yeah, they looked out for you. You should thank him. And I'm like, you fucking Cuban motherfucker.
What happened to the lapel?
Yeah, you grabbed him by the lapel and you looked him in the eyes.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm like, okay, well, Derik, we're going to go ahead and we'll give you the room. Let it sink in, and we'll come get you when the other guys go out. I'm like, okay, I'm sitting here. You make the decision. So I'm like, what the fuck? I don't have my phone. I can't make any phone calls, no nothing. I'm upset. I go, they get the guy out of there. It ended up being that guy, Drew, right? And they come and get me, and there's like 2 or 3 other people, lower echelon people in the whole thing in there getting sentenced. The first one is a big giant dude, 250 pounds, solid muscle, 19 years old, 6'5", big giant, tough guy. Seen him fighting before. All right, he's a drug addict. Gets sentenced to 9 months, burst out into tears. 9 months. Next guy comes up. He gets fucking 14 months. Bursts into tears. Everything. And I'm like, what the fuck? They leave. I go up there and they give their spiel, whatever. And they're saying it's a RICO case. The RICO predicates are kidnapping and extortion with a drug trafficking relevant conduct and this and that. And with my prior criminal history, which is driving, right? And the prosecutor's like, 20 years. And we're going to give him 3 points off for acceptance of responsibility. And he turned himself in. So that's 1 or 2 points, whatever. And the judge's like, okay, he was reading a PSI and he's like, are you going to testify against anybody or anything like that? Can I expect you back here for a Rule 35? And they're like, yeah, somebody, not me. They're like, yeah, so I had no idea Cadet was going to trial at this point.
Right.
And they're like, yeah, we got a co-defendant. We're going to need his. And he's like, okay, then that's cool. You know what I mean? So we can do this high end. And then, he'll get, what are you guys thinking? He's like, I don't know. We'll see how much his cooperation goes. Okay, so we'll go to the high end. Does probation have anything to say? The lady stands up, puts on a whole fucking, she disagrees. I should get the 20, this and that. I'm not, I haven't accepted responsibility under their terms. This and that. I'm like, holy shit. So the judge is like, listen, man, we'll just do the 151. We'll do it on the low end. Do you care, prosecutor? Prosecutor, I do not care. 151's fine. I'm like trying to calculate that in my head, but my whole world just fell apart. You know what I mean? And I'm like, 151 months. That's like 15 years. I'm thinking I'm doing by 10 instead of 12, And I'm like, holy shit. And then probation objects again. And they're like, no. We found this, and this. You got to take away, you got to add this one, this point, and we got an illegal U-turn on here, so that's going to bring them up to the next level on the criminal history, blah, blah, blah. We won't accept anything less than 168 months. And the judge was like, 168, boom. See you later. Report to prison April 27th.
For a U-turn?
Yeah, they bought, that's on my PSI. You can see it on my PSI.
Went from 151
to 168.
You gave me an extra 17 months in prison. Actually, almost a year and a half for a U-turn.
Oh, boom. I hope to see you back here for a Rule 35 someday, Mr. Nolan. Good luck. And I was like, that's it. I go outside. We walk downstairs. I'm like, what the fuck? They gave me a date. I had to turn myself into prison. Told me took me, took all the pictures of my tattoos, take a shirt off, strip naked, all that shit. Did all that shit again. They got all my information, said I would get a letter in the mail in the next 60 days, tell me where to report to prison, on what date. I walk outside and all the people that got sentenced before me with their 9 months and their 14 months and their fucking, the one guy got 2 years house arrest because he was so fat that he would die in prison because he had money and he could get unlimited food. So there would be nobody to restrain him from eating himself to death. So he got 2 years of house arrest and mandatory nutrition counseling or some shit like that. Everybody's out there crying, oh my God, Derek. I mean, I heard you got a lot of time, but what am I going to do? I got 9 months. I mean, you know how long that is? I'm like, you fucking piece of shit. That guy that got 9 months fucking overdosed. He's dead. Good job on that one. System really saved his life there. But yeah, it was all these people's 302. I got to stack them like this. And I didn't even have time to read them all. It was just like, I mean, there was people that weren't even at the kidnapping situation.
Mm-hmm. That were giving
we're giving testimony and 302s. Yeah, I was there too, man. He really fucked him up. He was pistol whipping him, all this shit. Fucking holding the gun to his head, making him make phone calls, going through all this shit. I'm like, what? I don't even know who this person is.
Right.
I got another guy in there saying, on this date, I picked up 300 Roxy's from Derik at this address, which was that address that I hadn't lived in 2 years prior to the date that he picked it up. And I was also in South Carolina at my brother's graduation on this date. I haven't seen the guy in 5 years. He didn't even work at the clinic. Somehow he got his hands on 300 pills, tried to sell them to an undercover, heard that I was working at a pain clinic, said I got them for me. There's 302, man. Listen, we just can't let this kind of stuff slide there. I mean, you're going to have to do this. You got to pay for this, man. Karma's a bitch. And I'm like, I can't believe what just fucking happened. I got fucking boom. It's terrible. So, hey guys, I got a good friend of mine, needs a little help. He has his heart failure, needs a new heart and some aftercare. We're doing everything we can to try to help him and his family out. If you like the show, please donate to the cause Hope Help Live. Thanks a lot for your help.
Sorry, but we ran out of time today. Derek's going to come back and he's going to go over part 2 because we didn't have time to go over sentencing, prison, him getting out, and he'll be back. So please go in the description box, click the link. Thank you very much. See ya.